go live. Sure.
Oh, we're live.
We're live.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're live, even though it's like the little red bar on my screen is like click, click, click.
Yeah, it's not showing us live on YouTube yet, but I'm sure it will. There we go.
All right, so the Alaboom, two things really quick, and I'm going to let one person take over. But first of all, if you're listening to this, and even though he's not here to see it, and people are going to think I'm kissing his butt, if you haven't already gone to Board Game Geek and you haven't already given them your $15+ to be a supporter for the year, you are dead to me. Board Game Geek recently entered into the Hall of Fame at Gamma. That's something that is huge and awesome, and we'll definitely talk about it once Scott shows up, hopefully this evening. Mm-hmm. But they are part of the Hall of Fame, and also they have done more to support the board game hobby than any publisher, than any reviewer, than any YouTube channel, than they've done more for it than anything. And so if you like board games and you can't give them $15, shame on you.
And tonight's sponsor for tonight's show is Board Game Geek. Thank you.
No, I mean seriously, just go give them their $15 or give them more if you can, Mm-hmm. And
I do. I always do $20. I think it's 20 or $25. I always shoot in there, and I consider it just like every year I buy at least 10 games that I regret buying. So if donating 25 to Board Game Geek to keep that resource going is a far better investment than buying just another $25 game that's just going to sit on my shelf and collect dust anyway. So
and Scott will never say this, but this year more than ever, I'm not going to say they need it. It isn't like Board Game Geek's going to shut down or anything like that. But without them being able to run their conventions
or cruises or any of that,
or cruises, which people don't run conventions for fun. They run conventions to give a service, but also they make money off of conventions. And I'm probably overstepping my bounds a little bit, but Scott has shared like the financial loss that he had because of the fact that he did not have his Board Game Geek cons.
And there's a lot of good people that work for Board Game Geek, and they have families, and they got to put food on the table just like the rest of us. So
exactly,
if you have a little to give, this is a great opportunity to give back to something that gives to us every day of the year.
And you'll get your Geek Gold. You'll get your Geek Gold, which you can use for tons of different things on the Geek. So it's like it isn't like you're just giving it for nothing. But the bottom line is that you should do it. And like I said, if you haven't done it, please never watch Alaboom again because, and I mean that because
there goes our 12 fans.
I'm pretty sure the 12 people that watch probably have already done it.
I'm sure they have, but
it's that 13th one I want, damn it.
Yeah. All right. Well, and the other thing is, Van Overbay is now a successful Kickstarter story. He has funded his game. He is drinking up the profits right now. I see.
And 2 more sips, he'll be back to break even again.
So Van, congratulations on getting Sea Rovers.
Thank you.
Successfully done. Like I said, you and I will talk here, pretty soon about setting up your pledge manager and all that other fun stuff, and I'll help you out with that. And but yeah, how does that feel, man?
It feels good. I think it went great. I mean, it wore me out. I had like 700 some comments in the comment section.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, that's enough for one person to have to handle. We have an entire team that does our comment section. So having to do it by yourself, that's tough.
Plus you got all those behind the scenes messages that everybody's sending, so between that and the comments, but it was all, 99.9%, even 100% positive. There's not holes in that comment section. It's pretty awesome. Made some good friends and had almost 598 backers. So went good.
So very good. And you're not even including late backing. I'm sure you'll pick up over 600 by the time you get late backing done.
Yeah, I was talking about that. I said you can expect, probably a third or more, of your backers that you already had. So
I've got some good add-ons too that people are pretty excited about. So
yeah, Yeah, I had to scold him a little bit though, as I was I must have told him repeatedly. I was like, "Make it easy for people to give you money, Van."
Papa Lance.
He kept on posting on Facebook. He's like, "Hey, look, we're funded," and then didn't put a link to his campaign. You know.
All right, so Papa Lance has to give Van a little Kickstarter 101 to make sure that the next one's got to. You definitely got to market yourself. You're basically, anytime you're speaking, there should be a link to that Kickstarter in the bottom of your post, and it's all stuff you'll figure out. I mean, it's you do the first one's always the toughest, and then after that, it just gets easier and easier as you start learning all the little tricks and shortcuts and all that jazz.
Yeah,
all that jazz, as they say.
Pretty fun.
Well, there you go.
Now the hard work.
A 20-year trip to get to this point, Van. I mean, how does it feel?
I know, man. It's been it's a relief, in a certain way. I know I've still got some work to do, but I'm happy. I've already started working on other stuff. Behind the scenes.
Always thinking forward.
Yeah, got some cool things going on. So I'm excited. Tired, but excited.
Well, you can take a couple of days to relax, but then you got to get back at it, right?
Yep. You're allowed exactly 1 minute to breathe between Kickstarters before you start planning on the next one.
Yeah.
But your email is vanoverbay@gmail.com, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay.
So give me a shout. Look me up on Facebook. I'm pretty easy to get along with most of the time.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, well, let's grievances. Anyone?
This week actually was. Oh yeah. I guess I have a small one. It's more. It's not anything that actually happened to me, but more a lot of people. For those who are interested in playing or have pre-ordered Cyberpunk 2077 for either video game console or PC, you probably have a grievance that's very similar to what I have to go discuss, but mine's not really as much affecting me as it is friends, because I decided after the launch day to not play the game until probably after Christmas so that it has a chance to fix itself. But there are a lot of very unhappy gamers right now that are trying to play Cyberpunk 2077 and having a very frustrating time if you're on console, because the game is really in bad shape. So
what are the what are the glitches, or what are the bugs that
are
prevalent?
On PS4 and Xbox, just the original PS4 and Xbox, not the Pro or the One X, they're getting less than 20 frames a second gameplay. A lot of glitches and graphical fidelity going up and down based on the rendering, because the machines just simply can't handle the version of the game that is currently out. It's not optimized well enough for those machines. So they're getting lots of bugs and glitches, as well as just really poor performance for a game that requires lots of combat and shooting. It's not easy to do that. And a lot of car driving sequences. It's just the game chugs and crashes a lot. On Xbox One X and PS4 Pro, it runs a little better, but even still, it's under 30 frames a second and still has a lot of the same graphical glitches, because it can run the game, but it's not well optimized. Those that are on like PS5 and Xbox One X or Series X are having a lot less problems, because the machinery and hardware is so good that it makes up for a lot of the performance issues, but there's still a lot of glitches in the game itself. And PC users, if they're high-end PC users, that's the best experience so far. Those people are being able to play the game for the most part without much issues, although there's still the occasional glitch. But high-end PC users, the game is much more optimized for PC than consoles, so a lot less. The Metacritic score for PC is like 89, whereas the consoles is in like the 30s and 40s. So big difference. I'm playing on PC. I've got a high-end PC. The bugs probably won't affect me, but after seeing a lot of other people talking about them, it just scared me into waiting for a patch or two to go through before I start playing. But those that can play it are raving about the game, saying it's great. Those that can't are very frustrated because they waited 8 years for a game that is very unplayable right now. And according to the development team, they're going to patch it one more time before Christmas. Then there's going to be a patch in January and a patch in February. They said by the patch in February, the game should be stable on all platforms, but that's 2.5 months for people to wait for something they've already paid for, which is kind of BS, but it comes with the territory when you're dealing with computer games in a year of COVID with work from home and stuff. So feel bad for those that are affected. It's a really great game from what I can tell from the people who have played it and put a lot of hours into it. I know Keith has. If Keith pops on, he's already logged almost 100 hours in the game. It hasn't even been out a week yet. So he'll probably have a lot more to say about it than me, but it's frustrating. I'm ready and dying to play this game, but I'm using my better judgment and just letting it sit there until it's in a better shape.
I can't even imagine having that much free time that you've been able to play a game for 100 hours.
Yeah, I looked at his Steam thing just earlier today to see how far into the game he was, and it was like 93 hours, and he was playing it
I
as
saw posts from people that have beaten it. They said, "Yeah, I got through the 12 hours of gameplay and I beat it."
It's not 12 hours. It's 20 to 25 hours for the main campaign, and then there's another 25 or so hours of side missions. But there's 3 different life paths that you can choose. You can be a nomad that's kind of like out Mad Max kind of style out in the Badlands. There's a corpo where you start from corporate background and work your way into the seedy underground of the city, and then you can start as like a street thug. So each of those prologues or not prologues, but each of those introductory sections is like 5 to 6 hours. And those are completely different from each other. And then once you get into the main meat of the story, it kind of takes you into a similar path, but depending on where you started, it has a different ending. So there's technically, you could play the game 3 times and it'd be about 120 hours of gameplay. But if you're just going to play it once and beat the game and be done with it, you're looking at maybe 35 to 40 hours. If you're doing side quests, if you're not doing side quests, then you could probably blow through it in like 25 hours.
Yeah, I enjoyed Cyberpunk, the RPG, when I played it.
It's taken directly from that. You will know a lot of the characters and a lot of the plot lines going into the game. They use the RPG as their source material. So you'd probably like it. I just wouldn't recommend getting it until like January, February. Because it's even if you're playing on PC, there's still a lot of issues. I mean, you may be one of the lucky ones, but I'm not risking it. I'd rather my first playthrough be a better experience. So I'm just gonna wait until I've seen at least 2 or 3 patches go in before I even start.
Yeah, that's one of those things where either I'll wait till I might, if I ever get a really top end gaming PC, it's one of those things where wait a year or two when Steam will have a game of
summer
the year,
sale,
all the DLC download for $20. So it's like, okay.
No, they'll have their winter and summer sales, so you just gotta pick your poison and go for it then.
I mean, I just recently on their last sale they had all of the DLC for Fallout 4 for $5, and I was like, sounds good.
I bought the Witcher Game of the Year edition. It had all the DLC for like $8. I mean, you can't beat a game that big with like hundreds of hours of gameplay for $8. Man, it's a good purchase. I got that I think last summer sale.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna go play Fallout 4 again for the 10th playthrough. But this time I've got all the extra areas and all the different places I can go. So that was cool.
Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, that's my minor grievance for the week. Like being excited for something and then having to sit and wait, even though you've already paid for it because it's not in a really good state, is kind of a mini grievance. But there's so many good games out right now anyway. I'm not sweating it. I've got Immortals Phoenix Rising I'm playing. I've got Miles Morales for the PS5. I've got so many good games to play, Godfall and other stuff that, by the time I get done beating all those, Cyberpunk will be in a good state to be able to play it. And then I haven't even picked up Valhalla yet, so I'm sure I'll pick that up after Christmas if I don't get it for Christmas. So,
hey Tom,
how's everybody doing?
Hello.
Great.
I should have worn my tie.
I saw you posted your top 10s already. Did you do a video for your top 10s?
Yes, sir. We do it this time every year.
Oh, okay. Well, geez, don't.
Where have you been, Lance?
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I'm
It's only been what, 15 years?
You ruined that already, snarkily. You're like, you did it already.
Well,
that's true. You did.
Lots of people wait till January. Maybe some game gets released between now and the 31st of December, and you're like, well,
I don't think
nobody can do a proper top 10 in January either because they haven't played all the games then. You'll never have a good time to do it.
What was your top game of the year? I didn't watch it.
Don't you feel love here coming to the show to,
I'm just asking what his top game of the year is.
My top 10 game of 2020 was The Crew.
Okay,
The
that's,
Crew.
that's an incredibly solid answer.
Did this video already aired, right? So you can talk freely about your top 10. What
Yes,
were
sir.
what were the newcomers to your top 10 like surprise games that you didn't see coming that made your top 10 this year?
And by the way, don't just listen here. Go watch his top 10 video as
Oh,
well.
now you do it.
Yes, all listeners, please. No, Pete, specifically, I made 12 top 10 lists this year. So
Oh, wow.
are you asking for my top 10 surprises of the year?
Yeah. Like, what were your big surprises of the year?
Now, let me pull that list up.
Yeah, I haven't seen all the lists. I know I saw some of them pop on YouTube. I haven't had a chance to watch them yet, though. I will tomorrow.
Surprises my top 10 surprises.
Just curious if I played any of them or not.
I said, hang on, I gotta find this. Oh, that's a different list. Hang on. We have a lot of lists.
I've noticed.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we had Star Wars Unlock. I was surprised by that because I didn't expect it to be good.
Really?
Yeah, it was really fun.
Okay, good. I think I have that at the game store waiting for me.
Moonrakers. Don't be offended, but I put Marvel United.
You didn't expect that's fine. I know you didn't expect it to be good. You were just hoping it would be good.
It wasn't that I didn't expect it to be good. I expected it to be overwrought.
Huh.
And it wasn't. So that was a very nice surprise.
Cool.
Apollo, a game inspired by the NASA moon missions. Isle of Cats, Spies and Lies, Fallout Shelter, the board game.
I liked Fallout Shelter too. That was a surprise for me because I'm not a big fan of the IP like Lance this year. I've played Fallout, but I'm not a huge fan of it. That game was actually quite enjoyable.
Actually, Fallout Shelter, the board game, I was like, I guess I'll get Fallout Shelter, the app. And then I hated it.
Ah,
I haven't played the app, but the board game was fun.
High Rise from Gilhova. The Super Skill Pinball, Rolling Right from Jeff Engelstein.
I did like that Super Skill. That was another great game.
And Back to the Future, Back in Time.
Yep. Okay, I've played that one too. Cool.
The Funkoverse one.
The Funkoverse one, not the Ravensburger one. Yep.
There's a huge difference between those two games.
Yes, I agree. I like them both, to be honest, but yeah, I can see the differences are. It's funny because they're both very thematic to the movie in different ways. You didn't think so?
The one is not thematic at all, in my opinion.
Really?
You think there's 4 different Doc and Martys running around through time, fixing time?
See, that didn't bother me as much as it apparently bothered you.
I'm not saying it bothered me. I'm just saying it's not thematic.
So if it didn't bother you,
I don't know.
It made you strangely
I don't know.
happy.
Haven't they seen each other in the movies before, where they see their younger selves or their
they did.
So they could very well have 4 different versions of them running around because
No, it's the same guy. It's not 4 different ones.
Well, it's the same person in different periods of time, which I think is the whole point of that game. Is you got the 4 spheres of time and you're traveling between it, right?
Yes, and as a solo game, that would make sense thematically.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, that didn't bother me as much. I still liked it.
I just didn't think the game was that interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair.
The problem is if you go to the store, the 2 games look almost identical. They use the same font. They have very similar covers.
Yeah.
The official Back to the Future font.
Yeah.
I believe that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Probably is.
Ah,
Speaking of which, you should be getting a package in the mail, Tom, sometime in the next week or so. I'll message you tomorrow to give you tracking.
One of the things, Pete, that I found interesting this year was when I did the top 10 list, I deliberately took off reprints, reworkings, follow-up games, because there were so many of those. I've never seen a year where pretty much everything is being regurgitated.
You think that's because of the pandemic and just the inability to maybe?
I think these games were already in pocket. They were going to be made. But like Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion, Starcadia Quest, Project Elite, there was so many reworkings of older games. I mean, there are like really old games from the 90s, Euro games no one cares about, and people are remaking them.
Yeah, didn't Fantasy Flight just release a reprint of their old Lord of the Rings game not too long ago?
They did.
Yeah, there was a lot. You're right. There was a lot more this year than I recall. That is interesting. I wonder if that's going to be a trend though, because movies are doing that too, right? They're rehashing old IPs and rebooting them and stuff. Maybe the well is run dry finally. I mean, you think there's enough out there to keep things fresh, but maybe if they got something that's already a proven commodity, but has been out of the spotlight for a decade, it's they figure bringing it back is, yeah, that is an interesting. I didn't even really think about it or pay
Yes,
attention to it.
Yes,
Indeed. Indubitably.
Well, I don't know. I'm really curious to see what will happen. We saw a couple game companies have disappeared or are disappearing.
Mm,
And I think that trend's going to continue for a little bit, but who knows?
yeah. Did you guys see the Polygon article that Gen Con said that their plan is to have a physical convention in 2021? Whether
Well,
that
Gen Con, I
happens
think,
or
sent that out. We'll see. I'm surprised that anytime anyone posts an article like that, a swarm of people come in with just sheer negativity. All Gen Con said was they hope to do it.
Yep.
I feel like being hopeful is okay.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to do it. There's still a high likelihood they cancel it, but why not at least
Here's
start
my
planning
grievance,
for it?
Lance.
Well, what are they gonna do? They're gonna say no. I mean, it's just like
These people who want it, I think there's people out there who want things to get worse. I really do.
I would agree with that. Unfortunately,
I think there's a lot of people
me.
that want to lean into the apocalypse. I mean, or they've gotten to the point where they're I would hate to say enjoying like the world that we live in, but I mean like if I was a complete and total introvert or something, or I was like I did not enjoy going out and seeing people, like theoretically, other than the fact of worrying for your health, you would have this would you would be in a situation where more people would end up being a lot like you are, right? I mean, it's like you're welcome to my world. I'm sure there's a fair number of those people that are kind of like, yeah, you can stay like this all day long. It's easier for me to shop now. It's easier for me to exist now, and a return to normal would actually make things worse for them. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I think there's people definitely out there that have that.
Yeah, look, I have no strong love for Gen Con. Anyone who's ever had a booth at Gen Con has an identical opinion to mine on Gen Con. But at the same time, they're running a business here. You can't just say cancel it and they'll go, okay, sure, cancel it. That's millions of dollars lost. And that's not a small thing. And it's not that they don't care about people's lives and they want people to die. Framing things like that, I feel, is very unhelpful.
It was sad to see a lot of the reaction to it. I saw the article and I was like, oh, wow. I honestly didn't even expect to hear anything about Gen Con until like March. But here this article popped up and then the comment section was like, oh, this looks like Kickstarter. The comments were brutal. And I was like, wow, that's is something I figured we'd talk about it at some point tonight just because it was industry relevant. But it was shocking to see how quickly people jumped on them when it's still 8 months away and we've got plenty of time to react to.
Quite honestly, if they don't have a convention where people
I think they'd be done.
I think they'd run the risk of possibly having to declare bankruptcy, not being gone forever, maybe restart themselves and it's like, and like it or not, I mean, Gen Con is a thing that, thousands of people enjoy.
Yeah. To be honest, I feel like all the conventions are going to reboot anyway, and it's going to be like back to 2008-9 kind of attendance numbers when they do come back live. So it's going to kind of be like a reboot anyway. I think you're going to see a lot of these bigger conventions that were 30,000 go back into the single digits, and the ones that were, small cons that were like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 cons are probably going to be 1,500 and start having to regrow back up again as people's confidence gets, reassured.
So my first Gen Con was 1982.
You remember how many people were there?
4.
Oh, it was when it was at Lake Geneva. That was pretty cool.
Oh wow.
I was young. That was like a D&D adventure all in and of itself, just going.
Yeah. Interesting. Definitely going to be a lot of change in the next 2 years in this industry. It'll be interesting to see how it all pans out.
Sure, but I don't think there's anything wrong with being hopeful. I feel like every day I feel like we have more hope, more vaccines, more. I just feel like there's good things around the corner, and we need to focus on that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
We not to be overly optimistic and to cover up things, that are real dangers, but I think it's okay to be hopeful.
Yeah. I mean,
people didn't stop their daily routine. Many people didn't stop their daily routine when things were terrible. Now that things are getting better, why would we assume anyone's going to? I agree with Tom. I think it's for completely different reasons, but I think there will be Gen Con going next year, and I think I agree with you though. I think numbers are going to be way down.
It depends. I think the very first con that happens will have a slight increase, or not decrease. You have a lot of people who won't go because they're worried, but you're going to also have people who wouldn't normally go, but it's the first convention they've been able to go to anywhere, so they'll go out of their way to go.
Yep.
Yeah.
If there was a
there's
fishing
also gonna be-
convention in town and it was legitimate for me to go to it, I would think about it. I don't want to go fishing, but it's a con. It's open. I heard there's people there. Can I go?
I think there's also half of the country who are much more likely to say, "Yeah, let's make this work." Who are more likely to go to cons too? Yeah, not just because they're isolated, but because they're like, we need to get this engine churning, and I can do that.
Yeah, it's worrisome, right? I mean, I know that. I mean, if I wouldn't go. I mean, unless like my boss was like, "Yeah, you got to go."
Yeah, but you don't know what everything's going to be like in 7 months.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, I'm just saying, if it was something right now, no way in hell I'd go.
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about right now. That's the thing.
But that's just it. But as you said, I don't know what's going on from 7 months from now, so can't really give an idea. So like, let's say maybe like what's a comfortable percentage of the population that we can prove that have been vaccinated that you would be comfortable with going to Gen Con?
There's no way you're getting me to say that number online.
Yeah.
I could
But
say 99.9 and I would tick somebody off. No
But
way.
the problem is, Lance, it's not necessarily how many other people are vaccinated, it's whether you've had it or not. And it'll depend on where we fall. Being that we're in the younger age bracket, we're not going to be the first ones to get it. So if all things line up perfectly and we're vaccinated by August, then that's a different story than if you're asked to go to Gen Con and you haven't got your vaccination yet because you haven't got to your point in the line. If there's delays, that's another different story. Because if I'm not vaccinated, I'm not going to go to Gen Con either.
Well,
But
no,
if I get it,
so-
I'll feel a lot better about going.
Well, Pete, are you comfortable with answering? If you've been vaccinated, what's the comfortable percentage you have of people?
To be honest, I don't care about the comfortable percentage. If I've been vaccinated, then I'm safe. So at that point, it doesn't matter who else has been vaccinated because I have. That's how vaccines work. If I've been vaccinated, I'm not going to get sick. So at that point, it doesn't matter who else is vaccinated.
Amen, Pete.
If it works, and that's another whole story for another discussion. But if the vaccine works and I'm vaccinated, then if you're not vaccinated, it doesn't matter because I won't be able to get it from you.
That's on you. That's on you.
Now, I would be very concerned for if it's a lower percentage, I'd be very concerned for other people. But if I haven't gotten it yet because my point in line hasn't hit before I have to travel, I'm not going to go. And I don't think my boss would make me go if I haven't gotten vaccinated by then. But I don't think it depends. Like they're saying by March, April, May, we know that's probably not accurate. It's probably more like summer. So it's going to be really hit or miss for some of the shows that are expecting to happen, like Comic-Con and stuff. If that stuff happens in the summer, it's going to be hit or miss for a lot of people. So there's so many moving pieces. I don't know that anyone can say for sure now because it's still a ways away. But I'm not worried about other people. I'm worried about whether I have it or not, because then I will know I'll be comfortable not bringing anything home. Or
I know 2 people that have been vaccinated that live near me because they both are health professionals and they've been vaccinated. So I know it's out there. It's happening.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. Delaware just got their first batch last week.
Yep. Ours is coming, I think, this upcoming week, the week of Christmas.
yeah, I don't know. It's been a weird year working for a board game publisher and not going to any conventions. I'll just say that right now. It has been really weird.
Yeah, I think my last show was in March. We went to Toy Fair and Gamma was the last time I've seen most of your pretty faces in person.
And there are many publishers who have said it's been kind of nice not having to go and do them. I mean, it's that's a not uncommon, like, as far as the stress and the cost and everything of conventions and things like that. Yeah, I mean, it's so it's weird. I mean, it's just like I don't know. I look forward to. I was going to bring my whole family to Gen Con this last year, and I was really looking forward to it. You know, just going as a group and enjoying it as a family, and yeah, just didn't work out. So maybe next year.
Always
Still have like the kids room. Like I was there in 05 and they had like a kids room set up with computers and all.
I know Origins usually does. I can't remember a kids room offhand. Yeah, you're probably asking the wrong dude there.
I don't think they have one. I don't know. I've never seen it.
They have the kids area in the convention in the main exhibitor hall, but I don't think I've ever seen like a kids area, like an actual center.
Well, Origins had that one room off to the side. It was specific. You could check your kids in there, and there was video games and movies and all kinds of things for them to do. And also, before they made them go, remember those guys had the dueling with the fake swords, yeah. And they had it right in the middle of the whole thing, and then you'd see like all these kids in there. There would be like the one or two guys that are running it in their full armor, and they'd be surrounded by these 10 kids just beating the piss out of them with those swords, just having a blast.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is so cool. And then like the last time at Origins, it was like, oh, remember we gave you this giant area to do that in? Yeah, we're going to shrink that down to about like a third of the area. We're going to shove you in this corner over here. So instead of there being like this really cool spot right in the middle where everybody can watch the kids just have a blast and everybody have fun, they just were like, yeah, we're going to move you. I was kind of annoyed by that. I'm sure there was reasons.
Money.
Maybe.
How dare you? Gen Con does not care about money.
No.
That's valuable booth space.
Yeah. Fuck them kids' happiness. We want the money.
God dang it, man.
Hey, I'm just saying what I say.
Yes, you are, sir. Yes, you are.
Forrest, where's my next Kill Closet video?
Yeah.
What?
Where's my
It's
next-
coming. It's coming. I'm retooling it. I'm going away from the Grinch. It's just too hot, too sweaty. I shot 2 more in the Kill Closet, and I'm actually going to work into making it like a segment. I think it's an interesting idea, a fortune-telling segment, just based on the components alone. Do I predict that this game will last in my collection or not? So I think it's an interesting spin on the unboxing, and I still am going to do it in the Kill Closet.
Are you wearing another person's skin as a costume then instead, or?
I tried to use a clapper. Actually this week, and it gave me troubles because I forgot I have this clapper order, and the clapper, I'm so loud that it just triggers itself automatically like every 16th word. So the lighting just keeps going on and off in this unboxing.
That's even better though. That's even better.
But I'll tell you what, I will say the last like, what is it, 15 days, 16 days since the beginning of December, it has been my biggest month subscriber gain ever, aside from like convention coverage and stuff. So what I'm doing is working. So it's promising. It's promising.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, good for you.
I can definitely see where I started to put in much more effort, like in my statistics. Like it's starting to edge upward, which I like.
I gotta say, it's one number I never cared about: subscriber count.
Yeah.
Because it's views that matter. Who cares how many subscribers you have if they don't watch your stuff?
Well, I have a really, and actually, Tom, I'm sure you probably know about this too. Like my mass market stuff, for me personally, puts up the overwhelming majority of my views. Like obviously not the overwhelming majority for you, but when you do mass market stuff, if it gets to be the 1 or the 2, like it just consistently just gets me so many views. And I've done so much old stuff, like spin-offs of Monopoly and Uno and Phase 10 and
Yeah, but there's a trade-off for that. If you do all that old stuff and you're just looking for views, that's fine. But the people who come to your channel who want other things have to sift through that stuff.
Yep. Yep. And that's why I love subscribers so much, because I love seeing where they're coming from. Because most of the time it's not from the Monopolies, the Skip-Bos, the Boggles. It's from
Sure, but I'm looking at your channel right now because I haven't had a chance to. I've been watching you come on after I'm off usually, and I told my guys I've never seen a man so confident in his own channel. Most people suffer from imposter syndrome, and you suffer from whatever the opposite of that is. And do you like what you're doing? I mean, do you like the fact that you, like, for example, I look at the past 20 videos here, and you're averaging about 50 views each. Wouldn't you rather put out one video that got 1,000?
I would, but I'm trying to find a niche now, because everybody is doing, let's do the newest hotness. Let's get the newest hotness up. Let's get it up before everybody else. Let's race. And I'm trying to do different stuff, like the fortune telling unboxing and the Kickstarter critiques. And right now I'm at the point where I'm throwing everything against the wall and I'm seeing what sticks. I'm putting a lot of effort into skip the rules.
This is where you're gonna watch Forrest Hart slowly break apart as Tom rips it in half.
No, here's the thing.
No.
I'm in an experimental phase. Like I don't know where I'm going.
Don't we? Yeah, but when I'm all for experimenting too. I'm always trying new things, but you want to find something and do it really well, right? Like what you just said is my number one pet peeve with a publisher. If a publisher says I'm throwing everything against the wall, make it sick, I'll be like, well, Zeb tried that with Z-Man games, and it didn't work most of the time. He got Pandemic, but he also got, 50 games that were no one even knows the name of them.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going.
Let me tell you this. Why don't you said the new hotness. Nobody does that anymore. People only do the new future hotness. No one talks about games that just came out. They talk about games that are coming out. The majority of YouTube channels are Kickstarter preview channels now for board games, by far. It boggles my mind. I know it's easy to do because the publishers fall over themselves sending you a bad prototype copy with bad rules that you will have to badly play and then smile when you say it's good. But no one is doing the games that just came out. Why not?
Money, Tom. For me personally, it's a money factor. I'm currently unemployed. My wife is the breadwinner. I virtual school my kids, and that is mostly just being here when they need help and supporting them.
Maybe you should do the Kickstarter games then.
I do. Well, I mean, I do the Kickstarter critique. I do one every day, and I got.
No. I mean the paid preview thing.
I do those. Some of them. Yeah. I don't know. I'm right now. I'm working on. I don't know. I'm working on everything. I'm going to look at all my numbers over the Christmas period, see what worked the best, and then cut some stuff out, I think. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But people seem to be enjoying Kickstarter critiques. So that's what matters to me. That's where
people do like talking about Kickstarter. There's no question on that. Our biggest videos there are Kickstarter, where we just basically look at videos and make stuff up. People love talking about the future.
I think I'm more critical than the overwhelming majority of other people when it comes to talking about Kickstarters as well. Like my Kickstarter critiques, I shoot from the hip, which is, it could be good and it could be bad.
Well, that is the problem with Kickstarter right now, right? You go to a page and you can't tell if the game's good or not from there's like, they'll have 10 videos there. And I'm thinking, well, that doesn't mean anything. That's just
they were all paid previews.
And again, I have paid previews on my channel. I get why people do them and I get why they exist, but it doesn't help me as a consumer.
So why do you think, I mean, and this is something too that I've told many people is like, go out and get one big name, right? Get a Rado, get a Man versus Meeple, get that video, right? And get it on there. maybe do 2. I don't understand this whole thing where publishers think they need 8 different Kickstarter previews.
I'll tell
I
you
don't-
exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why.
You can
It's
pick the
because
good
too many Kickstarter creators are thinking that video is going to drive audience to the game and not realizing that video is a tool for you to help get people to click on that purchase button. It's not the other way around for most of them. For Tom and for Richard and for Man vs. Meeple, I'd say they move the needle. For nearly everybody else, and I'm including a lot of the medium-sized ones, it's mostly just a security blanket. Like, I don't feel like, I don't know. It's so weird. It is so weird now. There's just so many people doing it. Like, I'll click on one and I'll be like, there's 6 videos here, and I legit don't know any of the 6 people. And I'm
Oh, you just
I
need
would-
to be more social. That's all. But
No, there's a lot of channels.
Tom laying down the truth bombs here.
No, it's true though. There's a lot of new channels that have popped up that I'm like, who is this person? I've never seen them, and they've got like 1,000 subscribers, and I'm like, I've never even seen them before. And I'm on YouTube every day hunting for new people.
I only had videos by me.
I always look for new people too, because I find it interesting and fascinating. And there's 2 things I look for. One is someone who does something different, whether it's them being different or doing it in a different way, and then someone who hustles. So I got to give props out to Quackalope right now. That man is hustling.
He
His
is.
channel is growing by leaps and bounds because he is.
Yep.
Which
he made
one
our
are you talking
radar.
about?
Because he just
Quackalope.
puts out videos so frequently, or is
No,
he
it's
doing
not just
something
putting
different?
out videos frequently. That doesn't do it, because there's,
No.
I'm not gonna say who it is, but there's
it's
one guy I
me.
know.
It's me.
There's one guy I know who's put out videos consistently now for almost 10 years, and they still have about 30 views each. It's that consistency is not the only thing, but what Jackalope does is he really interacts with his audience. That's a big thing. You know, how many YouTube content creators, when they go to a convention, don't ever talk to anyone who watches their show? They go around, they talk to the industry people, they talk to their friends, and then they go home. But they're not the people who watch their show.
No, he's done a really good job. He made our radar about 2 months ago, and we've started working with him, and it's been very positive for us in our experiences with him. And he's definitely up and comer. He made our radar not long ago, and he's not disappointed at all. We had him doing some stuff for us. You'll see some videos.
You know how long ago I discovered him for Gray Fox? He wasn't even charging for previews when I found him. So we got our work out of him for nothing.
Are you proud of your slave labor? now?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. we like supporting the industry.
He
reviews.
wasn't charging. I said, do you do a preview? And do you charge? He's like, no, I'd love to. I don't charge anything. And then
How quickly you've forgotten your own life as a YouTuber.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
Betty left us behind, like, oh, big shot now.
Yeah,
big shot.
Mr. Big Pants.
Yeah. Trying to figure out how to get games on a container and get them onto a boat so I can stop answering 7,000
Guy
emails.
starts
from
making
people.
tens of hundreds of dollars, and now look at him.
Yeah, I know.
Who wants to marry 100 air?
100 air.
Now you got to get 1,000 subscribers to monetize, and that's the deal.
Oh, that doesn't matter. I see people complain about that number. You get that subscribers and you monetize, and then you get your first check for 25 cents.
Yeah.
It's really ridiculous. You have to have a huge amount of views to make any kind of money.
No, even the people that are getting like millions of views a month, most of their money is coming from their sponsorships and the people that they're pushing. Yeah, no. YouTube is paying you literally halves of a penny on the dollar for your views.
And
your
we
ads.
should be damn happy about it because they give us the chance to be a star.
Well, they don't have to, they don't have to give us anything.
exactly.
They
I see so many people about it. It's like, no, they're giving you a microphone. Don't be.
YouTube tomorrow could say, you know what? We're going to put ads on all your videos and you can't turn them off, and we're not going to give you a penny for it. Well, I don't like it. Well, then go somewhere else. Go to Vimeo. Go to Vimeo. Have a great time. You know, just like,
Well, I don't know that they could do that with no repercussions. But
Yeah, Twitch would jump all over that and start taking people.
I
over.
honestly think, I mean, they could, YouTube could like, it's kind of like Netflix. Like, hey, we got all these new subscribers. Guess what? It's going to cost you a little bit more. Now it's going to like they're just turning up the heat slowly but surely. YouTube could decrease the amount of money you get per click just slowly but surely, and nobody would change. It's
Well,
the
we wouldn't
old
know because they
it's the-
don't do it per click. They do some weird algorithm that no one on earth understands.
Yeah, and it's the old saying that actually is untrue, that like if you turn the heat up slowly on a frog, it'll stay in the pot of water till it dies. It won't, it'll jump out. But it is the truth. It's like if you just slowly make it uncomfortable, you just get used to the new norm, and then eventually it'd be like, wait a minute, I used to clear $100 a month, and now I'm clearing $70 a month. Oh, I must not be getting the right clicks. And then it's like, why is it $60 a month? Oh, there must be something weird going on.
Sure, but that's not what's happening. So we got to be careful.
What is happening?
No, I'm saying that they're not lowering the amounts they give out. Not that I can tell.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I haven't noticed anything.
I'm just saying they could. That's all I'm saying. YouTube absolutely
Lance just
could.
doesn't know because he has to actually pay YouTube to air his content.
Yeah, I do.
It's the other way around.
Thank you for reminding me. I need to go send my check.
Write that
here. Hold on.
check.
I just want a milestone to shoot for.
I actually you write them a check. I actually here. Hold on a second. I'll get my checkbook out here and I'll.
When was the last time you actually wrote a check?
Wow.
That's an ancient relic.
I don't even know where mine is.
I used to keep these up here in my office for my kids' taekwondo. Like was the only place they hadn't gone to digital payments because it's just a guy in a gym. And so I kept this up here so when I drove them to taekwondo, I would it's the first Tuesday of the month. I need to bring a check with me when I go there. And so I kept my checkbook in my office, but this is the first time I've touched this in probably 2 years.
Yeah, he doesn't pay his bills.
You're that guy that orders Pizza Hut and the delivery
No,
guy shows up and he's like, "What's this? I need money, not this piece of paper."
Yeah, Tom, I still remember. Like you have this outward personality of, hey, I love everybody. I'm just super nice. I'm super. You come on here and you just
Yes.
Well, I started the channel and I've got 2 subscribers so far.
attaboy. 998 to go. Then you can start raking in the cash.
Give me an over under. How long is it going to take me to get 1,000?
Don't think about it. That'd be my best advice. Keep putting stuff out. It's a slog.
We'll answer that question for you next year.
Right.
There are several non-reputable services that you can actually hire to create fake accounts and subscribe to you.
I'm not.
I accidentally signed up for one of those on Twitter.
Accidentally.
No, I seriously did. It was like Tweens. It's called tweens.com. And it was like, try it for the first month and we'll put your thing up in front of like 1,000 people. The first week was free. And I was like, sure, why the hell not? I'll cancel this after the first week. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gaining like 20 followers on Twitter a day. They're all like DJs from Brazil and like, get your free, hypo eugenics. Like it is terrible.
I'm not going to sell my dignity.
Well, I mean, you gave it.
$20.
$20 is $20.
I would not recommend tweens though. I gained like 100 people over 2 weeks, and I don't think any of them are ever going to click on anything I post on Twitter.
I was kind of curious why you would go with tweens, but I really didn't want to know, so never mind. Something you're not telling us, Forrest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on, Forrest? Tell us the truth here.
Duh. Tweens, duh.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's fine. Jeremy, good to see you. Richard, good to see you. Chris, good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, I feel like I just missed a really good conversation.
You
You probably did, but you would have had little to add, so.
Well, apparently Tom was listening to his top tens, and I would love to tell him how he's wrong, but apparently I missed that. I missed that.
Well,
I don't think he cares.
That is true. That is true.
And
What
it's like
he
round
was
one.
Expecting.
Fight.
Speaking of top 10,
There's no volume, Jeremy.
Yeah,
We could revisit that conversation and go over the top 10s again. I would love to hear this gallery's input on them.
All right. I'm down for that.
Have you done a top 10 yet for 2020 there, Mr. Ham?
I know what my top 10s are. I always put mine out on Christmas Day. But
Well, why don't you go first then?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Brought it up.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so what you're saying is you haven't done it already.
I could tell you I could copy and paste it for you right now in my top10.txt that's sitting in the root drive of my OneDrive, where I keep track of all that stuff. Where I've got a 24 different top 10s I could whip out anytime I need to.
Whoa, humble brag.
Whoa, hey
Humble
there.
brag.
That's how you know I'm a
Hey
professional.
now.
There was no humbleness in that. What do
That
you
was
guys?
impressive. That was an aggro brag.
What's that new
There you go,
T-shirt?
bro.
Always be humble, but let the motherfuckers know. I believe
Let
that.
those motherfuckers know. That's right. Let them know. Let them know what's up. That's right. That's right.
Say, Peter.
So,
Yeah,
Tom.
So according to Tom, you have the 11th best game of the year. It's fading backwards since the live show. It's going backwards. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Now we're getting into some
I
good
thought he was
conversation.
going forwards. Now he's going backwards. I don't know.
I'm not going to.
Tom,
come on.
should you discuss?
Yeah, let's hear this discussion.
Fantastic show today, Tom.
That was a great
Whatever.
show.
Pete
man.
has the first ever 4-way crossover, so he should be happy.
Woo, man.
That was epic.
That was
Four-way
epic.
crossover. Was it best games, worst games, underrated games? What was the crossover categories for this?
Best. Peter, I have to say, though, it was a fight between that and Etherfields.
Oh yeah, that's oof,
Etherfields
man.
got knocked down to 11.
Saw that.
Oh, that must have been shut up and sit down, I guess. They got to you.
No,
They're not allowed to have an opinion.
I like those guys, but whenever they say something about a game, I just assume I'll think the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with them at all. Actually,
Pretty much. I disagree
Yeah,
with
but
that.
I like the review. I like to listen to their reviews because they're entertaining. But yeah, I generally when it comes whatever conclusion they come to, usually I just don't agree with. But yeah, they do a good job at what they do. So I like to watch them.
That seems to be faint praise at best.
It is.
It is.
Once again, let those motherfuckers know. Just say it. Like they're okay. Like they're okay. Not everybody's great. So
Hey Tom, I noticed. I mean, obviously you did a couple things with Quinn's. Are you doing more stuff? Let's shut up and sit down.
Oh, we did those two things. I mean, we don't have anything else planned. I try to cross over with different people at various points. I don't make too much of a habit of it because when you make a habit of something, it can become less interesting because it's done
Yeah.
too much.
Tom,
Yeah, I
didn't you
think
give
that's-
them a big leg up when they started out?
Well,
I think
mean,
they were contributors on your show for a while, right?
No, they were part of the Dice Tower Network, but they left to join Penny Arcade, but that didn't
Penny
last long, and then they
Arcade,
just went off on their own.
Ah, okay.
They're clearly, I don't know if they're technically the biggest channel, but they clearly have the most power on a single game than anyone else does in the industry, other than maybe Becca.
Now that Will Wheaton used to, with him out, yes.
Will Wheaton was like
Would agree.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
He was out. He was over the
Sure,
top.
sure, but I mean
Yeah.
now,
They can make or break a game easily.
Yeah.
I don't know that they can break one.
They can make
if-
one. I think they can make. I think they can
if
make
he had
one.
put that video out when it was live on Kickstarter, it would have curled up and died.
No,
Everybody would
wouldn't have.
have
No
canceled their
way.
pledges.
No
A
way. Awaken Realms is
sizable
too
portion.
strong for that. No
Yeah,
way.
maybe.
Yeah, I think Awaken Realms is stronger than one. Honestly, than one or two.
It's strong.
terrible
It's
reviews.
stronger than 10 men.
Yeah, I don't know. 20,000 backers plus backers. Believe me, it ain't hurting. It's not
Yeah.
hurting. You know, not hurting. Those are people who are waiting to hear bad stuff about the game. So
You think they'll take any hurt being on their own platform rather than Kickstarter?
Yes,
Because I do. I think they are definitely going to lose some.
they're definitely going to, but I think what they'll do is, my thought is that they will do well. This isn't by any means like, oh my gosh, Moses coming down from the mountain and giving you my drops of wisdom here, but they will
We
do
weren't
well
thinking that.
enough
We
They
weren't
will
No one
thinking
was
that.
thinking
We
that.
weren't even thinking that. at
No
all.
one was thinking
Well, I
that.
didn't want. I
was
didn't want.
trying to think.
I didn't want to.
Just because you have a beard doesn't make you.
Yeah,
I was taking notes.
I didn't
was
want to come
thinking it was.
across.
Just because, I mean, you're
I
either
was-
you're not Santa and you're not Moses, dude. So
I was
I
thinking
did
it was
not-
taking that long to get his point across, but I wasn't thinking.
I
it was
didn't
Moses.
want. I didn't want to come across as being like anyway, it being an a-hole. But anyway,
No
so
one thought that.
Okay, so no, but
Well.
I think they'll do well enough that they probably would have made more money on Kickstarter, even with Kickstarter taking their fees, if they had used Kickstarter. But they'll do well enough to legitimize their crowdfunding system, and they'll be able to draw other people over to it as an alternative.
yeah,
Now, I'm wondering. My big wonder is: will people try to double dip? Like, will they try to use Kickstarter and GameFound?
Blacklist
to try to-
Blacklist
did
allow
it for what was that, Indiegogo, and they did Kickstarter at the same time. There's gonna be people who do it. It makes sense. So
Yeah. Is that like an industry thing, or is that like Kickstarter or Indiegogo rules? You can't cross platform.
I don't think I don't. They did something because they had like the miniatures one open, and then they had the it was like they had the Street Masters or newest Street Masters open, and then they had that horror game open on the other one. Like it can be done. I think we'll see that. But for Awakened Realms, the big thing they kill it at is what it was before, which is a pledge manager. Like, I wonder what their numbers are for their pledge manager. They keep theirs open longer than everybody, almost to the point where I think other people follow. Like, somebody must have found out how much money they make post Kickstarter, because I think they're going to make a boatload. I think that's what they do, because they even hold it back and then they reopen it super late, right before they ship. And I'm sure they make a lot of money off that. Now, that may go downhill a little bit, but yeah, I think because they have their own pre-order system in a sense, afterwards they're going to make a lot of money. It won't look as big as a Kickstarter, a Kickstarter game, but I'm sure behind the scenes they're doing okay when this pledge manager situation jumps up for them.
Yeah,
Plus, I think that's why they created it, because there has to be some advantage that they figured out is like the house advantage to make this move.
Well, it's part of it, Jeremy, is the fact that we were talking about how nicely Gen Con is the publishers.
Yeah.
Kickstarter makes Gen Con look like Santa Claus.
Really?
True.
You ask Kickstarter for something, Kickstarter's like, screw you, we don't care.
Right.
They don't care. They won't change. They won't do nothing. And if they do something for you, they act like they're like, we picked you for, the choice of the week randomly because we spun a dial. You should feel welcome for that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
I'll
tell you right now that as far as to get the for the Kickstarter projects we love or that's who you know. And I mean, in a lot of cases, I mean, it's. Right. I know people are like, oh, I have friends that work at Kickstarter.
The manager's pick, manager's choice, staff choice.
You either have to be well established or know somebody to get there.
Yeah, or know somebody, or just have something that's extra weird.
Mm-hmm. Or super successful, and they want to keep that train going.
Yeah. I mean, which is fine. Kickstarter is their business.
It's their business.
They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want.
But I'm super glad competition's coming, because that's good for everybody.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think every company that uses Kickstarter as a main platform is going to be keeping their eye on how it works for them.
Oh, if as a publisher, and most of the publishers, if you're in here and and Tom and people that have just had, if you've ever had a question or you need like a customer service thing handled by Kickstarter, like actually getting a person to like respond to you.
Oh, it's like it's like a cable company.
It's worse.
I would have better shot writing it on a piece of paper and throwing it out into the wind and getting an answer.
Now I disagree, because I asked them two different things before I launched, and I got an immediate response, and then after launch I asked them about, and got a personal response. So
they just don't like you, Lance. That's it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I accept that.
I'm closer to Lance's side. They also apply their rules haphazardly. They let
Yes.
some companies get away with stuff.
Oh, I
and other
can't
ones
stand
don't.
that when that happens. I cannot stand it. Like one person will get the book thrown at them in a sense, and then the other
they
one is like,
actually
"Oh no,
almost-
come on,
They almost,
okay,
they
yeah."
almost shut Mission Catastrophe down because we hadn't fulfilled the first Kickstarter.
Ooh,
And I
what?
said, well, we did coasters and game trays, and the game trays were a little late, so we did the coasters. So I said, hey, we have fulfilled the first one. But the only reason why the trays are late is actually because of a Kickstarter rule that we make new trays. Like you wouldn't let us make just the trays, so we had to do a new color, and that's why we're late. So come on. It's actually,
Wow.
it's tough.
I'm surprised you actually got somebody to look at it and say, okay, fine. That's
Well,
No, they do respond to you. I'm just saying that I don't know. Hopefully, no
okay.
one
So
finds
like, I
themselves
mean, so
fixed on it.
here's a good example. When we
Yeah.
did For Science, like
Okay.
we said that when because the game was originally called Science or Die, and we were like,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
and it's about solving a pandemic.
It
And
is. It is. Yeah.
it was right at the exact same time when maybe something
Yeah, like
happened
March, yeah, it was bad. It was
So we
perfect
were
bad
like-
timing. Yeah. it
So
was
quickly
bad.
we changed the name,
Phrasing.
changed a bunch of art, changed a bunch of things, and got it fixed, right? And then we also, because we thought that it might be like a little bit like the topic of it, and it might be a little touchy to do, we said that we will take like a certain percentage,
I remember that.
and we'll donate it to a charity, like I forget what the charity is, but basically the charity is for just kind of global health and what have you. And they rejected us because they're like, you can't give any of the money to charity that you collect. It was like,
Hey.
yeah, I'm sure there's some.
How did that dude from how did Alban do it?
Well,
Alban
so
Pierre.
here, I'll just let me finish. So
Yeah.
what I did then was I got an email and I responded to that email saying, we're not actually donating the Kickstarter money. We're saying that if we'll take, like we're donating on our own money. So we're
okay.
telling people that like if we'll take like 5% or 3% or whatever it is, we're gonna donate like $5 per backer or something like that. I think that was what it was, and we're just gonna donate our own money. And I remember like it took them like it was just like this like wait until finally like somebody, oh yeah, then that's fine, you're approved. It was like I mean, it was just like one of those things where it's like, and it even said that in the Kickstarter page, it said, we are not donating pledgers money to this. We are pledging our own money. It said that. And I was like, and even pointed that out to them. So, I mean, and I realized they probably just saw it, red flag, decline.
Yeah.
And I get it. They probably get tons of things
Yeah.
suggested to them. But,
Yeah.
Well,
so
what do you
too
do?
many. I call that too many single signature employees, where they just kind of get the rein free and they don't really pay attention to the policy all the time. So.
I have no idea. I think, like I said, the inner workings of Kickstarter, I think that is one of those companies that is just like, it's almost like some sort of secret cabal or something. It's just like, it is like, you just, no idea who
really runs it.
who and all what's going on in there. But anyway.
Maybe it's run by Dr. Claw. There you
Oh,
go.
that'd be awesome.
It's just run by Dr. Claw. Yeah.
That guy had the best voice.
He did. Yeah.
I mean, they do have this. They do. I mean, it's interesting considering the we were talking about. It's good to see another one come on there because they do feel like they have the power to. When we were doing the first campaign, they actually approved our campaign. Then mid-campaign said, "We're going to shut you down in 48 hours if you don't fix the fact that we don't see a new game trays color." And I was like, "Oh my God, 48 hours! I don't know if I can make this happen." We scrambled, but we were still like on pins and needles if we were gonna get shut down. It was like at the final moment, it was like, okay, you could go.
Wow.
Which, I didn't know what I was gonna do if they did that. I was like, sad to say, Indiegogo is not an option.
No.
Just not an option.
What?
Now, if they shut it down, I mean, does it come back up or is it just
No.
that's it?
I
Right.
mean, I don't know what I would have done. That was just
That's a good question for Colossal Games.
Oh, you're funny. You're-
Travis, where are you?
I've been trying to get him to come on for a while. I actually talked because I have to. We're playtesting a new design of his Mad Max themed destruction game to possibly publish it. And
Man, somebody should have took that game that we played when I was at Tom's. Somebody just should have took that game. I wish Ruination. Man, that game was so good. I wish somebody would have took that.
yeah, Colossal did it. They
Yeah.
kickstarted it.
I know, man. I wish somebody else did.
No. Yeah, Ruination's a good game.
It's a good game. That's the thing, and it won't be what it could have been. Like, won't. It's not. But it's really good.
Yeah, I mean it barely funded.
Yeah.
And then like, yeah, who knows if
If Kaman took that game, man, that could be a big ass game. But who knows? You know, when it comes out, maybe people will love it anyway. Mezzo on the top 10 today. Like to see that.
Well, that's why there's the
Mike.
that juicy second print run that you get with the expansion on Kickstarter. That's where
Yeah.
Colossal get it back.
Yeah, what's the name? The Mezzo solo mode is really good. That's why Mike liked it a lot. It's very surprisingly good. But you need the expansion. It's not base. So
Hey Van, I wanted to say I did love the fact that you used the Dice Tower top 10 upcoming games or something or whatever for Sea Rovers when the Dice Tower gave it an upcoming game award or upcoming game designation in like 2010 or whatever it was.
I put it on the page though. I put it on the page. You know, that it was 2008.
Nobody. It does not mean it's any less anticipated.
Right.
See, that's what Forrest said. That's what Forrest
Say
said.
I was just like,
It's been
Be on the lookout.
It's
Be on the lookout.
now.
Didn't say when.
I was just a little late with it.
I thought that was excellent.
It's
Tom,
excellent. I love it.
Tom probably doesn't even remember. Do you,
I
Tom?
love it.
I don't know what we're talking about, actually.
See?
Tom doesn't even know you, Van.
Hey, do you remember the pirate game Sea Rovers that was like going to be published like a decade ago, and then like it got picked up by a game company and then dropped, and then got picked up by another game company and got dropped. It's like basically like a very historical simulation-esque.
It's Dice Tower episode number 115.
At 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Podcast episode.
That was our 2008 preview.
Yeah.
It's
So this meant something to you, Van, huh?
It's like I
Hey, I'm
thought
legit.
about it the other
Who was
day.
the person who was interested in it on the show?
You. I met you at Origins.
I don't remember either of those things.
You need to listen to your podcast.
I'm sure he's gonna
Oh, I'm
get
not
on.
going back to
do
that.
that?
I ain't listening to those podcasts. Those are not
It's like
good ones.
but back in that day, I was thinking about having another kid. The kid's in college now. Kids in college.
Holy 2008, my daughter was 1. My daughter was 1 year old in 2008.
I met you at, outside the boardroom there at Origins.
Boardroom. Okay, I do. Yeah, man. That was
Oh, now I remember you.
Yeah,
He
boardroom.
liked it. I mean, he liked it. I mean, you know, thought it was cool.
no. The boardroom was one of those moments in time that I don't think can be replicated at Origins. It was one of the best things at a convention ever.
It
What
was.
was the boardroom?
Yeah.
Origins had a war game room where people could pay money to go play war games, and people could play other games there too. And eventually, the war gamers started getting crowded out, which really irritated them, which is surprising because war gamers very rarely get irritated. So they split it into 2 halves. They had the boardroom and the war game room, and then eventually the war game room just disappeared. And you could pay and go there. And now they still have it at Origins, but it's like a big giant section. It's not the same thing. It was in this room somewhere, and it was like a mini gathering of friends type thing. Everyone just went up there, played board games, the Caps library. It was a really cool time. It was like a convention in a convention.
See, I didn't pay. I set up on a big table right outside the door. So everybody coming in and out saw my game.
I do remember that now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Luke Laurie 17th best game according to Tom Vassell. 17th best game, 2020.
You are muted, Luke.
It's
before you do
falling.
that-
It's falling.
Luke had 2 games on Tom's list. That's amazing.
falling.
You are muted, Luke. Just so you know, you're muted. So don't try.
Yeah,
there
we
you go.
go. Hey,
Well,
brother, how you doing, man?
wanted to keep myself from saying anything I shouldn't.
That's
Yeah,
not
man.
the channel for this.
Where's your
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
it's not. We play with kid
Yeah.
gloves here, buddy.
Just so you know, just when you, Luke, when you eventually like make fun of me and trash on me, even though it's my show and my channel, then you'll know you've made it. So
Yeah, man.
We doing an over under on how long?
30 seconds. I'll take the under.
I'll take. Yeah.
Looks too nice for that.
Luke, we need
Are you
thank you for coming on, Luke. I do like your alliteration in your name. You should be a superhero. Yeah, well, look at you. Now, did you come to praise Tom
No,
for
we
his
came to
good
drink.
taste,
You
or
came
what?
to drink. You got your drink with you?
That's right.
You know, hey, you got the drink. Let's go.
We're celebrating tonight.
Yeah, you know it. Hey, we got it. I told him to come have a drink. Let's go.
When
I'll
we
be
were
back when we go
testing,
celebrate.
Let's celebrate. Let's go,
when we were
man.
testing Dwellings of Eldervale, Luke would bring
Jeremy,
the-
what are you drinking?
Today I'm drinking Johnny Walker Gold Reserve.
Oh, okay.
Check mine out. I got the Cap Black.
Let's do it. There you go, Luke. Cheers to you, man. Great year. 28th best game of 2020.
For my birthday, my wife got me
It's
Fading.
these-
dropping so
Fading.
quickly.
Fading. Fading.
No, my-
Better drink while it's good. Better drink while it's good. You
By
better
the end
drink
of the
while it's good.
episode, it's going to be under
It's,
100.
it's going to be behind God's Love Dinosaurs. It's going to be all the way back there.
Oh, man.
Hey, just
Remember
for
hope,
my,
Tom.
for my birthday, my wife got me those stainless steel ice cubes you can put in your drink, so you don't have to water down your. Those were.
I
Great.
got some dice ones that I just bought off a Facebook ad. They caught me. They caught me when I was weak.
They catch you with everything. Did you buy your
I know-
Mandalorian
you know what?
Hey, did
Shut
everybody
up,
go to
man.
Hasbro
Shut up.
Pulse and get
Don't
your
you dare.
Mandalorian?
Don't you dare.
I was about
Oh,
to
man.
stop Facebook ads, figuring they don't work on anyone, but now I know.
No,
Jeremy,
they do.
They do.
Okay, so things I bought from this year from them. I bought that stupid like I love incense. I don't know where this came from. They have these incense waterfalls, like kind of a waterfall. So you burn it and it goes down through like this little kind of tube kind of way. And I'll just tell you right now, doesn't work. Like the shit went to the first hole and then just out that way. Like some mist went down and then the rest would just blow out that way. Like didn't work at all.
Maybe there's an ice chamber.
It
Yeah.
has to be perfectly
Yeah.
clean and air has to be perfectly still.
Any shirt, I mean, any like pair of pants you buy on there, like fit on like your calf muscle, and that's about it. Yeah, it's been a tough year for Facebook ads for me there. But yeah, I still get that.
So
Oh,
my
I got a
wife's
dog
not the
leash. I
only
got a dog
sucker.
leash that work. That's about it. I got a dog
Oh,
leash
really?
that work.
A
The
Little
dog
dog-
leash? Is
like a
it just like
dog,
a rope?
Like a dog vest. Like it was a doggy vest, and like the it had like a rope. It's a little bit more of a heavier rope in a sense. That's a little bit more secure, other than like the string that you have, like that kind of retracts. It's a little bit more bendy, kind of has a give in it a little bit. It just works better for my dogs. I was actually pretty impressed with that one. Yeah.
You sound really familiar with how that feels.
Yeah, no. I want to go get my cubes. Let me get my cubes.
Morris, are you going to bed?
Got your weird
I'm gonna be
pillow
over here.
again.
I'm gonna
I hope you grab the right pillow.
4 hours editing, just doing stuff behind the scenes on YouTube. Listen to this. It's getting a comfort zone.
No,
Peter, you look like you got red ears, bunny ears.
that is like, Forrest. That is like the dumbest thing.
What is?
You are not flying on an airplane. You
He's
are
using
not,
a butt cushion.
Oh, I didn't realize comfort was stupid, Lance.
okay, those
Oh
are
my
nice.
God, Jeremy.
Hey, I would like to, hey, time out. Richard, about like 45 minutes ago, mentioned that he had his top 10 that are in his .txt file. And I'm wondering if he's pulled up if he's willing to give us a sneak peek into his top 10 that he normally would release,
so that the panel can rip it apart.
I will paste the entire thing into the chat channel right now. Let me find
No,
it.
no. Come on.
No, I'm gonna do it.
Be more
I'm doing it.
theatrical. But I want you to actually say it.
Oh, all right.
So
don't worry, it won't spoil the surprise. We've only got like.
Do you want my
10
top
listeners.
10 of the year 2020?
Yeah.
Sure.
no, 2022. Tell me what you think your 2022 top 10.
I can give you like my top 5 of 2021 because I played some games, but 2022 is a bit far
Oh,
off.
look at him. Humble brag over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's some good ones right away in 2021. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
All right.
also, when I do this on Christmas Day, I am going to have to put in a ton of caveats because this year there are 16 games that I think could be top 10 candidates, which have not shown up at my door yet. So I haven't been able to play them. I always do a follow-up in April once I have actually truly played everything.
Richard, did you play Praga? Did you play Praga?
Yes.
Okay. I
Spoiler
finally
alert,
received
yes.
it today. Just
Praga
today.
is my number 6.
Yeah, definitely.
But you see, now you're jumping around. Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
Okay, sorry.
This is
Shut up for once.
theatrical.
I'll shut up for once.
You
Okay,
guys-
I'll shut up.
Law and Order,
Interesting,
Jeremy.
take
Yes.
bets.
We want
I'm
order
done.
here.
I'm done.
Order.
Go.
All right. So number 10 for
No,
2020,
we want to
Richard
start
Amp.
with number 2.
But
Oh,
already-
we don't.
I can go right to
What are
my
you
number
talking
Yes,
From
2.
there.
No, okay, we're
Number 10.
Number 10 at this point, although again, I am hoping to get a chance to play some of these 15, like Anno 1800 and
Okay.
Cloud Age and Fayum. I mean, or Hallertau. There's a ton of games I really still want to play.
Those are
Red
21s at this
Cathedral. If Jeremy will ever
No,
send
actually, no. I need your address. I'm going to send it to you. I just asked Kira the other day. Don't worry,
All
I
right.
got you. I'm going to send it to you.
I think it'll be too little too late, sir.
It's really good though.
But
It's really good.
my preliminary top 10 as of today, number 10 is Lost Ruins of Arnak.
Okay.
Okay. Solid.
Thank you.
Solid
Solid
choice.
game. Solid choice.
Number
Yeah,
9.
I doubt it'll make it in the long run, but for now it is.
I agree.
I agree.
I think it's great.
I think it needs an
everything, but I don't
expansion
think it's
ASAP.
spectacular at anything.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I think-
the thing it ultimately needs, like most deck builders, is an expansion or two.
Yeah, it just needs
Well,
an expansion.
you know,
That's it.
like most deck
Dude,
builders, it
Imperium.
needs,
No,
it
no,
needs,
no, Lance.
no,
You
no,
do not have
what
You
most, it's
played
my
a
show.
deck builder.
My show. No, what like most it needs to find a way to put the fun into the
Yeah,
game.
you worked really hard for that. It was
Okay.
gone before you
Okay.
started.
Yeah,
that.
it was way
Oh.
gone. That was bad.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
If I'm getting interrupted, I feel like I have to mute all of you.
Oh my
Sorry
gosh.
for interrupting you.
He will do it. He will mute all of us.
It'll just be Lance like his normal show.
This is
How to DM screen.
This is going to be a
bet
4-hour top
everyone
10
would
with one
leave.
person's top 10. One
Yeah.
person's top 10.
All right,
You know,
number
Richard,
9.
Your number 10 reminds me of this RPG. It was a one-off.
And I loved it so much.
30 years ago.
But then I killed everyone.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Rado, go ahead. Number 9.
Hey, Luke, you want to get in on this?
I'll just sit back and watch this shit. Just take a drink, take a couple drinks,
Oh.
then let it go.
Is Luke
I
Laurie?
already know the answer.
Yes.
to
Yeah,
number
is he?
Oh,
number
hi, Luke.
7.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you too.
Yes, I love
We go
Manhattan.
way back.
Manhattan is still in my top 20 of all time.
Manhattan Project is the best worker placement of
Yeah.
all time.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're Manhattan. Okay.
Oh, Manhattan
damn.
Project Energy Empire is on my top
Yeah.
10.
Good one,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's in the top
Yeah,
10.
I mean,
So
no,
It's
I
in my
mean,
top
it's
20.
just,
it's just
oh, it's so
great.
good.
It's a great game.
And it's in my top 20.
Ah.
Just shy, huh? Just shy. Just shy.
Yep,
I hate it.
Almost made it.
Let's
Just
keep
shy.
going.
Almost made it.
So
Yeah,
now,
What'd you
What
say?
are
Richard,
these
what your
numbers?
number
We'll
7
never get there. We'll never
Come
get
on,
there,
Rado.
Richard. You
Number
got to
9.
keep going.
Did
You got to
want
press
my number
on.
9?
We will
Yeah,
never
number
get there,
nine.
Richard.
at number
Yeah.
8, skip
Is
it.
Tom still here? He'll be very happy about my number 9. 4 Gardens.
I do
About
like that.
that. Yeah.
Mm.
That game's really good. That one's really good.
Wow, I didn't think you'd put that on because it's how light it is.
It is pretty light, but I mean, it's super impressive just how good it is.
It's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and actually, I mean, everybody talks about the tower and how smooth and smart that system is. What I like most about the game is the really harsh restriction. You can't carry more than 4 things, and that just drives everything. It just puts you in a straight jacket, and that makes it. It's what's the sports term? It's pitching above its weight. mostly because of that straitjacket, trying to get stuff in, move stuff out, and maintain peak efficiency. I went in expecting, oh, this is going to be kind of fun, and I doubt I'll keep it. But I was so blown away. Both Jen and I agreed. It's one of the best games we've played in quite a while.
Quick clarification: that is punching above his weight, not
Thank you.
pitching.
Not pitching. Weight has nothing to do with pitching.
He's not a sports
Goaling above its weight.
Punching.
Punting above its weight.
Yes,
Yeah.
the boxing term.
Out
Curving above
kicking
its
your
weight.
coverage.
I don't know.
Pooch kicking above its weight. What? Like what?
All right, number 8.
Where did it go? My number 8 is Whistle Mountain.
Hey, look at that. Whistle Mountain.
Really, really good game.
Yeah.
I want to play that game.
I have totally heard of that one.
No, I'm thinking that's 19 at least for you. Okay? I'm thinking that's 19. It's a beautiful game. It's a great game. I have nothing to say. But
Well, I mean, and that's
Can you tell us any the fact that it is part of the Whistle Stop series, I'm sure it didn't start out that way, right?
So this is a long and sordid tale.
And this is the second time this has happened to you, because Manhattan Project didn't start out as or Angie Empire didn't start out as a themed game either, or right?
That's true. And actually, the next game I have out coming next year also was rethemed. And interestingly enough,
So publishers don't like your themes.
Yeah, you
They-
suck at
Trust you.
man.
they do not like my
Hey,
theme.
Dwellings of Eldervale stayed as it was the entire time.
Begrudgingly, I'm sure. You were waiting the whole time for him just to turn away
We were
so you
gonna
could
go with
do a NASCAR
post-apocalyptic,
simulation.
Yeah.
So yeah, the reality is it was called Airships and Gadgeteers first.
Okay.
And it really
Pretty
was
terrible name.
it really was similar in terms of theme, but it was darker and grayer and like
It was
less
it leaned into the steampunk, right?
Yeah, it was way more solid steampunk. And so Ted Bezier came, with a kind of a lighter, more frivolous approach. It's way friendlier to look at. It's less greedy.
it's very bright. I like that. I kind of like that. It was really, really bright.
Oh yeah, the game's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Energy Empire, the original name for that was Drill Baby Drill.
Yep.
I kind of like that. I like it.
So rest,
I like it.
And it was,
rest
was
in peace,
those
James.
days-
But I remember
Yeah.
James had me playtest that a long time ago. It
Yeah.
was called Drill Baby Drill.
Oh, baby.
It's funny how many people here have crossed paths with all those projects in different ways. And Jeremy down there is one of the only people in the world who owns the expansion to Energy Empire.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You put that in the mail too when you send out Red Cathedral.
He has the
Long live.
That's one of the few
Long
games
live.
I have backed.
James
in
Matthew.
the
Long
last
live James Matthew,
half
man.
a year,
I'm keeping this
half-
forever.
half
I'm
a
never getting rid
decade.
of it.
I backed that.
I have it too, but I don't even have the box.
Dude.
You have-
I don't like to
wait a minute,
dangle this
how-
over people, but it is so good. It is like this.
Yeah,
This
that-
is great.
Well, how
Like,
did
it
people
takes-
get that? Why was
a
it?
good
Why
game
is it
is
so? Why is it so
Yeah.
rare? Is it just? It was like one of
Yeah.
those things
Never went to
where.
print.
So James passed away, and he passed away after the Kickstarter was complete
Right.
and before he hit send on the files to China.
Oh no!
Yeah.
And so that it's 100% done,
Wow.
and it's part of eventually somebody is going to be picking up the rights and the license to all of that, and so that's in process now.
And
is
it
a
looks
process.
promising, would you say?
Well, the game's done and it's fully funded.
Right.
So
So I mean,
whoever-
from your perspective, what you know, does it look promising that it is getting picked up by another publisher, or is it speculative right now, or is it, because I'm anxious, I want it.
Yeah,
Oh, it's great, man.
I think there's 100% chance that it will see light of day.
That's pretty high.
I hope so, man.
I should get that game so that I could get a game previewed by Rado. That's what I want. So
Yeah,
I
when that occurs, I can't say. I don't
How
know.
Okay.
How does something like that work with, like, James died? Does that go to his estate, or
Yeah.
and they take care of the publishing end of it, the business end of it from there?
It's just a business, man. So
I was just
I thought
curious.
his wife had control of that, Luke. Isn't that correct?
yeah, his wife has control.
Correct.
Okay.
He also had what now?
He was
Is his
alone-
partner in Games Universe? This is going really deep, but is this partner in Games Universe part of the ownership of
I
Or he
don't.
just owns that game store with
More
him.
than
Because
that, we're probably getting into the weeds.
yeah, we're
here,
getting into the weeds. Yeah,
but
he's local to me. That's why I know him.
I
So,
love the
yeah.
weeds, baby. Let's
Yeah.
talk about it.
I don't want to get
Not
into
that kind of weed.
Long live James
boys.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Number 7. Let's
Going
go.
there, but okay.
Let's keep it. Yeah, let's keep it.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Well, all I can say is, Luke, congratulations. You are on fire, sir. And I apologize again to you and Pete that I did not cover Elder
Thank
Vale.
you.
But
And-
obviously,
And Rado, I'll still send it to you. You'd like to see it? I'm happy to send it to you.
it's really kind of you. But I looked at it a lot. I think you reached out to me first, or maybe Pete did first. I forget. But I really looked at it hard at the time, and I could see it was great. But it's just not going to be for us.
Oh, okay. As solo mode's pretty good.
Rado,
You know, if you got a solo mode, that
Solo
means you're
mode is
just 2
great.
steps away from a co-op mode.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, we'll get that in the expansion. Co-op mode?
That's
Co-op
what I like
mode?
to hear.
Richard,
The
I got
power.
good news.
What a fan, huh, Tom?
One is
Not a
100%
co-op game.
Rado game.
Awesome. You are good at
100%.
that.
It is coming your way for sure. But that's all I can say about that one. But it's another Tom Jolly co-design.
What is the deal with that? I mean, I just want to do another hour on Luke Laurie
Yeah, I
and
know.
your
I'm
journey to
here.
where you are today. I mean, what is Tom Jolly? When I saw his name as the co-designer, I mean, it seems so far out of his wheelhouse and what he's known for. Is he just like a hardcore secret Euro guy? And he just never had the opportunity until he met you to make his dreams come true?
Yes, that's it precisely. So
Okay.
so you know those movies where you kind of find that grizzled old veteran and you bring him out of retirement for that one last
For
mission.
one more job.
One more damn job.
Rambo.
So that's
I'll do it.
Tom and I live in the same town, and
Okay.
and I was introduced to him, and I was basically, struck with his celebrity when
sure.
I first met him. But Tom and I became good friends, and before COVID, of course, we play together all the time, and we do design work all the time, and we've done some co-designs, and we've done all kinds of projects that have just gone nowhere. But mostly it's enjoying company. We drink some good whiskey, we play some games. And yeah, he likes all kinds of games, not just his style, this kind of simple, kind of American style games that he's used to designing. He likes all kinds. And he is incredible at like rule writing and finding, issues, finding things that you can abuse and then abusing them again and again.
Yeah, every
So-
time somebody comments on dwellings and says, "Oh, there's only a card buy strategy, there's not a dwell strategy," I remember when Tom Jolly play tested that sucker and dwelled so freaking fast, and everybody just like ended the game and said, "There you go," I just finished it. He's so good at that stuff.
And I run everything through him. Like if he hasn't had a chance to break it, it's not ready. So he and I have one more game that we designed actually a long time ago that's coming out I believe next year, from a very big publisher.
It's really good. The day that I saw it and played it, I wanted to sign it immediately, but sadly, it was already spoken for. But it's amazing. It's really good.
What's your 7, Richard?
Oh, okay. What number are we on?
7.
Number 7. Number
It's Lost
7
Ruins of Karnak.
is one that I doubt anybody here has played. It really kind of slipped under the radar due to the COVIDs, although it also really exists because of COVID. Pandoria Merchants, which is basically Pandoria the Roll and Write, which burned Eisenstein and what's his frequent? Now I can't. All I can think of is Luke
2
Laurie.
people standing on the cover. Pandoria. I remember Pandoria.
Jeffrey Allers. Jeffrey Allers and Bernd Eisenstein. They took Pandoria, which was an excellent game, an excellent tile layer, turned it into a roll and write to give away for free for folks who were stuck at home. A lot of publishers did that kind of stuff. And it turned out to be popular enough. They said, okay, fuck it. Let's just go on ahead and publish this. And it got a very, very tiny little bit of acknowledgement because there was no Essen, so they didn't get a chance to actually sell it because they do most of their sales in person. And it's phenomenal. It is, I think, arguably the heaviest roll and write there is. Roman roll might be heavier.
I was gonna say Roman roll.
I know that's what I'm saying.
Heavier than fleet dice. Fleet dice.
It is
Heavier than fleet
coming
dice?
for Roman roll's crown as
Yeah.
the heaviest roll and write on the market.
Okay.
I would say Roman roll is more complex,
Yes.
but I do think, I mean, there's the question of complexity versus depth. I think Pandoria is deeper, whereas Roman roll is more complex.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but we were blown away by it. Super, not super heavy, but for a roll and write, ridiculously heavy, really, really good. Captured the sense of Pandora, which we didn't really dig because it was way too cutthroat. And turning it into a roll and write, they pulled the cutthroat out. So I was really blown away.
I'm gonna track that game.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah, that's up
All
my
right.
alley. Some good low key
I
roll
can't imagine
roll
much,
rights this
people
year.
have much to say about that.
No.
But
Number
Pandora's
6.
a good game. So number 6.
Praga.
My number 6, as already previously established, was Praga Kaput Regni.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. He does it again. The only question is, do I like it more or less than Underwater Cities? With the new Vladimir Suchi Delicious Games, his new chapter in his life.
This is great. This game is
I
great.
think I might like it better than Underwater Cities. I think. But Underwater Cities is really amazing too. So, yeah, it's phenomenal. Shall I continue on?
Yeah, number
I
5.
can do this fast. My number 5, because I'm a Feld fan, and I'd be remiss not to include Bonfire, of course. Has to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an interesting return to form because we haven't seen this kind of Feld for years, really. I mean, I guess Foreign Trajanum was kind of, but Foreign Trajanum didn't have quite the same level of spinning plates as his older stuff like Luna and whatnot.
How about Merlin, though? Merlin.
I love Merlin. I think Merlin is fantastic, but Merlin does not have as much going on as Macau or, there was a time like 4 or 5 years ago where he was just every year putting out ridiculously Bora Bora, Aquasphere, this string of just absolutely insane over the top, those were peak Feld. And this is kind of return to peak Feld.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Me being a not so Feld dude.
Aquasphere is peak Feld.
Well, I mean, by which I mean it is an example of
yes,
here's 20 different things that are going on at once, all tied together by some really simple little mechanism. In that game, in Aquasphere, it was the dichotomy between, I've got this worker who's doing the programming, and I've got this worker who's sciencing, and I have to make sure they work simpatico. But with just those two people I'm trying to manipulate, I'm running an underwater C lab and having to deal with a dozen different things, and I can't do them all well, so I have to pick and choose what I'm going to focus on and try to find combinatorial bonuses wherever I can. Actually, I would say Aquasphere probably did my head in more than any other Feld. It was definitely the one that Jen and I, most of the time, our first time playing Feld, was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And Aquasphere actually pushed us harder than we're used to from him.
Runes. Did he make rune stones?
More stuff on fewer turns in Aquasphere versus some of the other games that are more turns and less stuff on each turn.
I would say that's a fair, I would agree with that. I would agree with the notable Luke Laurie on that.
Number
All right. Number 4?
4. Yeah.
Scott Alms's greatest game, Cosmic Colonies. That game.
It's a really good game.
It is.
It's a really good game.
So freaking fantastic.
But you like the 2-player in that game?
Yes.
With that little
I've heard
deck thing?
Some people say they do not like, but I think the drafting works great as a 2-player game.
I think it's good. I just didn't think like you would love it that much, as a 2-player experience only,
Oh, no. We'd love it.
It makes a solo work, so I'm not like rejecting you. I'm just saying,
I have
wow,
not tried it as solo. I should.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really fun. That's why I think the game is good. It actually works. It works at all player counts. There's fun to be had. It doesn't feel like less of a game. I just thought the 2-player was like, oh well, I mean, wow, man, that's
well, you have to understand.
It's a really good game, though.
Everything I play, everything I judge is through a lens of 2-player only.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, any drafting game is going to be better with more players, as there's just more people. And, most games are going to be better with more players if they don't get slowed down too much. Drafting games are great because they generally don't get slowed down too much by higher player counts because most stuff is simultaneous, although this one isn't. But, yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
the Tetris stuff is fantastic, and the really fresh take on card drafting is fantastic. And two fantastics together make a top 10.
This one right here, man. I'm really excited to play this one. Hey, have you played this?
Hey,
Yes,
he's doing a list.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. Have you played that? This is a Scott Holmes game.
That was a super impressive game.
Yeah, I just got this the other day.
That's like there's 12 games in that box.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Yeah, and every time you play, you're going to play 4 of those 12 games, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm done. Jeez.
All right, continuing on.
The hell's wrong with you, Jeremy?
Number three would be what's it?
Opinion and thoughts.
I can't shut up. Jesus Christ.
As of today, is Merv Heart of the Silk Road.
Oh God. Oh wow.
Is that a good or a bad? Oh,
that's high. You know what? I went from not liking Merv to actually like really enjoying that game. I played it for a week straight. So I was like, what am I missing here? What am I missing? And then I started to get like how it came together. And I'm like, interesting conversation with the 2-player on that one though. Because
it's the 2-player specifically it is putting it on because
because it's interesting. That's interesting to choose for someone else what they're doing, and then kind of you have the other choice. That's actually really smart. I was like,
it is a beautiful 2-player
variant. 2-player dummy. I was like, that's a good 2-player dummy player.
One of the coolest approaches to it, and that is kind of I don't know if it would have made my top 10 if I were looking at it as evaluating a higher player count game, because that variant where I choose the row and then you choose the column, and vying for turn order with him or her or it being just as important as another human player, all of it is fantastic. I mean, it's a really solid game, but it did such an amazing 2-player variant job. I had to. I
really get annoyed at 2-player variants that usually have to have the dummy player, because I almost feel like the box should have a warning. Like you can buy
it should. It should.
But the 2-player is not what you're going to get. You know, that would be amazing if there was that kind of just like, by the way, like Takedo or something where
BTW Meeple 2. You got to come up with this language on the back of the box. Like, what is this? Some new ratings?
There was one that I played recently, which was Gilhova's the one with the city.
High Rise.
Oh no!
High Rise has a sort of an interesting way of handling that 2-player where you feel very competitively moving that 2-player that other piece.
This is exactly what you do in Merv.
Okay.
That's exactly what you do, because since you're paying attention to the rows as you turn the corners, you not only have to worry about your turn order as you come around the bend in a sense. So you're doing that, which is a really intricate part of the game. It's beautiful. It's really smart how that plays out. But then you're also, as you turn the corner, you're kind of planning how you're going to be as you go around from the different angles, and you're trying to use that piece when you have control of it. To put it in the spots that might help you in the future. It's a smart system. In solo mode, you got to worry about an AI and that at the same time. It's super tough, and that was what took me. Like it took it up a notch, like more and more, because I started to see, like more of the strategy unfold and more of a deeper puzzle that I had to figure out.
Yeah.
But it's a good game. It's a Euros, Euroman's Euro. It's like
it's a Euro wars Euro. Yeah,
it's a Euros Euro, whatever that means, right?
Yep. It wears its Euro on its sleeve.
It definitely wears its Euro.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, my number 2 is maybe a surprise for some folks, although I think it's just too brilliant for words. Calico.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
I bet words are coming anyway, though.
Tom, what
happened
today? Tom, what happened today? What happened today?
Calico?
What happened today? What happened today?
What do you mean? What happened?
What happened today? Calico.
There's a lot of good games.
Tom just hates it because he hates cats.
No. Calico is on
your other list with the other show thing.
I was surprised that it wasn't on their Z's list.
I was very surprised it wasn't on Z's list. I was very surprised.
Many good games came out this year. Just games get squeezed out. Just because they're not in the top 10 doesn't mean anything.
No, I was just surprised. Actually, I was very surprised with Z. That's what it was. I was just like, really, Z? That's like you. That's totally you. Yeah. Happy to see Unmatched on there, though. Very happy to see Unmatched.
I see Kabuki Kid points out why on the cover of the box Calico is it not a Calico
You know what?
cat?
There is an explanation for that. I just can't remember what it is, but they have explained that. Explained that situation, but Yeah, I know. It's easy to point out. It's like, why don't we have
that never occurred to me actually. No,
Yeah.
it's so good. It's so insane. It is probably one of the tensest half-hour games you will play.
It's so funny that
every turn is agonizing.
They delivered a game and launched a game on Kickstarter that's better than it. Like Cascadia is just better than Calico's, though. It's really it's just better than Calico. It's a better game. I think Calico's going to stick around.
I think Cascadia is a better gateway game because Cascadia is a little bit more loose, a little bit more forgiving. Calico, Calico is brutal.
It's very restrictive.
Calico is just nasty to the player in the best way. I love it. Whereas, and I loved Cascadia too, but Cascadia would be like a really relaxing game. There's nothing relaxing about Calico.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, I mean, of course, this is all my personal preference, and I'm a sadomasochist when it comes to board games. I like games to beat the shit out of me. I don't want to beat the crap out of other players. I don't mind if they beat the crap out of me, but I really like it when a game makes it very, very difficult for me to push forward.
Although you still have your choker on, man.
What's that? Oh, yeah. You don't want to know what's below this table.
Still have your choker on,
That's
man.
all
Jesus Christ. I didn't want to say anything.
Yep.
Right.
And my number one actually pretty much flies in the face of everything.
Don't say Dune Imperium. Don't say Dune Imperium. No.
No. Dune Imperium, if I were the right type of player, there's no two ways about it. It should be in my top 10. It is a better game than Arnak, which I remember I asked Tom, and I now agree with him having played both of them, but it's just not for me.
Yeah.
Dune Imperium is a deck builder where I don't say, well, yeah, it'll really be there once it gets a couple of expansions. It has everything it needs in the box.
I totally disagree. I think that game, I think they're holding back too much in that design. It feels so much like a base game that it's almost too much base game, but the game is good. It's just, I just feel like it's just a base game. I feel like there's something they're holding back in that design. By the way, they're holding back a very simple rule. Just being able to wash the cards out so you can get some new cards every turn. So I just thought that was really interesting. I'm like, most deck builders have a way that you can kind of like swipe the cards out and get some new cards.
Oh, you mean clear?
Yeah, it's like I was like, wow, guess I'm gonna have to house rule that in. Okay, but anyway,
you hate house rules, Jeremy. You should.
I know,
I hate them.
I hate them. So there you go. I hate them.
Well, anyway, unfortunately, it does not make my list, even though I do think it's amazing. I mean, but I could make a whole nother top 10 of games. It should be if I weren't such a myopic. If I were more of an omni gamer, this would definitely be a different list. Obviously,
you should do a top 10 list like that.
I have done tops like that before. Games I regret not enjoying type things where I say, oh, yeah, this game is amazing. I wish I could have fun playing it, kind of thing.
You know what? I was gonna say games that are not for me, but for you, like that kind of thing. Something like that. Like it just
I did one 4 or 5 years ago. I'll be doing another one.
Thank God, Jeremy, you're here to help Alrado with this channel. I don't know what he would do. I mean,
anyway, my number one, which I think does warrant me explaining a little bit more, because one of the things that I wanted to leave out, I do not want my top 10s to be full of reprints or 2.0s. And there were a bunch of really amazing ones this year.
Some good ones too.
So Project Elite doesn't make it, even though it would. Sorry, Pete, it would.
It's okay.
I'm looking forward to filming it now that I've got it on hand. We've played it, we've loved it, but it came out in 2016. It's a 2016 game to me, kind of a thing. And it made it into my top 10 that year. It just doesn't make sense to make it into my top 10 again. And there's a few others like that. Also, I'm always really loath to put games into my top 10 that are effectively standalone expansions.
Just say Gloomhaven already.
Specifically Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion, best games of the year, but it's an expansion in a standalone box. And the same thing is true for Aeon's End, Outcasts, and I will get a lot of pushback, and I don't blame anybody. To me, it's the same thing is true for Pandemic Legacy Season 0. It is not in my top 10. In the same way that Pandemic Fall of Rome didn't make my top 10 last year, and Pandemic Rising Tide didn't make my top 10 2 years ago. Because to me, I classify them. I want my top 10 to be full of new experiences, not rejiggered versions of existing experiences. If that makes sense. So anyway, that's why my number one is not Pandemic Legacy Season 0, nor is it Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion. It's actually Castles of Tuscany. And I ended with a
kind of a reprint.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, I would definitely argue that is not just a reskin of Castles of Burgundy. Yes, it has some of the core ideas, but it is such a radically different experience when you sit down and play it. Much more so, to me, Pandemic Season 0 feels like 80% of Pandemic with 20% new stuff. Tuscany is almost the opposite. It feels like, oh, it's 20% Burgundy, but the way they do it is so radically different. So it's my number one for now until I play a few more games.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, by the way. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Very
now,
good,
how
yes.
are they going to tell you you're wrong? Who's first?
I mean, other ones that I really want to play. I want to play Venice. I want to play Tawan and Tsuyu. I want to play Switch and Signal. The Super Skill Pinball. I really want to play that.
That's a great
Skulls
game.
of Seldic, Red Cathedral, Raja of the Ganges Dice Charmers, Monasterium, Honey Buzz. I only got to play as a prototype, and I was blown away by it. I'd really like to see the final version. Hallertau, Fort. I would so love to try that. Floor Plan, Fayum, Endangered, Cloud Age, Anno 1800. Those are the, what is it? That's 15 or 16.
Cloud Age is
Might
Cloud Age
push their way in if I get a chance to play them.
Cloud Age is 2021, I think.
Which one?
I think Cloud Age is 2021.
I think it should be, but it looks like people are getting it as of this week in Germany. So it's officially going to be a 2020. And unlike you, if BGG says it, I stick with it.
Well, then you have some messed up dates then.
What's it? You will notice The Crew was not on my list for this year because The Crew was the 2019 game officially because it was out in Germany and tons of people were playing it before the year was over.
It wouldn't have been on your list anyway.
Yeah. Isle of Cats was in my top 10 for 2019, not 2020. And I tried. I actually talked to him and said, you've got to change this to a 2021. Like a dozen people in some town somewhere, down the road from your publisher got their hands on it. And because of that, you're going to call it a 2019 game. Everybody else in the world played it in 2020. It should make so many top 10s of 2020, but people will forget about it because if they search, hey, what came out in 2020? Isle of Cats didn't. That came out in 2019.
I got mine.
I made my top 10 for 2019.
I got mine on January 4th. I looked it up, and then I looked at our solo group, and somebody got it like 2 days after Christmas.
And that is why.
And that was in
2019.
And that was like in Australia or something like that.
I consider a game that comes out the week after Christmas to be the next year anyway.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's like I got The Crew last year, and I think people at BGG had the only one in English at the time.
Oh, there was none in English.
Okay, because I had the German. I had to buy the German one. I had to buy the German one to print out the pictures. Yeah, I had to print out the scripts.
It took me a while to play Isle of Cats because it was on Kickstarter at the same time as Dwellings of Eldervale, and all the backers were like, "Why don't you have silkscreen on the new cats?" And then we had to do it. We had to do it. These cats have silkscreen. What about you? I was crazy. God. But I met Frank after that, and he's a really great guy.
Yeah.
Frank is a really good guy, man. Really.
Yeah, 3 for 3 for Frank. Vidor Garden.
I really want to play City of Kings and still have not played it. I really want to play that game.
City of Kings is so weird. It's such a far out game. It is. Yeah. It has all the trappings of of an Eldervale style game. Big box, tons of stuff. Tons of playability, kind of but it's
tons of. Awesome.
It looks like an Ameritrashy game, but it is such a Euro puzzler.
The one thing that I didn't understand about Isle of Cats, which I briefly talked to Frank about, was that he's actually trying to set all of his games in the same universe.
Oh, so really?
Isle of Cats is actually in that universe.
On another island or something.
Well, they are kind of fantasy cats.
The bad guy in Isle of Cats is the one who's capturing the cats or whatever.
Yeah, the evil pirate who's coming to destroy.
Yeah, that character is a villain in City. So I just thought that was kind of funny. I love when people take that approach where it's a world within a world, and you're just exploring. And I don't think Isle of Cats needed it.
Luke loves it too.
No.
I mean, but I don't think Isle of Cats needed to have that tie at all because it doesn't really tie. But
love it.
And it's probably wise that he did not entitle it "City of Kings: the Isle of Cats."
Probably
that would have been ill-advised.
Ill-advised.
I'm laughing.
Maybe in the same way.
I'm laughing because Scott and I keep getting asked about Whistle Mountain and the connection with Whistle Stop.
Yeah.
And his response to somebody on Twitter was, they're both part of the Whistle cinematic universe.
Yep. The WCU, exactly.
WCU.
No, that's all you need, right? It's
Yeah, that's all you need.
another game in the Whistle cinematic universe.
Yep. Love them whistles.
Oh my goodness.
So anyway, well, thank you for sharing that. We got an exclusive.
There you go.
Yeah, look at that.
So,
Everybody keep that to yourself because that'll be rolling out on Christmas Day.
Yeah, no
You
worries.
repeat it
Yeah.
really quick.
you the joke.
Isn't it on like BGG?
What's that? Actually, anybody can go look up my rankings of every game I own. I have no surprise. That's why I didn't mind doing this. Anybody could have just gone to rank.rado.com, done a search for 2020, and they would have been able to see what my list is. And they could have seen that weeks ago. So I figured it was no harm at spilling the beans.
The
You
beans.
go in there daily and fix those? I mean, or weekly?
Basically, after I finish filming a game, after I played it a few times and filmed it, I am constantly updating it. And usually when I go and put a game in, I look, well, okay, I think this is better than that. No, it's not as good. Okay, it'll go there. But wait a minute, this is actually better than that. So it invariably makes me end up having to shuffle half a dozen games around.
Oh,
So yeah, I constantly keep everything rated, which is why using the BGG system, I have to rate everything out to 5 decimal points because it's really not a system that's meant for that.
So
But it makes top 10s very easy to do.
Interesting.
Yes.
I didn't know it could go to 5 decimal points.
I think I've actually gone to 7.
You know what? This has to be said. Luke, the last game in your cinematic universe needs to be Whistle Endgame. Endgame. I love it. I love it. I love it. It has to be pitched. It has to be pitched. It just at least has to be pitched. That's good. Endgame.
Well, they bring me in to build sequels for other games.
Dude. Oh no. Oh no, man.
There was a great article about that when what was Roll Through the Ages was the sequel for that. Did they bring someone in to follow Lehman, and it was a tough deal following him, right?
Oh yeah.
Which game?
I'm trying to think if it was Roll Through the Ages or what, where someone was brought in.
It was
a person.
It
Roll
was
Through the Ages,
Tom Lehman
Silver Age or the
for-
Bronze Age?
for Bronze Age. Yeah, you nailed
Bronze
it.
Age.
Yeah. Having to run a follow up.
Yeah. I mean, well, Tom's done that several times. He's done he's done quite a bit of the pandemic expansion content over the years. He does a great job. He's very good at capturing the essence and spirit and coming up with new things.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It is cool.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, and I do think I exaggerate. I don't think I've got anything that goes deeper than 5 decimal points at this point, it would appear. Although, no, it only shows 5 decimal points. I'd have to actually click on these and see what they really are. I'm not going to bother with that. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Richard, do you play a Furnace?
Yes, a Furnace would be in my top 10, except it's
Man.
officially a 2021 game.
I was surprised. I just thought, man, Tom, I was thinking like that would be the Dice Tower Essential. Was that one?
It is a Dice Tower
Furn-
Essential.
No, it's not.
It's
Oh,
not.
it's not?
It's not. I thought that would
It's
be the
Working
one.
Wonders.
I thought that would be the one.
Okay, well, this is more pragmatic decision than anything else, Jeremy. I don't think it's going to sell very well.
Oh.
I think there's a lot of games out there that are really good, and I think a lot of games that are fantastic, but that doesn't mean they're going to sell well.
God, that game is so good.
I think it's a fine game, but
Man,
I also think it's a
it's
game
so
that
good.
also has a smaller group of people who like it than you might think.
Yeah.
Hey, no, it's kind of old fashioned. You know, it doesn't really feel like a new. It feels like a game out of time, but it's so perfect.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yep. So my top 3 for 2021 thus far are Furnace in the #1 spot, Cubitos in the number 2 spot, and Flourish in the number 3 spot.
Flourish was pretty good.
Yep.
Flourish was
Yeah, it just showed up the other day, and we were very impressed by it.
Yeah.
I doubt Flourish will make the top 10 of the year, but it's
Did you like Village Green?
Yeah, I thought Village Green was
Yeah,
great
that was good.
after they fixed it.
What did they fix? Because maybe I missed that.
The is a 2-player game. It had a really problematic ending that was just really anticlimactic because of the way when you skipped cards, you put them at the bottom of the deck. You could just purposely get the game into a loop where it'll just never end. And I thought that was really shitty. And I complained about it in my video, and they subsequently released an official variant for it that we went back and checked, and it made it much better.
I think I'm going to check that out.
Yeah.
I didn't get to that point, but that does make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very weird thing. I mean, I can imagine it working better because if you have more than 2 players, chances are you have somebody who is going to be racing to finish it.
Right.
But with only 2 players, Jen, I found, well, I'm not incentivized to end this game because I think you're winning. And Jen said,
Right.
I think you're winning. I am also not going to end this game, and it would just drag on forever.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough on that one. I like that.
I've got to point out and say thanks to you, Richard, also, because when we were developing Energy Empire, I remember that you found some issues in that game during development, and we changed them while you had it.
Yeah.
And that made the game better.
I was happy to help. It's a fantastic game. Actually, that's the reason I love doing Kickstarter prototypes. Because it does let me scratch I was a game designer for 20 years. So it's nice that I get to, put thought into that instead of just, oh, well, this is what the game is. It's a commercial game, nothing to be done. And yeah, I don't remember what it was. I think it was, again, as always, 2-player specific complaints I had.
Could be.
Yeah.
You did the same thing for Troubles for the 2-player variant as well.
Oh, yes, I did. The orange game.
The orange game.
Orange.
Yep.
Hey, could you make it more orange? Because I don't think it's orange enough.
I tried. They didn't like it.
You did everything you could to increase the orange quotient for the industry.
Use as much orange in there as possible.
Oh man, that's good stuff.
Well, I'm glad I could help.
Are you?
Yes, I am. I genuinely enjoy it.
All right. Is any? I suppose Chris, Luke, and Pete all got here later. We usually have an airing of grievances, if you have any. If you have any grievances you want to air, if you had anything that happened over the past week. Nobody's got any?
Guys, I got to run. Have a great night, everybody.
Tom,
Hey, Thomas.
thanks for being on, Tom.
I'm not saying here for your negativity.
Oh, fair enough.
We're still doing next Tuesday, right, Tom? I believe.
I'm going to give you a call about that. I'll text you. But
Okay,
I mean, yes.
okay.
But I also want to call you.
Okay. I will talk to you soon.
So I'm going to go first in airing my grievances because I really, really had an issue when it was time for me to air my grievances and Tom Vassell left.
Jeez, that guy. Every time.
He's a runner. He's a runner, Luke. It's okay. He's a runner.
Big jerk face.
Yeah, he's a runner.
Part of my week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
43rd game of the year, man. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Son of a...
Bullshit.
What was that?
He doesn't understand the strength of his voice. He doesn't understand the strength of his voice.
The power he has.
How dare he? How dare you?
Oh, dare you?
How dare you?
I've been actually mixing it up with the people in the comments of the four square because I said something to Z. I was like, meh, because he originally said meh, and I was like jumping in there to go, what do you mean there's nothing new? And then this guy comments and goes, Mike said there was nothing new as well. Would you like to discredit him as a reviewer? And I was like, oh crap,
God.
it's on. All right, here we go.
What has nothing new?
It's on.
Oh, dwellings.
That's the Eldervale.
Oh,
Yeah. But
that is
Z
not.
was-
That is a mistaken statement to say that.
Z was pulling everybody's leg because
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He was. That's
he put
why
it
it was
top 10. He ranked it at 8. It's
No,
like
it's,
I know.
I don't think people really get Z's humor. Yeah. Oh,
It was-
I don't think
it was-
all the time. I should say all the time.
He did a very funny role there in that video, which was to
Yeah.
do the whole. Yeah, it's all right,
Yeah.
right? But I felt like I had to say that the slotting of tokens, Luke, had not been done. You know what I mean? I had to jump in there and be like, "What do you mean?" You know, that has not. You know, I haven't seen any games with that, so I was really excited to.
I would say if you explained that game to me, like back when it was a prototype, like get the fuck out of here. What the hell is this game? And then, I'm sorry, like before you see it and you just like explain the concept of the game, you're like, man, this is gonna be some bullshit. Watch this. And yeah.
And I was thinking this too while we were talking about Luke's games that got renamed. There was a period where we showed it to a bunch of people who were play testing it, and everybody said, I just don't like this name. Like, are you gonna really call it?
Dwellings is a weird name. Dwellings is a weird word.
It is a weird word, but I thought, you know what? At BGG, when you're shouting like, "Hey, grab whatever you're gonna say," Dwellings is not in another title.
Yeah. I mean, you could have been Fate of Eldervale, and nobody would remember it.
Right. Exactly.
It would be completely forgettable.
What I'm talking about, because you'll just
Whereas,
say,
hey, let's
grab
play Dwellings. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why we did it. And Eldervale,
We didn't really dwell on it, to be honest.
Oh my goodness. Is this what it's like, Pete, working with
That's
this
it.
guy?
That's it. That's it.
There's more whiskey usually, but yeah.
8.6 out of 10 on that one, Luke. I liked it.
Thank you. You need 5 more digits on there, by the way.
But but what's funny
Jeez.
is we
Good callback on that one.
We assessed the name for a while, and then we decided that the weak spot was Eldervale. So we then spent weeks trying to come up with another magical realm that you were in that wasn't Eldervale, and it just became silly. It was silly to do it.
But we named that game like 7 years ago. 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago.
And it's really always been that name to us.
It's true.
Dwellings.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I'm going to talk. I had Siphon Filter, another game that makes no sense in terms of its title. But
Sphincter, what?
Sphincter.
The first game I was the lead designer
Siphon.
on was Siphon Filter for the old PlayStation, which is just to a make-believe, nonsensical. It means nothing. And we kept fighting with the publisher. Look, can we call it like Shadow Ops or Dark Covert Agents or something? And if we'd had our way, it would have been such a forgettable name. Whereas Siphon Filter is just weird sounding, but it's memorable and it has
Doesn't matter. It's a great game.
a nice ring to it.
Yeah. I used to have a board up where if I thought of a weird title, I would write down the title because maybe that would just break my brain go, what is that game later? Like for I'll just give you an example because someday I may make this one, but Surprise Volcano is I just wrote that down and
That immediately, that is an evocative title.
Yeah,
I think
I love that.
everybody wants to hear
What
more
is
about
that?
that game.
Surprise volcano.
Don't you have that
Such a
in
good
Rise
title.
already? Rise of Tribes has a surprise volcano.
I mean,
What is that game, right? Like, what is that game? What is that game?
Surprise!
Has anybody ever brainstormed a game just starting with a title and you just kind of like, you just start shooting it off?
I'm sure Chris will agree with me. If you start there, then you'll be chasing this thing and you'll go, I can't get it there. I can't get whatever that thing is.
I get a lot of pushback on that post.
I
That's
remember
exactly
reading.
what it
I
was
remember
fun.
reading a interview with Reiner Knizia where he swore that he came up with the theme of his games before he created, before he did the mechanisms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you not believe that?
I'm not buying that.
Yeah. Rich and compelling. Yeah. Okay, brother. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Scott.
What's up, Scott?
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Wow, it's a big room. It's midnight.
What's up, y'all?
You just missed out on Tom.
Or it's 11. Oh, okay.
Scott, what's your top 10 games for 2020?
Ooh.
Top 10.
Yeah, do it
Scott's-
now.
Scott's been going out on some. He's been going on a journey this year with the games.
I played a lot of games this
He's
year.
been going
actually.
on a journey. I've been watching his journey. He's been a
I
little.
play,
He's going out there.
I never played a solo game before until this
Yeah,
year.
he did. He went all in this
Seriously?
year. Yeah.
Never. I've
Never.
never laid a board game on a table by myself ever.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
sure,
I'll play a computer game.
as a child, you played
Yeah.
Klondike at the very least, but You're talking about a
Maybe
modern.
Maybe once or twice. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've probably played it once or
All
twice.
No, this year, I mean, this
What
year
is
he opens the
Klondike?
box, reads the rules, and plays it live.
I know,
It's
but
not-
believe
he
me, I'm
is,
not-
he is
I'm-
playing solo games.
I'm not excited about reading rolls.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Yeah,
bad.
I know.
And in fact, half the time I don't read them.
Pro tip.
Let me look
Pro
at the
tip.
what
Good
are
to
the
know,
I,
good
I
to
need
know.
I need the list of the games this year to kind of jog my memory.
If only
I
there
really
was a
like
website.
Calico. That will be in the top 10. Calico will definitely be in the top 10.
Excellent choice.
It's a 2019 game.
No.
It is.
Yeah, according to your website.
According to
It
this-
delivered on 12/31 of 2019.
Oh,
So
we gotta fix that.
therefore,
We have to fix that though.
a guy in
He
Prague had
tried,
it.
and
So
he
therefore-
overrode you.
What's up?
Remember?
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
remember.
complained about it because I didn't want to put it in my top 10 for 2019. And
yeah, I
it
think
did get changed. And
we
then somebody
changed it.
pointed out to Frank, and Frank went to you and said, no, change it back to 2019.
Oh
Okay.
wow, he said that.
Yeah, he was serious about it.
Huh.
Some people are too serious, man.
Yeah.
Way-
I-
it's way
you know,
too
Smoke
serious.
more.
I think it just hurts him because
Yeah, it's a
people are trying to make their
2020
top
game.
tens now. They just do a search for what came out in 2020, and
yeah,
they
'cause you-
won't see Isle of Cats, and they won't consider it.
Oh, we talked about that. Oh, Frank wanted it back.
Yeah, he wanted to change it back to 2019 because
You know, I put Isle of Cats in the
Well,
top 10.
Yeah,
I like
put
Isle of Cats
in
quite a
there.
lot as well.
Yeah,
at
it's
the
right
yeah,
beginning
there.
for
of
last year.
2021,
That's a
I
know.
hear that it's our strategy to deliver some dwellings in 2021 so that it will actually be considered for that year.
It's a move. It's a move.
Yep.
It's a move.
There's so many things I haven't played on here that I feel like I can't make a.
It's a strategy.
I have not played Tekken. You have not
just
played.
make the spiritual sequel called Dwellings of
Yeah.
Smeldervale.
There you go. Dwelling smellings.
I mean,
There's so much stuff on here I haven't played.
I don't know if it's better. to
Takenu
do-
has a very good solo mode, Scott. You should try it.
It has a
What?
great
Which one?
solo mode.
Takenu has a great solo
It
mode.
has
Oh,
a
yeah.
great solo mode. Yeah.
Did Marvel United come out?
Yes.
Yes, it did.
Yes.
I saw it at a Fleet Farm of all things today.
Yeah, it came out in
Cal-
August.
Castles of Tuscany.
Yep.
I mean, I've not played a lot of these games because I have no group.
You know what?
Um,
That's true for the majority of top tens that come out at this time of year.
yeah,
The majority of people making their top tens
haven't played.
haven't played half of the games they should have played. And I include myself in that list of people.
I haven't played Twent and Suyu.
Nor have I.
Yeah. Good one.
Haven't played Alma Mater. Didn't
That's
play
a-
Paris.
that's
Search
a
for
good
Planet
one.
X. Top 10.
That's
I
a
love
really
that
good
one.
Search
game.
for Planet X.
Boy,
That's a really
yeah.
good game.
That's
I'm surprised that's
one-
not on your list, Rado. That's a good game. That's
no,
a good
I
two-player.
consider
That's a really
that one.
fun game.
The thing is, I have
Yeah.
only played it in prototype form. I have not
Oh,
played. I should
okay.
put that on my list of caveats.
Yeah.
I'm not because I'm not going to rate it based off of a prototype.
Yeah, that one's really
but
good.
I will put that. Planet X. That's a good one. Yeah. Is that
I
what?
think, I think that one's going to hold up for a while, especially with convention season. Once it hits convention,
It's interesting.
people,
Last
that'll
week when
hold
we were
up.
talking about, hey, what games from this year will we be talking about in 5 years? I meant to say Planet X. I think.
I think it'll be around.
It'll probably
potentially
be around.
I
that
think
long.
it'll just be there. Yep.
Yeah.
I need to get Eldervale to the table. I haven't punched it yet.
That's a
I
good
like-
hour. That's a
He's
good
waiting
hour.
for his playmat first.
I'm waiting for my playmat.
Hey,
Coach.
First of all, Lance, don't undersell it. It's a spread. First of all, it's a spread. You might want to lay it on the floor, just like all your Lego blocks, and then organize it.
Did anybody put On Mars on their top 10?
Yeah.
I would
It's too
consider
hard
it,
for me.
but oh man, I guess I got to put
Too-
that on
it's
my list of things I haven't played.
Too
that I
challenging
should.
for me.
So my favorite so February I went to Con of the North, which is the local con I go to. It's not really local, it's a couple hours away, but it's still like relatively local. And I still remember I walked into my board game room that I run, and I sat down with my daughter and we were going to just play something light. And I watched a few people, these three people that I knew, and they walked in, and I had gotten my copy of On Mars and I had played it with my buddies, and we got through it. It wasn't, but it was a slog. It doesn't have the best rule book of all time. And it is definitely a game where if you just sit down and decide you're going to play, you're talking an hour of like
To learn
just,
the rules, yeah.
just to figure out how the game works.
I was forgetting rules by the time the game started.
Yeah.
I saw these guys. It was like first day of the con, noon on a Friday. They're all striding in. They're all excited. They had their backpacks. They had their jugs of water. They had their bags of snacks. They sat down at this table. It was pretty sparse still. There wasn't a lot of people in there. And I saw the guy, and he took out his On Mars. And I looked over, and I was like, that looks like it's still got shrink on. And then I saw him rip the shrink off. He's like, that still has the shrink on. And I remember I was sitting there and I was like, oh dear, they're going to learn how to play that game, aren't they? And then I saw them, one guy took out the rules and immediately disappeared into rule book land. And the other people just were sitting there punching that out. And like, I remember we got done playing Taverns of Tiefenbaum, like a bunch of games of Shards of Infinity. I think we even played, we played another, we played like 3 or 4 games, and I looked over and that one guy still had his head buried in the rules. It was like 3 hours later, and they had the board set up, and I walked over and how's it going? And they said, we haven't even done our first turn yet. It's just like, convention!
That is, how did people do that? He could have downloaded the fucking PDF.
Yeah, I don't like games like that. I do.
plane.
I watch videos. I read the rule book several times. I'll send videos to my friends in the game group. Like there's like a game that heavy needs to be studied before you come. Like we can't just
exactly.
We can't do that. We can't play that game. You know, like,
for normal humans. Maybe.
Yeah.
I like Paleo a lot.
Oh, Paleo is really good. Yeah,
pretty good. Does it have staying power though? Like when you play a mission and figure it out, like do you play it? Is it worth?
I think it probably would be because any one mission you could quote figure out, but it's the combinations. The fact that you always put 3 of them together, and they really will interact in interesting ways.
Okay, yeah.
I think it probably has legs. I hope it gets an expansion, and I hope they fix the 2-player because I was really disappointed by the 2-player. It broke my heart actually a little bit.
Why?
Because it's okay at 2. I mean, everything about that game is supposed to be, hey, look, we all have something in front of us we could do, but some of us has to sacrifice so they can help somebody else out. Who's it going to be? In a 2-player game, it's always going to be, okay, I'll help you or you'll help me, or we'll both do the thing or neither of us will do the thing. I mean, it's so insanely limited compared to, I mean, I wish they would have done a little bit of work to put in, well, like a Merv, Heart of the Silk Road style 3rd player who, I mean, it would have been easy to do too. I think they really could have had a really low upkeep dummy player that would have really brought it to life as
you should put the solo rule in then. Play with the solo rule, see if that fixes it for you.
Yeah. I
thought about the solo rule. I don't remember what it is.
Spend 3 cards for rolling 1 die. Spend 6 cards to roll 2 dice.
Yeah.
Because that's a sacrifice. Like that's a lot of cards to spend to roll 1 die, and you're not guaranteed to get it. Right?
Yeah. I mean, that would be a way to add more complexity to the game. But what I really want is a way to capture that feeling of a 3rd player who has their own agenda that they want to pursue. But am I going to sacrifice mine to help them with theirs, or are they going to sacrifice theirs to help them with mine? And that exists in the 2-player game, but it's just with only 2 players, there are significantly fewer moments where that interesting tension will come up.
We played 3-handed with 4 players the other night, and it was cool.
Oh, I bet.
Because I basically just taught my group. We played on Tabletopia, and they enjoyed it. And I just kind of like threw my advice in every once in a while. I mean, I felt like I was playing it, even though I really was, even though I didn't flip over cards or anything, it still felt like I was in the game.
Why weren't you the 4th player?
Because the Tabletopia only does 3-player. They've only implemented 3-player and only decks A and B.
Do you think they did that because they're afraid of losing sales?
I don't know.
Because why would they do that? What other reason? They have the mistaken impression that a digital.
Well, I know they suggest not to play it 4-player in the rulebook.
Wow.
Oh, that's right. They do.
They say play. In fact, they suggest 2 teams of 2 for 4 players.
But I mean, that's because the rulebook and the game is pitched very hardcore as a gateway game. Because it is. It could be a really nice
weight game. They pitch it as a medium.
I don't think so. I mean, I
No,
think
no. On the box, it's got a thing.
What does it say?
And it's like it's a medium weight.
Yeah, it's got a
game.
sticker on the box.
that says medium weight
Yeah.
game.
I took a picture of it actually.
The word medium.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll bring. I was like, who
That's
put that
crazy.
sticker on there?
Because like,
Well, okay, then if that's the case, it makes no sense for them to put in that caveat of, hey, it might be a little bit too much for you by starting out as a 4-player game. The only reason I could have assumed they meant that is because they were trying to pull a. Oh, you've got the real thing. Show me.
Oh, you've got the sticker.
Oh, me medium.
See, now I remember when I used to go into board game stores a long time ago, and there'd
Well
be that like,
spotted.
strategy to
Well
luck meter, and there'd
Yeah.
be all those things that people used to put on board games. And
So they added text to this. It says, "Is this game for me?" Question mark. It's got it in the medium. It says, "Do you like cooperative games?" Question mark. Do you like planning strategic choices but still discovering surprises along the way? Paleo is an approachable game with variety, creating a unique experience of endless adventures.
See that sounds like they're trying to pitch as a gateway again.
Yeah, but they wrote medium on there. So I mean, it's
That's
not.
it.
I don't think.
Yes, and the other thing, they think it's too heavy for people because they put in that rule of don't play with more than 3 players the first time. When any gamer is going to be able to handle it as a 4-player game without breaking a sweat. It's really weird. I think there maybe was some miscommunication. I mean, it's Helms and Gluck's first ever co-op game. They probably didn't know what they were doing. What do we do with this thing?
They've only
We
been
don't
making
know.
games for like 25 years or something.
Well, it is weird. I mean, that they've never done a co-op before this. Then they broke the rule.
That's
if
true.
they in fact have one. It is
Warp's
good.
Edge will make my top 10, but that's a solo game.
I told you, dude. I told you.
It's
Wow.
good. It's
I
really
told you.
good.
I told
Wow.
I like it a
Yeah.
lot.
you. It's
Have you
really
played
good.
the CGE Space Invader game?
Yeah, Fallen Skies, Under Fallen
Yeah, thank you.
Skies.
No, I just got it.
Yeah.
My
I assume Jeremy's played
my
both.
box went back to Prague and came back, and everything was mangled. And but I got it.
Yeah.
It was great. It was here in Dallas for a minute, and then they sent it back to Prague. Like they sent it back the next day.
Why?
So crazy, because they couldn't deliver it to me.
Oh no.
They didn't call, and it was sitting around for like, well, it wasn't a minute. It was like 2 weeks, but no one called me. Like,
wow.
they you give them your phone number. Don't you put your phone number like on every Kickstarter? It's a thing, right?
yeah, it is a thing.
For all the
You always
shipping
have to
stuff.
give your phone number
Nobody
for any kind of
called.
international
Yeah,
shipment.
nobody called. Yeah,
Wow, that's
I don't know.
a shame.
It was weird.
Jeremy, I'm sure you have played both. Which
Yes.
Space Invader solo game?
Yeah,
If you
I
can
played
only
both.
have one.
Oh, Warp's Edges. Not even close.
Wow.
Yeah, not even
Interesting.
close. That game dethroned my favorite bag building game, which was
Orleans.
coffee roaster, little coffee roaster,
Coffee
Uh,
roaster's good.
a little coffee roaster. But Orleans was taken over
Orleans.
by coffee roaster and now blasted
No.
away by Warp's Edge. Blasted away. Like
Wow.
Warp's Edge is absolutely amazing. Like that game. And I hope they squeeze every piece they can out of that design. Maybe they already have, but they have enough to really keep that game going. Because you can just whip it out and play it in 30 minutes.
Was that another Scott Alms design?
That is a Scott Alms.
I heard Whistle Mountain is amazing.
I maybe misspoke when I
Is
said
No,
anybody played
actually,
that one?
43rd
I haven't.
best game of
Yeah.
I've
2020.
heard nothing but
No,
good things about
43rd.
Whistle
Luke
Mountain.
Laurie is
43rd
here.
best game.
I saw him in the corner there.
Woo!
I actually got a story about Scott Holmes that I just did today. I did
Uh-oh.
a Kickstarter critique for his new solo game from Button Shy he put out.
Yeah.
And I tweeted at Scott Holmes thinking it was him. It's not him. It's another guy with like 15 followers, and his only description is, "I'm not a game designer. You're looking for this guy." And he just wants to post pictures of like puppies and shit on it.
You can change your Twitter handle like at will.
Well, that
Oh my
guy,
God, that's
Scott Holmes'
hilarious.
popularity ruined his Twitter life.
He just wants to be on. He just wants to be on social media and be left alone.
Try to Scott Holmes and made it.
He doesn't
But
understand.
his
how
name
this
is
works.
the hill he will die
Right,
on.
right.
He refuses
It's
to give that.
He's
Which is
very-
why Scott Alms always calls himself Scott B. Alms in all of his usernames, actually, because of this
There you
one
go.
guy with the kitten pictures.
he has a lot of games published, right? That's kind
Yeah.
of unbelievable.
He's
Oh,
got
yeah.
It's basically all tiny epics.
It's like Office Space. It's like Michael Bolton. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, it's like you can go by Mike Bolton. I shouldn't have to change. He should.
There's so many games I haven't played. It's terrible.
Oh.
There's a
You
lot
failed.
of games. No.
failed
What can I do? I mean, I
Failed.
can only, so my group, we only play for 2 hours on Saturday night at 10 o'clock.
All of the games had solo modes. What else did you have to do?
I played
should have been
solo
your year
as
to
much as I
shine.
could.
No,
I played solo every time I could.
Just do. I would say every Saturday he plays solo.
Every Saturday.
I
for
play
like 4
every
to 6
Sunday.
hours.
He plays every Saturday for
on
hours
Facebook,
on end.
so it doesn't exist.
I've actually been
He,
thinking
on
he
about
does.
that.
No, he does his on Twitch.
I'm on
On
Twitch.
Twitch, it exists even less.
Shit. Well, he says it does exist because he
It
gets
has
at least
the-
2,500.
It has the
views every
speed
single
and all
time.
that stuff.
Got a serious question because I was actually thinking about maybe playing some solo plays and recording them and actually hosting somewhere for people. I don't actually play solo games either, but I think it would just be fun because I can't get to a game group either. Where is the best place to put that content if I was to put that out there?
YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube. I'll be moving to YouTube at the beginning of the year.
What do you
Clank
mean moving?
Legacy.
Oh, that's right. You do Facebook stuff, right?
Yeah, I do Facebook gaming.
That's a holdover from your Jambalaya days and your Revolution days.
Did Clank Legacy come out this year or was that last year?
Last year.
Yeah.
Do you think Jeremy post it on YouTube and then share it with a Facebook group or two with the solo games or no?
I will always share my stuff there because that's where my audience came from. So, but I want to tap more into getting just for publisher side as well, just to make sure the attendance stays high enough as well. And they just like it more, even though I get to edit it. They like the editing, so I can correct the mistakes and stuff like that. But like the people on YouTube just don't give a shit. They're like, man, you look like you're having fun. Like I say in my comments, like that's all that really matters, I guess. So I'd rather have a bigger audience, and just check out to see what's up. And then since I'm going to be doing a little bit more reviews right afterwards, people seem to respond to that pretty well. So I can do that live and just have a quick Q&A.
I mean, we can talk about this when we do our top 10 in a few days, but I'm curious, you're still doing this under the umbrella of MVM?
Yes.
Okay. So were you like MVM's face on Facebook then? Is that kind of your positioning within the MVM empire? Or
well, I think
they not care one way or the other, or how does that work?
Well, I mean, of course, I'm in the MVM universe.
Yes. Yeah.
No. Since before I came with MVM, I was pretty much like a social media guy anyway. So I did a lot of promotions for publishers. Back in my BGR days, I did a lot of like promoting of games. Like I did stuff for TMG. I would do these like kind of promotional nights. Okay. No reviews, no nothing. Just showing publishers games, and talking about them, and then showing them how turns work. Kind of like really like a rolling infomercial for like an hour. And then I just kind of do that stuff all the time. So I'm always in the group sharing some things. I was hired to kind of shoot pictures and share them as well, all that kind of stuff. But, I was still an amateur. But with MVM, they didn't have a huge social media presence. They just were MVM on social media, And I mean, I do a lot of community work anyway. So if people ask me where I'm at, I'm MVM. And a lot of people know me from Jambalaya. So, it just kind of naturally becomes what it is. It's like people still sometimes ask me about Jambalaya. Sometimes when I go on Tom's show, he puts Jambalaya plays games. So it doesn't even matter. It's like, doesn't put man versus meeple. So, whatever.
The name that shall not be spoken.
So, I mean, I know what that is. So, that's the name from Confusion is pretty much gone. Jambalaya plays games still exists. So if I ever do some experimental stuff, I'll do it over there. But it's not an active site. I pretty much take all the links that I have for the games that I'm playing on MVM and link them back over there. So I just have them on there as videos you can just see, so you know where I'm at, and they give views to the main site. I'm doing exclusive stuff the next year when I do reviews. Everything will be on MVM, every single thing.
So, yeah, all right. As I understand it, you can simultaneously live stream to YouTube and Facebook.
That is correct.
Yeah.
You can restream to anything.
You can restream to anything, but Twitch is kind of funny about that.
Twitch are assholes about it. Yes.
Twitch is really funny.
Yeah, if you're a partner or
which is to say, if you have monetization, if you make money off Twitch, they will not let you simulstream.
Yeah, they don't want anything done on Twitch.
But YouTube and Facebook,
Roy?
And
24 hours.
You can actually, Forrest, you can Twitch to all three platforms simultaneously. Out of OBS, you can stream to all three at once. If you're internet is good, I guess.
Yes,
suppose.
that's the thing. I actually noticed that one of my videos is like super laggy, and so I don't
You're
know.
gonna have to buy another hamster for us.
Yeah.
Another
It's
hamster.
hard jacked in. I don't know what else to do. You know what? I realized today, now that I think about it, I was streaming the stream on my iPad as well at the same time, which I bet ate a bunch of my bandwidth.
I don't know if it's your bandwidth that's causing your. Every time I've seen one of yours and you get some choppiness, I think that's your PC, not your bandwidth.
Yeah, it's not your
Yeah,
bad.
could be.
Yeah, I mean, because OBS is a great program, but it does suck up a lot of resources.
It
So
sure
when you go to
does.
both YouTube and Facebook, that's through OBS.
Yeah.
Well, OBS
You can-
is open broadcast software. It's just something you have that will take all the input from your webcams or whatever you have plugged in. You can, superimpose them all and make one single feed, and then it will stream that feed to, well, to those three at least.
Right,
I don't know.
So
Somebody
easy, I can use
did
it.
it one or two
I
times.
use XSplit instead. It just
Yeah.
works. smoother.
OBS is for people who are cheap.
Yeah.
You can do
Yeah.
Restream.io as well if you just want to stream
Yeah,
one. If
Restream
you don't
is-
have the bandwidth, Restream.io will broadcast it to like 40 different platforms.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Tell me more.
Yeah, Restream is good.
Restream.io.
Restream.io.
IO.
Is there a
Yep.
charge?
I don't think
it's
so. There's
it's
you can do
cheaper.
30.
Yeah.
You can do 30 for free forever.
Mhm.
But if you want
30.
customs-
30 period. And
30
once you-
30 platforms. You can stream the 30 platforms for free. If you want to do custom, then it charges you.
Oh, Roy, I miss you too, man. I miss being on crowdfunding, crowd surfing. That was something I did for a while. I did a lot of crowd surfing stuff where I would tell people about Kickstarters that were coming, and I would feature different Kickstarters. That was another thing that I did for a while, and that's how I got into previews. But that was fun. Roy Kennedy is in here from Dice Tower. He used to cut my videos short enough so Tom wouldn't kick me off. So-
Ooh,
Roy.
Yeah.
don't know.
Jeremy, what was the one you mentioned? X something?
Oh, XSplit. XSplit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
XSplit is much more user friendly and a
Way
pretty
more
powerful
user-friendly.
program,
Is it
but it
free?
is a paid program where OBS is free.
Oh,
Yeah, and you just get a little bit more. You just get a cleaner look. That's all. You get a
It
cleaner
has a
look.
lot of
Yeah.
nice filters
Like
for
really good
transitions and
filters.
stuff.
Yeah, it's really good. I was like, you know what? It's worth it. It's just worth it, and it's not
It's much
expensive.
easier-
It's not even expensive.
I think
It's much easier to look really professional with XSplit.
Yeah.
There's nothing XSplit can do that OBS can't do, but
Right.
OBS you got to do 3 times as much work to figure out how to make it
Mhm.
happen.
Yeah.
I feel like the real way to do it is to go through Isadora and then go into OBS, and then you can do whatever you want, all in a different program.
What's Isadora?
Whoa,
I don't know. Cassandra just got really hardcore on me.
whoa, whoa.
Isadora is something that none of you will ever use because it's a projection design program
Nice.
for theater. It's a
For
theatrical.
stage layout and stuff.
Oh yeah, I see.
Okay. Oh, and is that what you do?
Yes, I use if like I was going to stream from my mother's house and we set it all up, but we actually didn't have the right camera to get the shot, and we inputted it through Isadora instead, so it takes the input and then we can cycle through different scenes,
Mhm.
very similar to OBS, just through a different program that can do more. Isadora is like, I don't even have a great description. You can do whatever you want and can imagine in this program if you have the
Wow.
resource for it. Like if your computer can
Is
handle
this
it.
a free
it can-
program?
It is.
Isadora is
It
one
is
of
a
the most
free program.
flexible and easy to use programs for creating interactive digital performances.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah,
Over
so
100
say
universities
VMix,
have chosen to teach the fundamentals of Isadora as it lays fertile ground for anyone wanting to grow as a multimedia interactive designer or artist.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
if you're
it's-
gonna pay, oh, go ahead.
It's free, but you can't save.
Oh,
So
oh,
that's the only thing.
that's not huge at all.
Wait, what?
Not huge at all.
That's
But
not
is there-
a
That's
video
not
burner.
huge at all.
Is there a
That
paid
is,
version?
What would
that
you
is
save it?
Not
No.
like setting things in every
not
single
minor
time
inconvenience
you
there.
use it.
Minor inconvenience.
Yeah,
I find it to be a minor inconvenience.
minor inconvenience there.
But you can
Fun
get,
food.
I think it's like, I don't know,
It's
$3,000.
150. It's 150 a year,
Wow.
Okay.
You know what
can buy a whole
Isadora-
dongle.
or buy it for 550 to outright.
Ah,
Scott,
see.
do you,
Yeah.
Do you remember Asymmetric's multimedia toolbox? Because that's what
No.
Isadora looks like it is.
I don't think I ever used that.
Oh yeah. Well, you would have been crazy to, but Paul Allen was going to take over the world with it.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm looking at some videos.
I'm
of
actually
it.
tempted to look at this. Curious to see what it does.
Scott, you should look at vMix.
Oh, we use vMix for BGG.
I'll say vMix is that's it.
Yeah,
That's
we
all
use
you
that for
need.
BGG.
That's
Yeah,
it.
Yeah,
That's all
vMix is good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
all
I've
you
got a
need.
question.
Especially if you're gonna pay. Like if you're gonna pay,
Yeah,
that would be the
did
one to pay. You know,
yeah,
like
If for what I'm doing, which is just sitting here like I am now and projecting what's on my screen, is OBS what I should probably be going with?
Yes, because
Yeah,
you're a cheaper son of a bitch than me. So yes,
That's by necessity, damn it! It's by necessity.
Oh, that, like,
feel
no,
like
I
that
would
is
never
not
tell. I would
true.
never tell anybody to do that. Do otherwise. Just go with OBS. The only reason why I
Yeah,
didn't go with
OBS is
OBS
easy.
is because there was so much. Like there's little tricks and stuff that I didn't want to figure out. So that's why I went to XSplit because I just plugged in camera 1, 2, 3, bink, bink, bink. Added my little filter, bink. Added this in. Plugged in my mic. Done. It recognized everything.
Yeah.
So-
See, first time I used OBS, I think
That.
it overheated and crashed or whatever happened. And then
Wow.
I also went and got a Mevo camera because Unfiltered Gamer had a Mevo
Yep.
camera.
Mhm.
And then it said, "Hey, this doesn't work with
Working
OBS."
on that. Yep.
Twitch. And I was
Yeah.
like, "What the hell's wrong with this
Yeah.
program?"
XSplit recognizes everything. Everything.
Yeah, I would have worn Meebo. That Meebo
Mevo
was
is
not
tough.
good.
Yeah, it's not good.
I
Wants
don't
to
know
do
what
its
Did he
own
get paid
thing.
for that thing anyway? Like isn't it a sponsor of his?
What?
Meebo?
Mevo?
I don't know. I mean, I like the Mevo camera, and I was really impressed with the angle that it
See,
captured.
Well, that's the problem though. I don't. The problem with Mevo is that it has these angle things, but the draw distance is too far. So you got to take this thing. You get like if I put this on the corner of my table, like my webcam, this is the Brio. So this is the expensive webcam, right? You
Yeah.
can take it. You can keep it at. Depending on your system. You can even take it all the way up to 4K if you wanted to. It just depends on your resources. But I can put it here, and then in XSplit, I actually can change how the camera works from there, and keep the quality as high as possible within XSplit. So it's not even using like the Logitech functions, which is another feature of XSplit. It kind of gives everybody.
Because what I still haven't figured out is
Mevo just
what I
doesn't
want
allow
out
that.
of
It's
it.
weird.
What I want out of a stream is I want a really good I want to see the board in a great way. And the problem I was running into is that like Logitech cameras and the focus and the way of capturing the board is just crap.
No, it's crap.
And
It's
I
crap.
need to get something.
Sony Handycam.
Yeah, this. Let's say I have a
film everything
Sony.
with this Logitech camera.
Yeah.
It works. You can do it. You just have to understand the tricks.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's tricky. And the thing is that locking. That's the thing. When it's trying to find stuff. If
No,
gotta get
you
the
have to
right
turn.
distance.
You have to turn
Turn
autofocus,
it's all-
auto
yeah,
ISO,
yeah.
all the
All
autos
that
off.
off.
You have to
Yeah.
permanently manually set them, and if you do, and the problem with the Logitech is every time you reboot your machine or even restart the program,
Yeah, it just-
they'll reset to what Logitech wants them to be. They think it's a feature, not a bug, that it won't remember what you've set them to.
Hey, Peter, let me get you this. Let me get you.
But I mean, yeah, but they work great. That's what I do. It's just you have to manhandle them.
What's your budget, Peter?
Forrest, you're best off with OBS because while XSplit and the other one they were talking about, though, they are fancier. You can do a lot more stuff. They have even higher CPU usage. So not only will you have to pay for them, but they'll bring your computer to its knees even more than OBS does.
So I should be having just the one browser open, nothing in the
Yes.
background.
Mhm.
Yes.
Nothing.
Kill everything.
Yeah.
Control, Alt, Delete,
Kill
make sure there's no-
everything. Kill
Not at all.
everything.
This
Hey,
this
have a good one.
podcasting and streaming talk is riveting, but I've got to get some sleep.
Night, Peter.
Pete,
We're
before
just
you
about
go,
to talk about
Yes.
Star Wars. You're gonna miss it all.
Pete, before
What?
you go,
Yes.
Marvel United is fucking fantastic.
Oh well, thanks. I'm glad
I
you
was
like
so
it.
shocked.
How'd you get a copy?
Pete,
Oh, okay.
Pete's a good
I
man.
haven't got my Kickstarter yet, so it's like,
You can wait,
I
you
got
son
the
of a
retail.
bitch.
Look at Scott. Look at Scott getting all
I have to
amped
throw
up.
it
Look
in.
at Scott
But
getting
I'm a
aggro.
pay-
I'm a paying-
some of us
are paying
customer.
Look at this. Look at
I'm a
this
paying
guy. He's
customer.
become,
Some of us aren't getting Dwellings playmats, but some of us will have our Marvel United. Rado, I'll make sure on March when we get the rest of the stuff in, we get you some stuff sent out to you.
Scott got all
my
aggressive
video
on your
board's
way
gonna go
out.
up this weekend.
I just
My
like to
run
rub it in.
You sure did.
It's a constant. It's a constant.
He was like, before you go, where were my Kickstarter?
Where's my Kickstarter?
Anyone else who wants to complain about Marvel before I leave? I'm right here.
Yeah.
If I complain about it, do you send out free stuff then?
Yes, go ahead.
Right there.
Lance, go ahead and tell me your complaint.
Perfect.
Look at that.
Smooth operator.
Hey, here you go. This is Peter. This is the one I have. It's called FDR AX33. This is a 1080 4K cam. You can find this on Amazon for $530, and you can find it used, which are they're refurbished through Amazon, and they're really good, like $350. And I just think it's worth it. Like
I have that same exact one.
If you want a badass top-down cam, like it just works. Like it does whatever you want it to do. It's got different options. You can even use not the video version, like the movie. You can use a camera version, so it turns it to a camera, and it actually finds the right coloring for what you're playing. And it does it automatically because it's Sony. It's picture part camera. But yeah, it does all 3 levels of what you may want.
Will it automatically dump raw footage into your computer, or do you have to record it and then copy it over, et cetera?
Nope, it just well, the thing is, I don't know how yours, what software you're using, but for XSplit, it automatically just records everything that's putting feed into my computer at once. So
really,
yeah,
so you have that plugged into your computer with the USB 2 jack, or what?
Yeah, no. So what I have is I have a splitter that's
you have a media box that
you have to I don't even have a media box. I have it's like a USB 3, and it's got a splitter. I have to put that inside of a what's it called?
What is it called?
Shit.
I know it. It's Blackmagic, right?
Yeah, mine is not a Blackmagic, but it's the Logitech one that you have to plug a camera into. Yeah, capture card.
A capture card.
Yeah. That's what I meant by a media box.
Yeah, a capture card.
Yeah.
And
you need more than the camera for that.
Mm-hmm.
You'll need like a capture card of some sort.
So you would need a caption card. That's going to be about 100, and then you would have the cord. You want an extender cord. That's 10 feet, which is like $10, $20, and then this right here, and you're good to go. I mean, you don't even need what you don't need. You don't even need a memory card until you want to start like filming just for the heck of it, not live streaming. But I don't even have my memory card in here when I'm live streaming. It just feeds into my XSplit. XSplit records everything that I put on there, even the stuff that I test stream. I can find it as a file. So it's really good, man. I highly recommend this one right here. I highly recommend this.
What's that model number again, Jeremy?
This is FDR AX33. Yeah, this is
AX33.
I'm going to buy myself another one because they're that good. This is that good.
That's what BGG has used for years.
I use Streamlabs OBS and it works just fine.
Streamlabs is good too.
Yeah.
Forrest, that may be the one. Like that may be the one for you.
I was going to suggest Streamlabs to it as well, but it has significantly more CPU usage than regular OBS.
Actually, you're right. You're right.
I want them.
You're right.
Barrel.
No, don't use that one. You're right. You're right.
OBS.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
Yeah,
it is
I mean,
doing overlays would kill his computer probably.
Yeah, overlays would kill it. Yeah.
Y'all got geeky, so I had to tag in.
Well, look at you.
I was just gonna say,
tap in.
So tell us about this. What was it called?
Isadora.
Yeah. So the thing about Isadora is it's expensive, but once you save your file out, you can load it and run it whenever. So once you
but that's with the paid version.
You when you unlock the license, once you save your file, if you set yourself up, you have your graphics and stuff like that built into it.
Right.
Once the file's saved, you just reopen it and do your stream or whatever you're doing with it.
Okay.
Which is great. So you can rent it for a week, set up your show, and then
interesting
do away with it. So
I'm
a lot of
to see
people
what it can do.
In our industry, a lot of people have the dongle version, and so they'll go into a theater, program a show, walk out with their dongle, and the show will run by itself, and they'll just move on to the next theater. So yeah, once you're set up, you're good to go. So you get your graphics installed and things like that. And then if you're doing one-time things, you don't need to worry about saving any, right? Like if you're doing, board game specific covers and art and things like that, just drop it in, and you don't have to worry about saving it at the end. You finish your stream and you're done. I have to throw in the GoPro 5 though.
Oh,
or the GoPro 9.
5.
GoPro 9. Sorry.
Oh, really?
Does that go into your Is that a USB video or is it a HDMI out?
I'm not quite sure. They just released drivers that allow you to use as a webcam, I believe.
Well, there you go.
Oh, see, that's what I need to hear because I have a
Peter.
Canon that
He's
doesn't
gone.
do that, and that's my problem. I need one that.
Oh, your
they
Canon
just-
won't work?
So this is the one Canon. So
The
after
one
I did all that
Canon.
fucking
Of course,
research,
the one
it's the
Canon.
one fucking Canon that doesn't work. So it's okay. It's great for my preview videos, but they do have a utility now that they can do it, but the frame rate is so low on it. And this is such a badass camera, and it's such a badass camera that I can't even use for live streaming. It'd be perfect.
Tony Gulati uses a Canon and it looks amazing.
I've got a Canon.
But he uses a Canon. I think he uses a Canon 80D, which is like it's like a $1,300 camera. It can be used for anything. Yeah, he also is running it on a very high end PC as well, which has got a clean output. I mean, I think he's pulling at like 10,000. What is it? Whatever it is, like KPS. Yeah, he's doing like K. Yeah, I mean, he's really pushing it pretty hard.
Yeah, and
that's
the thing you have to watch out with the Canon though. The utility is technically still in beta, and it downsamples your resolution.
Yes, it does. Crazy. That's what I was saying. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It like when I saw that, I was like, oh, great, and then I put it on. I was like, ooh.
Yeah,
you have a Canon camera?
I got a long way to go.
Mine's a T7i. I don't think I can live stream with it.
You can. That one for sure. I'm pretty sure I can.
The T7i.
What's that?
The Rebel.
Canon T7i.
I'm pretty sure. Check it.
So I got a dumb
just Google it.
Yes, Forrest.
But you can go with a Sony. What is that? A6100. That's like a $200 camera, and it works just fine.
The A6000 at Sony.
Yeah, 6,000.
Yeah. That one's
6,000. Yeah, and that's just a good pound for pound one. Good pound for pound one. Yeah.
What's the question?
Is there any like separate like USB jackable thing that I can plug in to bump up and get more of this CPU shit? Can I plug in like another laptop?
Yeah.
Like I'm so out of my element here.
Yeah.
Okay, what equipment do you have? Like, what equipment do you have if I said film something?
What's
iPad.
the memory?
What kind of cell phone do you have?
Oh my god, it's bad. It's bad. It was like $60 2-3 years ago. It's a bad phone.
Could you okay, listen, I'm not telling you to do this, but could you upgrade your phone and still go get a phone that's less than $100? Because if you did that alone, more than likely that phone would have a badass camera on it. Because you're so far back that the camera that you like if you're I'm serious. Like I streamed off my Note 8. I think 8. So yeah, no, I'm saying I'm for fucking anything. So if you have like let's say you even got a Note 9 today, which we're at what 12 or something like that, it will look so fucking good. It can stream at like 1080 depending on where you are. Like
but what I'm trying to do though is like I specifically need the computer because I'm going over the Kickstarter page itself. So like I couldn't just plug that into my phone. Like
well, okay.
Got you.
I got you. Yeah.
What's up?
OBS Ninja.
OBS Ninja.
So OBS Ninja is a website that's been developed by a I don't remember his name, but pretty much a user. He's developed it a little bit more now that COVID's hit. And what it allows you to do is you go to it on your phone, and it activates your phone's webcam and its microphone.
Oh,
creates a web browser.
Yeah.
A web browser capture that you can use in OBS.
I couldn't figure that out, by the way. I couldn't figure it out for some reason. I was trying to do that. Then I decided, fuck phones.
Yeah, it's a browser capture in OBS. So when you get into OBS, you just do a browser capture, and that feeds in whatever you have. So if you have like your iPad and a cell phone, you can then bring those in through using OBS Ninja, and then use your webcam just into OBS.
And you can, let's say, now that you know it's OBS Ninja, just look up OBS Ninja because there's a whole bunch of videos that show you how to do it. I just couldn't get mine to work at the time. Like I kept fucking around with it. I could not get it to work.
Oh, so OBS Ninja is a way to turn your phone into a wireless
to a streaming device. Yeah, a wireless webcam. And I was having such a hard time with it.
I've never heard of it, but I've used other ones because sometimes a game, oh, look, I've got to record the phone too because it has a phone app and people need to be able to see that. I forget which one I use. I'll have to look at OBS Ninja for the next time that comes up.
I don't know if it'll capture your screen, Richard. I think it only does webcam.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think OBS Ninja won't capture your screen. It'll just do the.
Oh no, but I mean, I'm using OBS to capture. Well, no, I mean it'll capture the screen of my phone. If I'm. Oh, it's only the web. Okay, I don't need that.
Now would that lower my?
I'm surrounded by webcams. I don't need another webcam.
If I stopped using my webcam and I was actually using my phone, like I am Like, would that be
In
less?
theory, I don't know that would really save him much CPU power. I mean, a webcam is just a. I mean, surely the hardware of his webcam is doing most of the heavy lifting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's the thing that I can look into purchasing and just plug
You
it
need
in?
to get more RAM.
You just
More
need to get
RAM.
more RAM.
Chances are you have
Like
4,
my-
maybe 8 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, my
That's
laptop was
externally?
8. I had to double it to 6. I put it maxed it out at 32. That's what it's got to be. Like it just as high as you can go. Like go as high as you can.
Yeah. Like, do you have a laptop or are you only using your iPad?
For streaming, I only use my PC.
Yeah.
Is it
Okay.
a laptop?
Find out
or
what
is
your
it-
find out what your PC is at. Like find out the RAM in your PC and see if you can just buy some extra.
And
Sometimes
in
they're
all
not.
honesty, I mean, Forrest, you're doing okay as it is.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I mean, if you were just a little bit more aggressive about because I've seen you. I've seen your live streams, and the first thing you show is, right, let's open up this Kickstarter page and look at it. And you've got 70 fucking tabs open. That's destroying your machine. Have one fucking tab open and OBS and nothing else, and you probably will stop dropping frames.
Yes,
Even when I'm not using the other tabs.
No,
okay.
no.
They are
Seriously,
still. They are destroying your
all
machine.
all of that.
I'm a
All
preschool
of it.
teacher. I don't know this stuff.
All of it.
What?
My mother's a 7th grade teacher, and she knows this. She yells at her students all the time. Why do you have 80 tabs open? I'm going to close them all because you can't do anything with 80 tabs open on your stupid Chromebook.
And you're getting into describing my life right now because I teach junior high all day, and I'll be needing to do that here in several hours from now. So I'm going to be signing off.
Oh my gosh, you have to come back and tell us stories about that because I would love to hear.
Oh, you don't want to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Luke.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
I appreciated
Thanks,
the
bud.
conversation, and
Good to meet you, Luke.
and I noticed some of you giving each other a hard time about what games you haven't played or what you haven't done. And everybody, give yourselves a break. We're in the middle of a pandemic here. We're all just carrying on.
You can take that good attitude and you can just.
Hey, you know what? How about you go
That's
make
what
a
a guy
better
who
game?
hasn't played
Why don't you go
video
make a better
games
game,
would
Luke?
say.
Huh?
Yeah. Oh, you know what this is?
I will see you.
And Luke was never heard from again on the album.
Until the next whiskey.
All on the other side.
Take care, Luke.
Luke.
Yeah, we kind of beat him up a little bit there.
Yeah, we all
Shit
pounced
happens.
as one.
That was a little aggressive on the way out there. I think we all hit him at the same time.
But it was with love.
It was with love. It was with love.
Yeah. That'll come up in his next game.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Blow it out your ass.
16 gigabytes of RAM. Okay.
You have 16 gigs of RAM?
Is that good?
I'd upgrade
That's
that.
decent.
No,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. That's a top end amount of RAM.
Okay, so no, it's
that
not.
is
No, it's
a
not at all.
Not with
Okay, I want to
video
correct
editing.
him right away on that.
That
I'm going to
is
correct him
not
right
a
away on
top
that.
end.
The
Not at
vast
all.
majority of people are lucky if
no,
they
no.
have 8
No,
out there in the
no.
world.
They
Yeah,
they
but
do
they're
get 8,
not
but
pretty
everything
rare.
standard now is okay. So if you get Chrome stuff, yes, like because it like the educator laptops and student laptops are going to probably have 4 or 8, more than likely 4. All right, because those are supposed to be cheap and simple, right? But the ones that you get for laptops, like I have a gaming laptop. It came with 6.
A gaming laptop is not a cheap, everyday, normal.
But I'm
person.
just saying. I'm just saying. Like even at the bottom though, like it's going to be 8, 16. It's going to be 8, 16, 32, and then with the possibility to go into 64. So like you have these things, you have tiers, but like if you have 16, yeah, I know 128. If you have 16, you more than likely can take those out and go to 32 easily.
And,
You might have room. You might have room to put just another 16 in there. You're good to go. Like
Yeah, is that how that
You
works?
have to do.
Yeah.
Normally
Yeah,
you
they're
choose.
cars.
oh yeah, you do have to do 2 swap. You have to do double swap. Yeah, you're right.
So I need
had
to get
do
a
the same thing.
32 gigabyte RAM card, most likely.
It would
And then
be
I
two
should have
16.
216.
It'd be 2 16s.
The reality is, Forrest, you don't need to do that. You just need to have one tab open in your browser.
I would
Okay.
try that
I
first.
like that answer, Richard.
And you know what? If you want to take it one step further, dump Chrome and get one of the browsers that has a fraction of the amount of system resources. There are so many of them out there that are so much better than Chrome. Chrome is a
Really?
hog.
Cone's a hog, man.
Yeah.
Cone is a hog.
See, I love this. Just drinking from the fountain of knowledge.
Dude, you put me.
check
Hey,
fountain.
trust me, you live and you learn. Because I didn't have all these bells and whistles for years. I was using my cell phone and a wire and a lavalier. And I was like, before I buy stuff, I'm going to spend time. I spent more time watching non-board gaming people and just watching people who are content YouTube creators. I was watching people who sell makeup, people who are selling, like video equipment, just different things. Because I wanted to figure out how they were filming and how they did it on a budget, instead of like just chasing what everybody else is doing. And I found the ways, just with webcams like Rado's doing. That was my next step, like to do the webcams. That may work for you too if you're using I don't know where your PC is. Where's your PC?
It's right.
Is it manageable that you can get like a longer corded?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's at his feet, right?
Yeah. It's not far at all.
Dude, so like what? 2 webcams in a fucking in a arm? In a what's name? In a mic arm?
Like I don't quite.
That's it. That's it. That's all you need.
What am I gonna do with that stuff? Like, because
I'm just saying, like, if you want to up it, I'm not just saying for your Kickstarter critiques, right? Because your Kickstarter critiques, they're good, they're solid. But if you want to do something like for your reviews to kind of change up some of the shots you want to do and stuff like that, it might be a good way to present your table. Like just a different way to present your table, if you wanted to, right? If you wanted to.
That's gonna be. I'll get into stuff like that when I start actually editing on the computer. It'll come one day.
Yeah,
You don't edit on the
more than
computer.
worrying about that, Forrest.
I thought you did.
You need to iron that gray thing you're putting on top of your table.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, that's the kind of stuff you need to be focusing on, because
we talked about this.
With that iPad
Yeah,
is
we
fine.
talked about that. Yeah.
Go to Home Depot. Just buy a 4x8 sheet of melamine. Throw it in the fire, it'll never wrinkle.
Joanne Fabrics, man. Just Joanne Fabrics. Just go there and get like a nice tabletop and
Well, don't forget. I mean, Forrest has to justify every penny he spends.
Well, here's the thing. I am an incredibly frugal person, just in general. So yes. But what was the thing you were talking about, Barry, that I never have to fold or do anything with?
It wouldn't actually work now that I'm thinking. Melamine. You know what? The IKEA furniture is made out of with the Formica on the edges. It's similar to that, but I think it would give too much of a glare.
Oh.
You'd have to look at it. They make matted ones now, but
yeah, man.
Glare is an issue.
All right, Forrest, I'm looking at Dig Dog Dig, since it seems to be your newest video. Flatten out that sheet or get a sheet that looks flat.
In all fairness, that one was really hard to keep flat because I had a 4-year-old squirming around on the table. But yes, I totally understand it has wrinkles.
Also, your camera is angled wrong. You have it angled back. So me as the viewer, I feel like I'm falling down into the image. And it feels like the game it feels like you're looking at the game upside down because, let's see, actually, can you see my camera? Oh, where am I? Where is this Zoom meeting? Right. I mean, so you can see my camera is angled down. So it's looking down at the game as if it were my eyes. You have the camera up like this. So it's looking in the opposite direction. So the whole thing subconsciously feels like it's upside down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does look like it's upside down.
And that just makes the viewer uncomfortable.
Yeah,
for reasons that they don't quite understand. So that's kind of a problem. But the actual quality you're getting from that iPad,
that looks good, man.
Is good. It is
good
enough.
The lighting looks good. Above all, the lighting looks good.
I would say my only complaint about the lighting is, I mean, you've got this box here. You're making really sharp shadows that really show up on this gray.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, it's not the end of the world. That's getting, I think, a bit persnickety, probably not that big.
If you edit, you can color.
Yeah, he can change. He can color. Yeah, I was gonna say he can cut that out. But but even then, I mean, Richard, he's playing with his kids, so they're fucking with all the lighting, regardless. Like whatever you do, they're fucking with the lighting.
All right, I'm going to card and go seek.
Yeah.
Wait.
There
Look
are
at
no
ours.
children.
Look at ours.
So just gonna say, we like in theatrical world, we are professional lighting designers. Our light diffusers that we have in our studio are trash like bags you get from the grocery store.
Yeah.
Literally. So in the vein of Forrest being frugal.
What is a light diffuser?
You just put it over the top of the light, or
put it over the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to use parchment paper.
That's what I made.
I did
mine
sheets. I did
Oh,
not
like
sheets,
rid of,
but
like, letters?
pillow sheets. Yeah,
It will
whatever
get rid
worked.
of like harsh lines.
Yeah.
I made
Wait, so I could
donut
just
shapes
because
out of
I used
cardboard.
like just straight light bulbs right up there.
Oh,
So that
Yeah.
Your light
Yeah.
bulbs are probably not going to need that
Yeah.
because your light bulbs are already going to be real soft. We have like,
frosted light bulbs or non-frosted light bulbs?
ooh, that's a good question.
I buy the cheapest light bulbs they got.
But
Fair.
are they
Got a pair,
clear?
incandescent.
Are they clear? Can you like see the filament, or are they?
Do they look like white or are
Get
they
up and go
transparent?
look.
Yellow.
Go
Okay.
look.
Are they fluorescent or LED?
I know.
CFLs.
Have you replaced that light bulb in 15 years?
Yeah.
I made that out of parchment and the donut shaped piece.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
used to use.
I didn't know
White
I needed the
parchment
cover
paper.
of this thing.
Yeah.
So this is okay.
So, saying it out loud, your light bulbs you probably should not put a bag over.
Yeah.
Because
No.
it's going to burn.
Burn.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're incandescent.
That's why it's important for us. That's why it was important.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure you don't burn.
No
Yeah.
starting fires.
No.
Wait,
You're not gonna
Brandon,
review hot shots either when you're doing that when it's burning.
go to one of ours. Look at one of our videos and see. Tell us what we can do better.
Annex.
Yeah.
NX.
You need to get a halogen light and put a piece of paper over it first. Just sit there 10 seconds,
Has
20
turned
maybe.
into the
Table. It's table annex, right?
the
Annex
tabletop
dinner table.
sponsors.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Builds.
All right. I had it backwards.
There you go.
Well, first, you know what you could do? You could get like a thin piece of
Pop, pop.
plywood and staple a sheet to it. That way you never have wrinkles. Just pull it real tight. That's how they fabric.
Ooh, and as long as the staples are on the outside of the camera shot.
So this,
Or even underneath.
This is the first
Even
video I
underneath.
saw yours right here that I really liked was this one planetarium, how to play planetarium. I
Okay.
really loved
I'm
this
looking at
video.
how to play planetarium.
Yeah, I loved
You
this
guys are
video.
professional lighting people. Looking
Yeah,
at
this
second
is
43.
so good.
Ah,
It was
no, it's
so good.
horrible.
I
Look
love
at 43
this.
seconds. Or no, I'm sorry. Look at 1 minute 45 seconds in. You
Oh,
know.
are you talking about green screen?
No, this What?
Planetarium, I think, was early.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
I
about
like it,
green
though.
screen?
I
No,
like it,
no, I'm talking about at a
Okay.
minute and 40 seconds in. You
Oh,
have
oh, no.
you have a zoomed in view of the bottom left corner of the board and the glare off of your light bulb.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't see that. Ooh,
completely-
yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
happens. Yeah.
So here's one thing I would give you some advice on.
But I do like that shot at 127 though.
I'm looking at the Harry Potter House Cup competition quick bite.
Yeah.
I see you took the time to put in like
Ooh, look at
tags.
this. What is this?
You put a lot of time into your tags, like the annex dinner table and did it wrong.
Uh,
But those are like never gonna come up, like the quick bite thing. So I would just try and play around with the name of the game some. What is Harry Potter House Cup?
Yeah.
Harry Potter House Cup game.
Yeah.
You know, like I would start tinkering around with those because, like, like Bauer's Game Corner or whatever. Like, even if he did the Dice Tower, if Tom Vassell did the Dice Tower, it wouldn't pop up at all. And do you have two, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would.
A game topper mat will fix that light glare.
Yeah.
Off
Yeah.
your shiny table.
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, I'm sure you guys know how to deal with the light glare. You guys do this professionally, so I'm confident.
We're less than 6 months in, so we're learning a lot of these tricks. very
Let's
fast.
see. I jumped to 1 minute 57 seconds in, which is Cassandra sitting in front of the table, talking to the camera. She's not looking at the camera. She is looking slightly left of camera.
I'm really bad at that.
Yeah.
Like,
I still do it to this day. I still do it to this
Same
day.
thing.
I just
Are you reading a script?
For how to play, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that aside, I mean, and it's bad because I'm paused. Maybe it's not so noticeable. Well, that's pretty noticeable.
No, it's noticeable.
Yeah. It's like
You can get cheap teleprompters.
Why don't you talk to me? But I was going to say that the composition of this shot, I think, looks a bit cheaper than it should because you should be zoomed in probably another 20% to get rid of those iron shelves on either side. So it's just
I
wall
try
of
to cut out my shelf
Yeah.
as much as
Yeah.
possible and like
Yeah,
keep it close
because
to my
it suddenly
chest
looks
and
like,
higher.
oh,
Yeah.
those are all your games, aren't they? You're why are you showing off your dinky little collection? As opposed to if the games went to the edge of the screen, then you know what you're talking about because you own a lot of games, and therefore subconsciously, I believe you know what you're talking about. Also, wow, you've got really odd compression artifacting. I'm noticing too. I don't know if that's an Isadora thing.
No, we're not using Isadora for that. We film and edit everything.
No, I think that
Like, yeah, because I mean, again, I'm at 1 minute 50 seconds in, And the
this is-
planetarium box, if you look at the planetarium box, it's like it's really oddly you're whatever
Are you
you're
in 1080. Make sure you're in 1080.
We are.
You are in 1080, but you have
no, make sure
set up
YouTube is in 1080.
whatever you're editing in, probably Premiere, I assume.
Yeah.
I don't use Premiere because I'm too cheap. I use a really cheap one, and I had experimented a lot to find actually proper output that would work well with whatever compression YouTube does.
Yeah.
I mean,
make sure you're on
it's a minor
1080,
thing.
Richard,
You,
Richard, make sure you're on
fine.
1080. Make sure mine came at 480 by default on the video.
No,
so
I'm looking at 1080. I'm
you
looking
are?
at 1080.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've noticed the artifacting. So yeah.
So another thing, I'm looking at the tags. I'm looking at a lot of the tags. I would totally on your how to play videos. I would absolutely be how to play, learn. So I'm looking at the Gloom one, like Gloom rules, Gloom instruction, Gloom directions. Because I'm looking at the tags you have right now, and if people don't type in pretty much like exactly what your title is, like you're not scooping them up. Like I see fast, learn, quick, family, and I'm not judging. Like I used to type in the word sex because it was like, oh man, everybody types sex. Like I used to type up stupid shit, but I would like go through there and just like how to play Gloom second edition, learn Gloom second edition, learn Gloom second edition, but don't put in the space. Gloom second edition with a 2 ND instead of the second. Like no, it works. I'm seeing difference. It actually works. But like especially with the how to play videos, I would go back in there and I would tweak the tags on a lot of those.
Because where do you guys put your where do you put your teleprompter? Maybe that's the reason why you're getting that look. Like why you're kind of
teleprompter.
Yeah, like I'm like is it like up to the left or right somewhere kind of?
Right to the
like
left.
I feel like it's somewhere a little higher than your eyesight, so you're kind of like looking up over to it. Like
it's so hard because I think it might have been a little bit higher, but we've changed where we've put it since then.
Yeah, I have to
that's
admit,
actually a fairly old video.
Yeah,
for us.
I am actually a subscriber of your channel. I have not noticed this before. You studiously avoiding eye contact with the audience.
It's something that Barry mentioned, and I've tried very hard now to make sure that I'm looking at the camera and like interacting because I think part of the
you've got another option.
It's hard. It's not easy.
Find that to be difficult.
It ain't easy.
Here's the deal. Ever since I got this setup where I'm just surrounded by webcams that were cheaper than dirt, but produces quality that's good enough that your average viewer doesn't care and doesn't notice any kind of drop. I mean, I appreciate all the stuff that Jeremy was talking about. Jeremy looks a lot nicer than I do, but I don't think your average viewer notices the difference unless you literally A/B back and forth between them. But what I have fallen in love with is just be all game all the time and put me in a little box in the corner. And
that's it.
And I think that might be because Jeremy pointed out this, this really oblique angle, this sharp angle you're doing for most of your cutaways to the game is really cool and really dynamic.
Really cool.
I really like it. It pops a lot. It's really nicely composed. It's artsy, and I don't see Rodney Smith doing anything artsy with his how to play videos.
Hey, I got a question. Okay.
Yeah.
So take a look at Tapestry, the Tapestry one.
Tapestry how to play.
Okay.
Tapestry
So
what?
Tapestry how to play.
The Tapestry on
Tapestry how to
NXT?
play. Yeah, Tapestry how to play. So something happened in this video where you got crooked, like visually.
Tapestry.
Visually, you look sort of like this, sort of like I'm looking at you straight on, but it looks there's just something to it. I was like, I'm looking, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't look straight. And I'm trying to I'm even pulling it out bigger.
Oh, you're
so
talking about the overhead view of there? Are you talking
No, I'm just looking. Okay, so go to 125 on that.
You're talking on the Tapestry playthrough.
How to play? No, how to play.
Oh, the how to play.
How to play. November 2nd. How to play.
Although interestingly, the Tapestry playthrough has the exact same thing I was complaining about with where the camera's threshold is on the wrong side of.
I wish I could do what you guys do
table.
with those little pieces. I just don't know how to do Adobe stuff like that. I know it's so not that hard, and I just don't.
The little pieces of what?
Like how you just take the board pieces like that and you kind of raise it out, and then I just don't know how to do it. I don't want it. It's a thing I gotta learn. It's just
Well, better off. It's time consuming.
Oh, that's just so much work.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. It's work, but it's work that I can learn very quickly. I'm sure. I just didn't invest the time into it.
Well, and Jeremy, you keep talking about niche. That's our niche.
Yeah. Yeah.
So back off, motherfucker.
Like the other Jeremy, the other Jeremy on our channel is like so professional at it. It's ridiculous.
Oh, he
Like,
must be the most persnickety guy in the
man, and he's like way over the top. Like way over the top. Like the graphics he did for S. I was like, holy shit! How long did you stay up doing this stuff? Yeah, I would love to see. You know, like I just would like to see that a little bit more. But yeah, I was looking at your front view and I was like, you can't have your front be tilted. Your front view be tilted.
Like, what do you talk? What's the timestamp? When are you?
I know.
It's
put us around
1:30.
like
1:30. 1:30.
Yeah, I'm like about 2 degrees off.
But if we take Richard's suggestion and zoom in, it goes away.
Yes. No, and you know what? And that's exactly what I do when I may edit it. And what I do is I take the zoom crop and I just change it and adjust it to make it consistent. And it really just kind of gets up to where it's the table a little and my chest up. So I kind of keep it where the fat in my belly is. I use that as kind of cut line, you know what I'm saying? I use that as kind of a cut line. And then, and then I kind of pull it in close because you're going to be showing most of the game, you know, from the top down anyway. That's what people are used to digesting. And then the shot that you're using, which is a really good focal point, like it's a very big point for you guys, especially you shooting medium weight boards really well with that angle. I love that. So that's the shot that you really care about the most, like that and the top down, because you do such a good job with it. So, you know, like that part you need to, you know, just closer, tighten it up.
So
and honestly, it's human interaction. The closer you are, the more I'm engaged with you. Yeah. The further you are away from the camera, the less I'm interested in you as a person, quite frankly, because you're over there. So I'm looking at a minute 30 in, and you're right. I can definitely see the camera the table is at a slant. It's a little subtle thing. But to me, I don't know what's in Premiere. In Power Director, the one I have, there is a setting you can do called edge enhancement.
Okay.
And I'm sure there must be an equivalent in Premiere. Everything seems very soft.
That very dream-like legend look in a sense. That kind of.
You almost feel like you've got Vaseline on the camera, Barbara Walters style. Although they're probably too young to recognize that reference.
Yeah.
Which one, Vaseline or Barbara Walters?
Both, sir. Both, sir. Both. So static with emphasis. Both.
It's like most photo editors have Photoshop type. They always have a an auto fix, an auto adjust type thing. Yeah. And I think most video programs have too. That'll just kind of like automatically even out the levels for you. I think I'm looking at this and it feels like if you had run that, it would just, everything would feel sharper and more crisper. Let's see. And then again, you've got the background where it's just like, this is not the best looking background. Also, not for nothing, my background got so much better once I just flipped these boxes up. Behind them, I've still got all my games, stuff, but I just took the front of each one of them, put them in front, and this just instantly looks so much better. Yeah, I would imagine the same thing would be true for you as well.
Yeah, I put mine like with the faces like that, and people see all the newer shit and whatever. And I cycle those in and out because some people like to see what you're playing. You can also use it as a preview of what you're going to show them next. Yep. So people will have boxes and they'll say, "Oh, they're playing that," or you can kind of like tell them that, and then eventually they know that's happening.
Yeah, we went to this curated area in the middle now, so that's
so it's like, oh, they're going to talk about that, and if you start doing that cycle, they naturally will go like, oh, they kind of cycle it in, that kind of thing. So,
what kind of camera are you using?
We're using a bunch of GoPros.
I think that's the GoPro look of the camera.
Is it?
And
that it has that softness.
Is it an underwater? Is it an underwater one? Is that what it is?
Do you have the plastic case on in front of it?
No. It's just a lens, and we shoot completely flat and do all the color editing and stuff like that in post. So
okay. There is that one though that people keep talking about that like there's like the Underwater 3, I think it is, or something that's really good. And that's another one that's like a cheap
GoPros need a lot of light.
Yeah.
Well, so that's probably.
We have a lot of light.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a.
Look at the early stuff because it was bad.
Forrest, I can send you this camera that I have. It's my first one that I had before. Hold on one second.
Okay. I mean,
I put a teleprompter in the chat. It's the one we use. It's not cheap, but it is the cheapest one you'll ever find.
Yeah, no, that's
comparatively.
Well,
And
I mean, you
what you do
can
is you
make
put
a
an iPad
teleprompter
there.
with a mirror too.
But you
Yeah.
can't shoot through it with a mirror.
Yeah.
You have to.
Oh,
this is
yeah,
a
I know what you're talking about.
transparent. Yeah.
Headphones. But what I was going to suggest is, I mean, I'm just really falling in love with not having me be the, I like the philosophy of make the focus the game, not me. It's all about the game. And the more I'm letting them look at the game and feel like, oh, I know what I can imagine what it feels like to touch this thing. I think that only helps. But I do think it's good to still have presence on screen, which is why the picture-in-picture, or go the extra mile like Forrest did and get a green sheet and just superimpose yourself the same way that every video game filmer does.
Did you look at the Tapestry play?
Okay,
I will.
So this is a Vixia HF R800. This camera was my first one that I was suggested by a whole bunch of video content creators, people like Think Media, all the bigger guys. And they were like, you want to get started? This camera right here is good for streaming. So you can stream with this, and you want to film content at the house. This is good. Definitely a great starter cam. I mean, like this, you can get it for like 130 now, I think, but it's like 220 brand new. I mean, I probably bought it for like 130 used off Amazon. I can send you this one because it's just been sitting around. I can't use it. I don't need to use it anymore.
I appreciate that a lot, but like, let me try and work with my wife's camera because she has a really nice camera.
Okay.
Let me try and work with that. But I do super appreciate that because the thing is, like, I don't know what I would use it for. Like, that's like I've gotten
Forrest. I want to come see you. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck out.
Like, I just don't know what I would use it for. Like, I'm excited to try
the character I'm working on. I don't know.
Your iPad video footage is great for it. Your issue isn't your equipment at this point, other than the fact that you have too many tabs open and you should just be using Opera instead of Chrome.
I'm going to use Edge. Edge is actually the best. I checked.
I'm just do a search for top 10 lightweight, and you'll find out whichever one sucks up your resources the least. You just need to play with lighting and just a little bit of presentation. I mean, and of course, the main thing you've got is always still just killer megawatt energy, which has always been your hallmark. I really miss you never punch the air anymore like you used to do because you're all grown up now, I guess. Or you're trying to
punch
be
the air, damn it. Punch the air.
Now he's got the killer closet.
That's the.
We never had any more.
Hey, you know what, dude? You know what? I was at work when you posted that video, and I made the mistake of putting that up. Dude, I fucking fell out my chair at work. Dude, I could not even handle 10 seconds. I was crying, laughing. You son of a bitch, you are ridiculous. Dude, I love you, man. Oh,
I don't know what
I love
you with that closet. I want to shoot more in the closet.
Dude, that was so good.
You want to go in the closet?
Gold.
How big is the closet as far as like 4x6 or something? Or?
That shit is gold.
I don't know. It's I could sleep in it if I had to. I mean, I don't know.
Lights out. If times are rough, I could sleep there.
Here's my honest question: should I stick with the grid? Like I don't even know.
Stick with what? Stick with what?
Idea of the fortune-telling unboxing, like judging a game just on its appeal, its aesthetics, the rules, and saying I think this will or this probably will not stand the test of time. Like I like that idea, but I don't know if I need to be the Grinch to fucking do it.
Yes, you do.
Get a fortune tower costume.
I'm opposed. I'm opposed.
You got from your audience on that video.
Come on, Scott.
I didn't find it funny.
It's
ridiculous. Just being honest. Just being honest.
I
actually couldn't finish it. I know it was only like a minute video, but I couldn't.
I'm sure I was so concerned for you.
What did you think of it, Scott?
So concerned.
It's so off the rails. It's just
you should have edited out you opening the box for one. I stopped when you started opening the box. I couldn't get that.
Well, it didn't help that you took
this is the thing. This is the thing. I was with him until he tried to open the box and he had to take his glove off.
Yep.
Just have it pre-opened.
I think that's
never take his glove off.
But still, I don't think it's worth your time. It's not worth your time.
I was like, oh fuck, the bit didn't work all the way. You were supposed to pre-cut the box, you fool.
That's what people do.
Oh, the first one.
Oh, Forrest, I love you, man. Sorry.
I should do that with the card. The cards are the worst. Trying to get the fucking cards
That
up.
was so good. It was so, man. Oh God, I love you, man. Oh,
Grant,
God.
did you finally clean up your one horse town and you're able to join us, or what's going on here?
It's still Wyatt.
He's still Wyatt.
Van
Mr.
needs
Herb,
tips.
how you doing?
Richard Van needs tips. He posted a link in the chat.
Who, Van?
Richard,
Van.
Richard,
Yeah.
how did you like the tapestry playthrough? Better?
I'd be happy to
Fuck
talk to you
Grant.
about it at great length. I'm just looking at a random still screen, and I have notes.
My one suggestion is take away the glow. The ring glow, the outer glow of the picture-in-picture.
That. Honestly,
Yes.
I see every other channel besides me making this mistake. I see MVM do it all the time. I see. Why are you giving me less screen for the fucking game? I'm here to see the game. I don't need to see the box art off to the side. I don't need to see the lovely beveled edges that our graphic artist made for it. Show me the game. Make the whole screen the game, and then just superimpose the players over on top of it because you've left aside some portions of the table where there's nothing there. Like if you compare and contrast. I mean, I went and looked at my own tapestry one, which I will now copy and I will paste. If I can find the chat again, where's Zoom? Oh, Zoom is little tiny thing. Bippity bop. And then I will go to chat. And oh my God, is Grant dead?
Yeah, he died. He passed.
You're killing Grant?
No, I just went back and Grant was
First
just
the kill
there,
closet, now he killed Grant.
totally leaning
moving.
into creepy.
It
serial
looks like
killer.
he's moving.
He's transitioning.
Am I
frozen?
That's
my
right.
transition. I have no idea.
You're good.
So
There we
if
go.
you open up, if you guys open up my video versus your video side by side, granted, this was before I started doing picture-in-picture myself, but you will notice my angle is actually done such that the game gets smaller as it recedes into the screen, as opposed to yours is, again, it's on the opposite side of the 180. Actually, after tapestry, I didn't think it was enough. I actually go for a much more extreme angle now than I was here. If I were redoing this, I'd do a more extreme angle. But you will notice mine versus yours, mine is sharp and crisp. And yours is soft and fuzzy. That's what I meant by it has the Barbara Walters interview special from the 70s when she would always make everything just look soft. And I don't know why that is. It sounds like you have a decent camera. I mean, I'm literally just using Logitech web cameras that cost me $200. And I feel like I'm getting a lot better image. It's sharp, it's crisp, it's clear. And you will notice I have got the camera as close as I can while still keeping as much of the game on screen as possible.
What angle do you have your camera at in this playthrough? I'm looking at it. Where's your angle of your camera? Is it? Can you get it top down over what you're shooting?
I
Or is it
could
just
do directly.
No. I'm talking about. Because I'm sorry.
Oh,
you're talking about them. You're talking.
I
about
just
them,
pulled a Forest and fixed it real quick.
No. Okay. No, I'm talking about for the for your playthrough video. Do you? Because it's like it's tilted again. So it's. I'm looking at that. I'm thinking, why was it tilted? How were you shooting that one?
It's a little bit. It's down, but it just in the crop because of it. It just is tiny bit like this. So it's pointed down and slightly at me.
So you can say like, okay, so you know how like I have these mic stands things, right? And I take that arm, and sometimes this is so rare. When I used to live stream, I didn't have the ability to necessarily put it top down. So what I did was I kind of like did this angle, and you can do it. It just depends on how high you can get the camera. You can get it where it's angled still, like it's angled like this, but the camera is still pointing at a decent enough angle where it still looks sort of top down. You don't want it to be over exaggerated though. That's the problem. Like it looked a little too exaggerated, like it was bending away from the view. That's the one you don't want. Like that's the one you don't want at all. You want at least closest to flat as possible. Sometimes people like, yeah, really?
Oh, I totally disagree. I think everybody in the industry is making a mistake by having it 100% perfect flat.
No, I don't have a perfect
square
flat.
board looks like a square because that is not the experience that a player has in real life.
Yes.
Nobody
exactly.
ever
Why-
sees a game like this.
Oh, that's how I play all my games.
That's how we all play.
Normal
Been at
person
180
plays
every
Pure
games
game.
overhead
like
though
that.
with tapestry.
And like, okay, here's another one here.
Yeah.
This is a better example because it's more recent. Here's the Marco Polo 2 video I did with Jen a couple of months ago. Where's goddamn Zoom? Okay, there we go. Look at that one and just, jump to anywhere in there. This is me, again, just using these cheap webcams in OBS, going as cheap as I possibly can, making the game take up as much of the screen as I can.
Right. But that's the way you're shooting it. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what you're shooting it the way I'm talking about. Like,
You
I was saying hers was fading like down and away, like it was fading away.
Going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, you want it to be almost like in this. You know what it is? I'll hopefully I explain it better by doing this. I'll do this. Like, okay, so you see behind me, like let's say even you did it this way, where the stand was like coming up behind you, and it was shooting down at an angle like this. You might get that kind of look. It just depends on how your cameras are set up. Because Ronald's got what, 3? You got 3 webcams,
I
right?
have this one. I have that one, the one I'm talking to you.
Yep.
And then I have this green screen off.
I was gonna say I counted 3. So yeah, it's just really about what angles can you produce, and you got to think of it as someone who is just looking over at the table like this. And there may be one person who does not have the best angle for filming, but they have to sit there to make the shot work. Okay, like that's the thing. It's like even if you were playing a cooperative game, you may have to sit a certain way in order to make the filming work, because it's important how your audience sees it more so than the person that's filming. It's tricky. It's tricky.
Yeah, I mean, here's my camera. I actually paid an extra $6 to get this so that I can actually
you can tilt it straight.
My boom arm. And and so as I'm setting up, I'm just trying to get this thing perfectly positioned to get the sharpest angle I can while still keeping everything on screen and leaving a little bit of space to have a picture-in-picture of me and Jen. You'll notice the picture-in-picture of me and Jen. I don't even bother putting a border around it. It's there if somebody wants to look at it and remember, oh, look, here's the human players. What's it look like when they're doing it? Oh, because they're laughing. I look at them. But I'm not trying to draw attention away from the game, because people are here to look at the game. And I think everybody, Jeremy Salinas included, makes the mistake of, I've got to be I've got to look like the evening news with all this stuff. And it's like, well, people don't want to see that. That's taking away from the game. You're showing me less of the game.
I don't agree with him.
Inside of another frame.
I don't agree with him, because we have these things called wide angle lenses, and that's what they do. They show more of the screen. They show more of the setting.
I'm talking about the psychological impact. It's not about how much you see.
This is what I would say. This is what I would say.
You're wrong.
There are angles that you can shoot. Like if I was sitting there with you, that we can shoot a really, really nice angle and we can switch back and forth between us where we can see what's up. Oh, go ahead, Trouble.
I'm just saying bye.
Oh, have a good night. Have a good night. We can shoot us sitting at the table in a nice clean shot of us sitting at the table plus the board, part of the board, so people seeing the board, even when we're talking and bantering and back and forth, still seeing the game. Jesse does this too. He does a really good job of this too, where you can still see the game. We're talking. We can even be playing turns. It's wide angle. We still got this border around. That's wide angle lenses. And then we cut to the board. Still got that thing on there. It's just really, that's just camera levels at that point.
I understand.
It really is just camera
levels. I'm not
it's
actually saying that your ability to see the board is in any way hampered. It's a psychological impact. I feel like in Quackalope and in you and in Dice Tower, 8% of the screen is going to borders. That's 8% less of the game I'm seeing. That's the way it feels. It's not true, but that's the way it feels.
Yeah.
And so that's why I have taken this approach of stripping away everything, getting as close as I can to the game, having as sharp an angle getting an angle that more closely represents what it would look like to me if I were sitting at the table, making sure it looks really sharp and vivid. Actually, I have kind of a problem with my, what I do, this gray, this black I've got, is not the inky black that it looks like in my videos. I am purposely cranking up the contrast to try to get that, to make the game pop even more.
That's why I did that. I went to this wood.
Floating in an empty void. To do that though, because I have to increase the contrast, I do lose a little bit of the saturation of the colors. And that kind of sucks, but I do think it's worth it because it does make the games pop.
Yeah, I see it, Spot. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
It would do better if I actually had if I was using real cameras instead of these cheap webcams.
I got away with that this Sony feature in here that does that. It makes this color pop on its own. I love, man, it's so good, and it makes the camera get a better angle out of it. It's so cool. But it's auto, because I suck at this stuff too sometimes. So like, it's auto. Like I hit a button by accident one day. I'm like, what did I just do? And then I hit it, and I was like, can I stream like this? And I get more camera? Oh yeah, let's do this. And I've been doing it ever since. It works.
Yeah.
You always find the best. Even do more research on the camera that you have. Like do more research on your camera you have, because there may be settings that you're just not.
I am certain you can get better out of your camera.
Out of your camera. That's what I had to do. But I studied that camera before I bought it. Like I went through everything. I even went through a whole tutorial video, like that was like a dude who was a professional for this camera before I even bought it, like as if I bought it already. And like that helped me out quite a bit.
Here's the deal. Even if you did nothing to your camera, if you are bringing this footage into OBS and using it to composite all these images together, you could throw a filter on this scene that would crank up the contrast, increase the sharpness artificially. It'd be creating grain, but it would look and feel better.
Yeah.
And you don't have to do a thing to your camera to do that, because OBS has crazy color correction filters all up and down the street.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can do with it. Let's see. Now, the other big thing, which because I'm not listening, I'm only looking. I don't know what your sound is, but chances are it's not good enough. There's everything I said about how important the image is inconsequential compared to how important your sound is.
It's like the one thing I made a really big fucking mistake when I got pulled to MVM. Like I was so slipping, and it's such a cheap solution problem. Like it's so cheap solution problem. Like you can straight up go to Amazon, and here's the interesting part. You can even do it cheaper than you think. So like you can get one of the like the boom mics where you can pick that up. You can use your webcam, but all webcams suck with noise, like they do. Like I'm talking through this right now. This is terrible quality to me.
Yes,
terrible quality. Like I would never do this if I was filming. Like I wouldn't even I always have a mic in. I don't even use shotgun mics. I want to make sure you're picking up my voice. I want to make sure, no questions. Even when I get a little worried when I'm using this other mic. But like, yeah, you can get a lavalier mic.
That's the thing,
dude. And they have 2-prong ones. This is something I learned from conventions. They have a 2-prong one that you can both have your own lavaliers on the same thing, and it works perfectly. You don't have
That's
to
what Jen and I
anything.
did for years in Malta to get. I mean, I had great sound well before I had great video.
Yeah,
sound is more important. People will be more forgiving of video if you sound good. And the thing is, a $12 lavalier mic sounds 10,000 times better than a $100 Blue Yeti that is halfway across the table from you.
I'm serious. Like this Blue Yeti is fantastic. But you literally
you have to eat it.
You have to.
Yep. And
Blue
I got so
Blue
sick
Yeti
of
is my
lavaliers.
sponsor. It is my sponsor.
I hated lavaliers. I stopped using them, and that is why this Blue Yeti is right here, inches from my mouth at all times. You may notice. Just the other day, I changed my games to have black games back there so that you can't see my pop filter.
Ah, cool.
So you have the Yeti upside down now?
Huh?
You have that upside down now? That's Yeti?
Oh, yeah. It's hanging from above. Yeah, it's right there. You can see a little bit of it.
I see it.
I was trying to make this pop filter go away because my voice is so booming. I explode all the time, but I couldn't hide it. So eventually I said, okay, fine. I'll just put it out there publicly and make it disappear behind some black boxes.
I just can't. Like I can't still. Like I put it up here. Oh my God. What was that? A couple months ago, I had a stream where I knocked it into my chest and I was just like, oh shit. And it was, oh my God. It's just hard because I have to do this and do that. And I'm so animated and it just.
Yeah. The problem with a Blue Yeti on there, I mean, every time you touch the table,
it just, I mean, just.
And if somebody's watching,
it's a great sound pickup, but it's just.
They hear that. They
hear it. I mean, it's got good sound. It's just that you got to know your conditions very well. What's going to work. Like, even if you guys were talking together, like if you were just talking, this is perfect. Like if you guys were having like a kind of a talking heads thing and you're on one side and you're on the other side and you just put it right there in the middle, it's fantastic. But like, you just got to figure out what content would I use this for the most. And that's why I don't pull that one out all the time. When I'm a guest on like podcasts and I do like a video with them, I use that because it's really good. You're talking right into it. It's got strong
Yeah.
Waist inflection. Yeah, it's really strong. I'm gonna fuck up yours on Friday. Though. I'm just gonna speak in the webcam. Fuck it.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Yeah, just
gonna
fuck it all,
fucking
who gives a shit.
fuck it. I'm gonna put my old one in too. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is
This is NBM?
Yeah, this is NBM. Yeah, this is how we do it. no, man.
Let's see. I'm trying to.
Hey, you know what? I know this is a no,
Yeah.
but I want to see if you're going to give this one a chance because Kim just sent this to me. It is the sequel to Unfair called Fun.
Right. Yes, I'm aware that they realized. Oh, we
Come
made
on.
a terrible mistake.
Come on. Are you going to play? Come on.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I remember talking to somebody about it. At
It
some
just
point.
cleared. It just cleared custom, so it should be
Yeah,
here. I was surprised when it showed up.
I passed on Unfair. Just
Yeah.
looking at the rules made it obvious that game was a terrible mistake.
No, it's a good game, but it is.
Oh, I'm sure.
mean
I'm
as
sure it's
fuck.
very
It's
good.
mean as
I'm sure it
fuck.
does what it wants to
It's
do very
so mean. Every turn is mean. Every single turn can be mean.
Yeah. Back to. I mean, I'm just looking at your Tapestry playthrough. Yeah. I some filters, a reposition of the camera. Don't waste any screen real estate. I could see you could be showing me more game and less box art, I think.
Do you think for that one in particular, because we are playing it with people on our table?
Oh,
Like-
that box out on the side?
Like,
Yeah, not on the side, no.
Yeah,
Do you
actually,
think that
that's a
there
good
could
point.
be
Where
more?
are your guys' boards? I don't want to see
Yeah.
box art. I want to see your guys' boards.
Yeah.
all
Also-
of ours?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
All of them? Like some of them being backwards?
You know what? Even if it's just
yeah.
two, like even if it's just one or two, like people want to see what the boards look like. Okay, so in Tapestry, they have that sideboard with all those components, right?
Which you
Like-
have put there, which you
But-
did. That's a waste of space.
Right. So this is the thing. I have found that if there's a whole bunch of resources in a game, people don't necessarily have to see the resources.
No, they do
You
not.
can
It's
show them the
wasted screen
resources.
real estate.
Like you can say, hey, like they have these cubes. Like you can even say, you'll say, all right, so I have these cubes, and these things off here. They look like this. And you just show up to it one time. And then you start using them. And if you need to really describe that building that you pulled out, put it up to the screen when it happens. Take that real estate, make it yours. You know, like I said, somebody's got to sit out, just depending on your setup. Somebody may have to sit in a not so beautiful place as they're sitting at the table, but they'll be able to see a full playboard of at least one or two people that really know how to show the game because they're playing really well and they kind of know the inner workings. That's
Well,
what people want to see the
presumably-
board. Yeah.
One of you, I mean, I haven't watched this, but presumably one of you guys was the narrator for this game. You know, walking the audience through what's happening, why you're making choices, articulating why you think other people are doing, and then them laughing, oh, that's what you think I'm doing, but wait till you see what I'm really doing, and all that kind of shit. And whichever one of you is the narrator, at the very least, I need to see that player's board.
Yeah.
No. The answer is no.
No.
Oh, so you're
I do not do that.
3 hours of everybody sitting silently and just grinding?
No, there's banter and chatting, but because of the spread of videos, it's like a lot of your videos you have, I'm going to play a couple rounds and then I'm going to talk to you about how it is. With ours, it's broken down into different content.
Okay.
So we have the how to plays, we have the playthroughs, we have the reviews, we have the quick bites, all of that is broken down into separate content.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's cool. I'm just suggesting though that when you do a how to play, don't treat it like really getting together with your friends and playing a game. One of you still think of it as, right, I'm the person talking not to my friends at the table, but to the people watching this. I'm talking to the camera. I'm giving a running commentary on what everybody's doing and why they're doing it. And if you do that, you will stand out from other people who are just, hey, let's just set up cameras and play and it'll be fine. No, it's not. It's boring. And people will still watch it because that's what most people do. But you can go above and beyond, definitely, I think. Let's see here.
Okay.
I would say.
That can't be me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find, I'm going to send you a link to a video that people don't get to see unless they are a backer of my show. Because I have monthly ramble videos.
Pretty special.
Yes. So I'm going to send that to you because when Shay came on my channel for the first time and he started trying to emulate my style, he did a test run as a first go. And it was, I don't know, a 30-minute long playthrough. And I spent 2 hours breaking down frame by frame everything he did wrong. And
He
that
does,
included how he did
backgrounds.
layout and how his sound and everything else. And so let me find that. And also how to talk about the game, how to engage the audience, how to entice them to want to keep watching.
It's so, oh man, it's hard. It's hard. It's a thing. It is such a thing you just learn, and you learn how you do it. Like you do have to know how to do it, but then you have to learn how you do it. So
And I'm not saying like you should do what I do.
Yeah, it's just a cadence that you
create. I was
doing
because he was trying to emulate my style.
Yeah.
I'm just I want to give it to you something you can see, so it can give you an idea of what to think about and how you want to approach things, if I can find it.
And I'm not going to give you more advice than he ever would anyway, because I cheated and did his shit. So.
Do one of you know how to play games upside down? I'm just curious.
I can play.
Yeah, I can play them sideways, upside down.
Yeah, that's a big thing when you're filming. You gotta learn how to play them from all.
Well, actually, I don't have to play upside down.
I don't have to. Yeah.
Upside down.
Yeah.
Well, my camera is upside down, and then I mirror the whole thing in OBS.
Yeah. Yep, we do it all through our programs. But yeah, if it was like a weird thing where you had what
is this?
What was the board that I had to almost do that? It was Lost Ruins of Arnak. It was a hard one to film. I had to fuck around with that one forever to get it even somewhere close to right. Raiders of Scythia. Raiders of Scythia was a hard one to film too. Yeah, Raiders. I fucked it up. It was like during Gen Con. I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to put this up. I don't even think I put that one up. I was like, But there's certain games that are tougher to film, and sometimes you may want to skip them because of your skill level, right? But it's all live and learn on that one. Just live and learn on this shit, man. I think that's a big thing though, like how you teach things live. It's a tough task because you don't want to tell every single rule because you're not John. You're not John, but you definitely want to kind of get a flow to get through turns and then maybe explain somebody else's turn, which is good. Maybe like if Cass is not really doesn't like to explain her turns all the time, you can say like this is what she's doing and why, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's what Kira doesn't like explaining everything. And Jeremy does. So Jeremy does. So he'll explain it while she's doing it.
Well, her thing is she just doesn't want to lose while she takes time explaining what's going on.
She doesn't want to lose. Yeah. You don't have much of a chance when you play against. I was gonna say,
You gotta get over
that. Yeah. Whatever. I'm the king.
I prefer to not see the game played at all. I would just like to see somebody reading a rule book for the first time.
You should check out Scott's. You should check out Scott's live stream. Or you can check out Scott's.
That's becoming a thing that people are doing now.
Well, you know who does it, and he gets away with it just because he is that person, and he does it really well. Is Paul Grogan? Like he can take out a game. He won't unbox it. He'll do another unboxing video, but he'll take the game and he will literally read it. It's called Read and Learn or something like that. Yeah,
Learn with Me or something.
Learn something like that. And he does it. Like he'll take he did Tricarian solo mode from scratch. I'm like, dude, don't you ever do that again. But he did it and it worked. He learned it. He played it all. It was like 5 hours. But I mean, he did it, and people were in it. The views are not like shit. So, yeah, he does some. Man, he's got an audience.
Oh, here we go. Fine. What the fuck did that take so much? Fine.
So, what was the worst game you've ever filmed? In general, anybody?
Wait, video or the worst game? Wait, hold on. Let me see.
Not the worst game, the worst video.
I gotta find this one here. Hold on.
Too many to count. Let me look through the archive.
Well, let's see. I got this one back here. Oh, this is bad.
What kind of lights you got in there, Richard? You're like lit up good.
I'll tell you in a second. It took me forever to find this fucking playlist. Now I got to get back here. And where are you? Where is chat? Chat. There you go. That is, what is it? That is an hour and a half of me nitpicking Shay to death. If you want to do exactly what I do, watch that video. It'll teach you how to do it. But more importantly, like I said, it just gives you an idea of the kind of stuff to think about. As Jeremy so rightly put, you got to find your own voice and all of that. Yeah. But I talk a lot about how I present and how I try to engage the audience and keep them interested. I talk about why I quit when I quit, because I don't do full playthroughs. I purposely do cliffhangers, a bunch of stuff. And to Van's question, I have what do you call them? Fucking box lights. I've got a couple of cheap box lights. I think the two of them cost me $50 that I got off Amazon.
This is me right here. I got $79 ones. Here you go.
I just bought
Those
two
are
of them.
fancier than what I've got.
I bought like two of the cheap newer ones off Amazon. I haven't used them yet, but that's
You
what
got this set right here, and this set they came with 3 of these.
Right.
Came with 3 of these and the lights in them for $79, and you got like green screens, shitty green screens, and everything. $79, Amazon.
Is it like LED lights?
Ooh. Here's what I've got. I can't fucking make you. Damn it. Ugh.
Mine's like two 480 LED. You know.
Now you do have to watch the stuff that you do get from Amazon though, because the bulbs that they get, they do run really hot. So they do run really hot, and they will, suck up power.
The big bulbs.
Yeah, well, the bulbs that they send you that they put in there.
Right.
So when you get the Amazon ones, they will come with bulbs in them. Yeah. They run so fucking hot. So you'll be putting them on, and you'll be like, God damn, we're sweating in here. It's fucking hot.
Because mine's like a bank of LED lights.
Yeah, but of course, you would buy your own lights. That stuff. But yeah, I use those. I have 3. So I have the 3. Depends on the game.
That's cool.
And then So
I've got.
Oh, and he's even got like some sound.
Yeah, that's it. Like he does his. You have more. You have natural lighting though, right? You got natural light too.
I have the windows of this room have blackout paper on them, so there's no light in this room except for that and that over there. And I've got that little ring light.
Yeah, you got the ring light.
It's shining on my face, which I have turned off when I'm filming because it does make glare on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just these 2 things. They were nothing. They were a little box set, $50 or $60 off Amazon. They were actually recommended to me by, I cannot remember who now, somebody who really knows lighting. And if you go to faq.rado.com, I list the model numbers of all my equipment.
Right.
It's number 16 on my FAQ.
Yeah,
but you'll notice I actually have these not pointing at me, but instead pointing at the ceiling, so it will bounce down here because that just instantly eliminates glare off of shiny cards and shit like that.
Yeah.
Cool. And it also helps with the inky blackness of all this. And of course, here's my other little camera.
I'll say it's because you got black though. That's why it's showing like that. If you did, like when you have the lights on you, because I do mine on blue, blue and on wood. And that wood, man, when you put this wood grain, it makes everything look so cool. But of course, certain games don't work with that. Like some games are too blue, so that you don't want to have blue. In some games, you have to watch it. But like I've been trying to use this wood for a while, and it's helped with me putting light direct on stuff now. So I'm like, I'm gonna try it out for a while, see how it goes. But I have that red as a backup, and I think red might be my ultimate move here.
I bought like this almost faux leather material, like Hobby Lobby, that doesn't reflect much.
That's what I'm saying, man. All that playmat stuff, I've seen people just literally like they just get nice table sheets and shit, and it's good.
Yeah, this is a nice. I mean, I did a run through for these when they were on Kickstarter. And he sent them to me as a sample, so I could do a video, and it's great.
Is that a power mat?
This is a gigantic mouse pad, basically.
Yeah,
that's just black. Although, as you can see, it's not really black, but I have to make it black in OBS. And there's my other camera with my little reminder to stop saying all the time every time I look at it.
That's good.
Yeah. And this is me.
Yeah.
Cool.
Lance, I would like you to know that I do have a softbox over there, but I don't respect your show enough to set it up for that.
Join the
club. Go ahead. Can I show you one thing, guys? I just want to show this to you. I'm pretty happy about this.
What's that?
I'm pretty happy about this. I'm in a game, and I like this one specific. I'm in a couple of games, but this one right here is really cool. This is I'm in Hero Realms.
Wait. Is that Hero Realms? Is that Hero Realms?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Nailed it.
Yeah, man. I think that's really fucking cool.
That's
man.
Nice.
Yeah. I was like, this is fucking cool. Like, yeah. So I took a picture of me. I think they took pictures of me like 2 years ago. And she was like, Rob's going to use you for this one and like a panda rider and another rider. So I was like, okay, fucking, this is cool. Manny from the Dice Tower is on the cover of this newest edition too, by the way.
Oh, wow.
So the picture they took of her is being used as well. So, I mean, man, I thought that was really fucking cool. It was a big surprise that showed up. So, like, that's pretty badass.
I've got like a 50 millimeter prime. I got to get a wide angle.
This is cool.
So Barry asked earlier what our worst videos were, and I was actually curious to hear what everybody else's were.
Oh, I got one that's just absolute garbage. Let's see here.
Garbage.
No, I got
Mine
one
was
that's
Eldritch Horror.
absolute- Well, this one right here. I got this. I got one of my first ones. Little sniffly. Here you go. Old school jambalaya. Here you go. Actually, I was never on the screen. Here we go. Here, let me get it in the thing here.
Define worst, Barry. Are we talking about
Worst
quality of
worst
content?
of film? I
just
think.
I mean, there's noise, there's breathing, there's
mean the
everything.
thing we're most
No, I'm not
embarrassed
talking about
by?
quality. No, not necessarily. The one you had the toughest time filming.
Oh, that's Myth. Easy. And
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God,
true.
Jeremy, this is terrible.
Yeah. I try to. No, I want to find one though that's really like one that I just had such a hard time, and I was just like, fuck it, and I did it anyway.
2,500 views and 48 thumbs up, 49 now. I'd say it's a damn good video.
No, it's not. It's not at all. You're being too cute.
I found one that I
Don't be
did on
cute with me.
Oniram where I took 7 shots.
Don't be
That
cute
one
with me.
that was a rough one.
7.
Don't
I
be
took
right.
7 shots while shooting the review because there were 7 mini games, and I was like, I'm gonna take a shot every time I talk about a mini game in here. It was a fucking terrible idea.
This one, oh, hey, Forrest, I'm telling you, man, you see something familiar in this video. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Click on that one. Click on that one. You see something familiar in this video?
You got a Grinch costume.
My name is Jeremy from Jambalaya Plays Games. Hey, I'm here to talk about
Minecraft, Kickstarter.
Yeah. So Planecraft Kickstarter. This is, I'm serious. This is where I began, and I'm so happy that this was right before I think I went to a Gen Con or something. Yeah, actually, no, it was a Gen Con or Origins. And I was just like, I really got to step up my game. But I remember doing this right before I left, and I was like, man, I got to work on this. And I remember I didn't want to edit this video. I didn't want to post it. And yeah, I think I remember that video specifically. I was like, I don't want to post this. Yeah, I just didn't want to post it. But hey, man, that's, you begin somewhere, man.
60 views, and now it's got a like.
Finally, it only took 2 years.
I didn't even pull any of this stuff over. I gotta put some stuff and pull it over. Oh, Ricky Wrong got his Merv video up before me. God damn it! I gotta get my Merv video up. Okay.
I've only had one video that I didn't
God
post.
damn it, Ricky!
Which I think says a lot.
Ricky.
What's that?
That was at my wife's request. We reviewed Endless Nights of Amazing Sex. It was a.
Hey, wait, dude. Hey, wait.
I don't know why.
No, Forrest, you just have to remember you did one of the best interviews ever. What was the name of that guy? That game, where the guy was like walking around in a pink tutu. It was like a sex game. Dude, find that video. Show us that video right now. It is one of the best videos ever. It's one of the best con videos ever. That guy was so ridiculous. Oh my god! And you were like all in. You were just being cool as fuck. And like,
well, it was a game about trying to like get
a balloon and like common.
So I had to show people how to use it, right? So I just picked
put that video up
and just started trying to pound the balloon on him.
Dude, it was so.
By the way, Forrest, I saw that Blockus Jr. is up.
The what?
The Blockus Jr.
Oh yes,
the Blockus Jr. is live. It's live. Blockus Jr. is live.
Blockus Jr. I went to go like it.
I tell you what, I'm working on those experiments, and I think those are really going to be just evergreen ones, like just forever.
I love this. Blockus Jr. is live. Where's that?
Oh, it's nothing to watch. It's just how to play Blockus Jr. I mean, it's a throwaway, but
did we answer your questions, Cassandra? Do you need more? Or is that enough for now?
If you have more, like, we always like more feedback.
Just kick them in the teeth, Richard. Just keep on kicking.
So what? No. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Dude. Like, so like, what color? I mean, what color do you want to go with as far as like your video shots? Do you want to have it like do you want it to stay soft, like that warm red, blue? Do you want to play with that color scheme, or do you just really want to get light? Because maybe your area is just too dark as a whole. Like you got that purple curtain back behind there. you've got, you know, a small collection, you may just need to change up your whole visual brightness, plus work on the lighting as well. Like I feel like that softbox lightings would help you big time. I mean, that's really just looking at your lights, shut your natural lights that you have in there, shutting those off and on, kind of playing with these lights that you have to your left and your right, and then you're good to go. But there are also these red and blue small lights that you can get to fuck with that as well. It's just like, what kind of color do you want to have so that when I know I'm turning on your channel, those are the colors, like that face, that setup, it's going to be consistent every time. Like, that's the thing. Once you get that tight, your first 2 minutes of your video, or if it's going to be on you the whole time, like, they just know that's what it's going to look like. And I'm assuming you want it to be better than what it looks like. But I'm just saying, what would it look like is the most important part. What would it look like? Oh my God, I can't wait to see this again.
I just zoomed straight to the good stuff.
I cannot. I just can't. You know how hard I laughed at this fucking video? It is so. Oh my God, it's so stupid.
You got to show the game.
They got to show the game.
I still have the game. It's a fantastic game.
Does anybody know this guy?
Matt Fantastic.
Is that Matt?
That's Matt.
Gotta get the balloon.
He had Vice Games. He had another like really spectacular like sex game that was all about like talking with your loved one about your sexual fetishes. It's a spectacular.
Oh, dude, yeah,
you were very pro that game, as I recall.
Oh
yes,
yeah,
he
I
was.
guess
very personal.
You know what? He went home and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna play this."
Oh yeah, me and my wife played the shit out of that. It was fantastic, and we opened up and we talked about different sexual things. I mean, choking and all sorts of good stuff. You know, and the game spurred the conversation, so it felt natural. It's like, oh well, the game says we got to talk about this.
Of course,
we've always said games are good at bringing people together. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Only if you want them to choke you, though.
Yeah, one straggle maneuver at a time.
games have always brought on choking. All right, anyway, dude, Forrest, I love you, man. I really do. I love you.
Right.
I really do. I'm such a fan of yours.
I just got to get the zany.
I used to just cry laughing. Your con coverage is like, mine is so shitty compared to yours. Like, I just love his. Oh my God, anything.
I will give you the biggest trick of the trade for the con coverage, which is that every single interview that I've ever shot, which is over 1,000, I have been drunk or high for. Every single one of them.
I thought that was a given.
Wow.
Oh,
Every
God.
single one. Like,
I wonder, did I put that one up for Manchukuo with where the publisher didn't know the designer's name, and he also didn't know the theme of the game. That's so good. And he goes, he's like, the designer looks back at him and he's like, that's not, like, on camera. He goes, that's not my thing. And then he's explaining the theme and the time, and he's like, no, that was like a different. So then we get done filming it, and he goes, are you going to keep that? I'm like, hell yeah. Yeah, because I was like kind of going back and forth with him. And he goes done. He's like, yeah, you gonna keep that? I'm like, hell yeah. just so I can laugh at it. Hell yeah. Oh my God. Oh, somebody, when you interview like everybody, because that was what I used to do. I used to just interview everybody. Boy, you meet some characters, man. But that was like one of my favorite ones. Like, God damn, he didn't get anything right. This guy's publishing his game. That's terrible, man. That is terrible. I will not tell you who they are.
I've run into a couple of those. I've only had one that they asked me to not put up, though. But yeah, those are bad. Sometimes you'll get that where they have such a large catalog too, and they're like, I don't remember a damn thing about this game. It's like, ooh. That's not instilling a lot of faith in the game to me.
Dude, you know, Lance was so good at conventions when I did stuff with him, because he would just run. Like, I loved going to booths where somebody could just run through the gamut of all their games at once. Like, Lance could run through all his games. Like if I would give him this little mic and he would go. Like we would go with the chords. My chords were always knotted up, and then we would just go. Like I put my hand on his shoulder. You are fucking. You are the one of the few.
Back when TMG was still a company.
Dude, yeah, back when TMG shipped games. Back when they used to ship games.
It's amazing that people send someone to a show who doesn't know the games, but that happens.
And you know why I said that? That's what I'm saying. It's amazing. Like it is amazing.
You guys should have put out some more.
But he would have like
this
6
is all
tables.
Serious, Lance.
No, serious.
I feel
he
like
6
TMG
tables.
really needed to put out more small, obscure Japanese card games. I think that's needs more of them. You got to lean harder.
10 or 15 at least.
There will be a time.
Bring
and
over
a place.
5 more Mo Idea games. Please bring them over. All of them.
There will be a time and a place where I can tell a long, sad story.
Weird origins.
Yeah, there's it isn't being recorded. And a few of you have probably heard a lot of it, but I mean, it was
grievances episode.
Yeah, the grievance episode. It's just the grievance episode.
I say this out of complete and total love and respect for both Michael and Daniel, who, like if Michael hadn't given me a job with TMG, I wouldn't work for Gray Fox right now. So I mean, but I mean, it was just like a congruence of error upon error, and it just seemed like it just seemed that like no matter what, I mean, it just seemed like the tail had no idea where the snake was going, and then we only, and like me having to sit at the tail, it would just be like, and I also I'd be like, well, why are we doing this? And I was just, there was a lot of
Were you part of TMG when this happened?
No.
Hey, I was looking for this obscure ass Japanese game because I love these obscure games, right? I found out that TMG may have published it. I emailed them. They're like, yeah, we got some around the warehouse. I'm like, why do you have this game, this random Japanese game that's hard to find anywhere in the world in your warehouse? Yeah, I was just like, that TMG is a very interesting publishing company. But yeah, it's funny that when you said Japanese obscure games, I was like, I buy them all from you guys. So yeah,
there was a lot of just weird things that happened, and like I would find out that we would like, I'd find out that like, it's like, by the way, we just got a shipment of 2,000 of this game in. You need to promote it. I was like, when did we decide to make this? It was just like, and nobody knows whether a game is going to be a hit or isn't.
Right.
But when I found out things like, oh yeah, we passed on Everdell, you're like,
oh
yeah,
you're just like,
he tells that story too about how many people passed on this game. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nobody knows. Nobody knows what's gonna.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows for sure what's gonna click.
He didn't know either, though. He didn't know either. So yeah, he didn't know either.
So I mean, I can't blame him. And I mean, there as in my last conversation, I actually had a conversation with Michael and Daniel in the last few weeks or so, just because I hadn't talked to him in a long time, and I didn't call them up to say anything, but they both just were like, yeah, TMG's kind of going into like full hibernation mode. They are Michael went back to work in the private sector. He's back to being a financial planner, doing what he's good at. And,
damn.
And Daniel is I don't know what he's doing. He's kind of sort of overseeing TMG to make sure the last Kickstarters get delivered.
Stuff to fulfill.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's been responding to TMG emails, so I'm assuming he's the only one, really. So yeah,
so I mean, there's a couple of there's 2 games left to fulfill. And
Yokohama Duel.
Yokohama Duel, actually 3. I apologize.
The Dragons,
Duel, Dragons Interest, and Emperor's Choice.
Yeah, Emperor's Choice. That's right. Somebody just asked me about that the other day. That's
Michael's early articles and transparency is part of the reason why I got my start. I mean, Michael.
Yeah, that's so heartbreaking. I love
Michael
team.
laid it out. Like, here's the deal. If you want to publish games, let me tell you about how to go get your first con, how to do, like how to go to impressions, or don't go to impressions, go to Amazon or whatever you want to do. He was just out there with a very transparent roadmap. It's great.
No, he's a really smart guy, but yeah, I mean, it's just
Now,
whatever.
granted, I don't know how it went from that roadmap to those emails. The newsletter emails got very, very bizarre.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't
Time
know.
changes, man. It just changes, man. People become different businessmen over time too, right?
I mean, and
the times change and men don't sometimes, So.
I mean, I could I still remember the day that like I went in and I got all the art done for Emperor's Choice for the Kickstarter. And I had that feeling in my gut like this has got to go well or
else, yeah.
Or else I'm looking for another job.
Right.
And then I remember I submitted it to Kickstarter and Kickstarter said, They were just like, you have far too many you haven't fulfilled, so you don't get to run one. And I remember when we got that, I was like,
what game was that going to be for?
That was for Emperor's Choice. And they eventually schmoozed somebody or did something. They got somebody to agree to let them run one more or something like that. And but I remember it was 2 days later and a week before Gen Con that Michael, he was like, hey, can I give you a call? And I was like, well, this is it. It was just like, yeah. I mean, whatever. I mean, it happens, right?
How long ago was that?
Who are the top two videos on that, Lance? Because they're unavailable videos now on the Emperor's Choice Kickstarter, which is odd.
Oh my gosh!
Was it me? No. It was previous. No, because I did the con coverage on that one. I think.
But the top two videos are unavailable, which I just found odd.
It just destroyed them.
Oh, you know why? Well, I'm not. I shouldn't. I will.
Yeah.
In the chat.
Yeah,
in the chat.
Ah,
the chat.
Yes. The oh so juicy chat.
That is the place to be. No place I'd rather be than the Alaboom secret chat.
It's not just one video; it's two videos. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, Lance's Patreon to get on the Zoom.
$1 backers get immediate access to everything.
I'm trying to remember. Well, and
you sell out for cheap here.
I wasn't with the company at that point, so
that's crazy.
I'm trying to remember who I'm guessing one of them was, and I'll type in this. I'm guessing one of them was that. And then, man, I'm
looking at this Kickstarter. I missed this Kickstarter completely. I don't know when this Kickstarter happened.
Well, they had burnt their bridge with most of the people that believed in them at this point.
And that part right there, that person, like that sucks. Because that sucks.
Well, and then Reiner
kind of a big advocate of your games, you know what I'm saying? Like
it went below the radar, but Reiner Stockhausen declined to allow TMG to have the Orleans license anymore.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So and that was the final.
Yeah, that was the final blow. That's the final blow right there.
Yeah. So
damn.
So I'm pretty sure if I had my money on it.
Talk about a fall. Oof.
I would think that Renegade will publish Orleans now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I just connected dots.
To what? What are you blathering about?
Nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
Well, put it in the chat then.
Put it in the chat.
Put your little
chat.
Put your little.
And I just started a Patreon. So once again, $1.
Yep. I'm gonna leave it at that. I started digging down a rabbit hole, and I think I might have figured out one of the two videos.
We know it's a yes. You got to be kidding me. All right. Anyway,
I would say that's no, really.
Oh, really? Because that's surprising. Because I see that you have a video on Board Game Geek about it, but you're not there. That's really bizarre. Why wouldn't they put that up there?
Who knows? I mean, trust me. I mean, and I don't want to turn this into me trashing on TMG.
No.
But I mean, there was a ton of decisions that were made that I was just like, I mean, I can remember one day we were all like, we're having a meeting, and I'm not going to say who said this, or I'm not, because all the people who work there are my friends still, but I remember there was like we had this meeting about, okay, the finances of the company and where we're going and whatever, and they were like, oh, we have a little bit of leeway here, and we have all these games that are signed. And I was like, all right, we got these games that are signed, and they're like, what do you think we should which one do you think that we should publish right now? And this person piped up, and they mentioned a game that wasn't even on this list. I mean, like I was like, okay, this list is kind of sparse as far as things that I think we should do.
More Jiraku.
Jiraku's a good game.
It is a good game.
but I was like, but there was like a short list of like 3 that I was like, we should do this kind of thing. And then I was like, all right, it's like we're gonna, and then all of a sudden they brought up this game like out of left field, and they're like, yeah, we should like put our resources and time into this. And I was like,
oh boy,
what? Why? And then like that game went over like a goddamn fart in church, and I was just like, it's like, and then why? Yeah, I remember there was other stuff too that was beyond our control. I mean, Belfort was super late, like ridiculously late, and a lot of that wasn't TMG's fault. It was they put some faith in some people that said they'd do some work for them,
and they didn't do it. Yeah,
those people just didn't fucking do it.
And
it was just kind of like
sucks.
Yeah, and so that one just took forever. And what made me kind of sad was it was like I finally got my copy of Belfort.
Right. I just remembered one of your shitty games. Like, what the fuck was that one 3-player game where you were monsters roaring? What? Who the hell greenlit that?
Which one?
I think I got greenlit because it literally cost like 70 cents to make. Like it was like nothing to make, right? And then I mean, the other thing that like there was that one game that we were gonna push at Gen Con where we, like the first like 1,000 people could come up and they got a free copy of the game or whatever. All they had to do was ask for it.
Was that Jungle Lee or whatever?
Jungle Law or whatever.
Jungle
Law.
Yeah.
I mean, and I was just like, could we do this with a game that people
I'm
would
such
like?
I'm such a TMG fan. Yeah, at the same time.
I was just like, I mean, that was a game that like, yeah, okay, fine. It's kind of neat and everything like that. But I mean, but I was also like, yeah, people are going to look at this and say, so it's a more complex version of Hanabi.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't I just play Hanabi?
Hanabi, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what game that you guys had in your roster that I just feel like people really should have played was Exodus Fleet. I like that game.
Exodus Fleet was okay. The one that really that if people actually sat down and played it, they'd be like, holy shit, this is a good game, was Pioneer Days.
Yeah. No. It's one of my favorite games. It's one of my favorite games. My buddy just brought it up the other day.
Pioneer Days makes the whole thing of like when you're last to draft the die or last to draft the thing, like you're like, oh, this sucks. But like since the die you don't take causes the calamity, like the last person to draft.
Yes.
No, the last person to draft has so much control over what happens.
That game's so fun, man.
Yeah.
I love Oki.
And those decks and those different decks in there, how they switch it up every time, so you don't really feel like you get the same thing.
There must have been a crazy story with that one because when I bought that at Essen, I remember the dice weren't in it, and. And I only because I passed by the booth later, they're like, by the way, we got the dice.
So
the dice.
Can I mean, this is one of those things where it was like,
I love these. I love these.
There's a story that I could tell off air.
That's Essen stuff though too. I know Essen. You can get a lot of weird.
Yeah, no. There's a story I could tell off air about something that was horrendous.
The dice
that happened.
Wait, the dice game now has dice.
No, but what was it? No, I mean there was. I mean then there was like a situation where like we were kind of attached to this one printer in China. And I swear to God, the guy was part of the like part of the Chinese triad or something, because everything he did was sketchy as hell. It was always like, why are we using this guy? Oh, because, it's like he charges less than everybody. I was like, well, yeah, but he takes forever to make everything. And whenever we get it, it's always fucked up, And I was just like, but they're always like, oh yeah, but he always makes it good in the end. And I'd be like, but we're delivering games like 3 years late. I was like, I mean, at this point, it's like nobody wants these games anymore. I mean, I remember, I shouldn't be ranting here, but I remember like they would like, hey, I remember like I worked for them for a year, and somebody was like, oh, hey, by the way, do you see our upcoming list schedule? I was like, there's an upcoming list schedule? You want me to promote your games? Why have I not seen it upcoming? And they showed me this upcoming list schedule of games they had signed, and there was no less than like 36 games on this list. And I'm not talking small games either. These were games that were relatively big and like strong and all these things like reprints and all this stuff. It was just crazy. And I was looking at it like, are you serious? How are we ever going to publish any of these things?
I don't know if you've ever, Lance, I don't know if I ever told you, but when I went to Breaking Games the first time, they said, these are the games we're going to publish. There was 100, there was 99 on the first list. There was 110 when we came back from lunch. I was like, well, wait a second. Why are we adding more? For God's sake, you can't make this many.
No, and I remember I sat down. I mean, there were so many times that I would sit down with Michael and Daniel. I'd say, look, we need to talk about it. I said, we need to just cut these 16 games and throw them away. It's like, I don't care if we gave them $500. Just say, here's your game back. Keep your $500, and like, and we'll move on with our lives, and just be fine with it. And it was just like, no, they had this idea, they had this dream, and and the thing is that I think TMG will come back. I mean, I honestly do.
There's a lot of good games under there. I mean, they got a lot.
Can't they just? Do you think he'd be interested in stapling himself to another publisher? Or just
I don't know. I mean, I think if there was a time when Michael was, oh my God, this is.
I think we're talking a little bit out of pocket, though.
Yeah, we're out of pocket.
We're a little out of pocket.
There was absolutely.
I don't want to.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
But there was absolutely a moment where there was an offer on the table. I know for a fact there was an offer on the table to buy TMG, and I think like again, this is an off camera discussion as far as but ultimately they declined, right? And it was one of those things where it's like on one side it would have been like, Michael always said, if I ever sell TMG, he's like, it's like everybody who works for me will get a portion of the profits, and then we'll all go our separate ways, and like maybe we'll reform another company after that, and we'll all come back, but it's like we'll see what happens.
The Travis Chance approach.
Well, I don't know, and so the thing was, it was like,
you know what. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get Travis on here. Yeah, he's just shooting shots at Travis. So
it's not a shot. I'm happy.
Come on, man. Yeah, he's shooting shots. Shooting shots at Travis.
Travis is
such a nice guy.
Travis is back in Indiana.
Is he?
Well, he was driving there supposedly. He stuff was done in Florida.
Huh.
For good, apparently.
Huh.
No, TMG published a lot of really good games. I am of the firm belief that
who's picking him up?
Why can't I even think the auction game? I can't think of the name. The Western themed auction game.
Oh, Gold West.
Homesteaders
is one of the best auction games ever made.
I agree. Great engine builder too.
But I also love Gold West as well.
Gold West is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game.
I am now working on my top 10 TMG games list as we speak.
There's some really fucking
Village. Google.
Well, Yokohama is the best to me.
Yeah.
Yokohama is not a TMG game.
Oh, this.
I mean, it's Yeah, you're right.
They brought it to America.
Yeah.
Coliseum, Amon Ray, Aquasphere, Belfort, Luna, Eminent
Belfort.
Domain.
Yeah.
when
Half of what
they-
you're saying are games that they've just cross-published.
Well, I'm just going through their things that they brought over. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going through their top. I ranked. I got all their games. They're ranked in the top 1,000. There's like 20 games in the top 1,000. That's crazy. I mean, that you could do that and bring those over and still not have it work out.
And they
when they,
weren't
when they
an old
decided when they
either,
decided they were. I mean, I remember sitting down to play Yokohama and like literally like, I mean that's like a total success story. Michael and I are in Japan. We play Yokohama. Michael signs it like that day. And he said, when we get home from Japan, this is your project. Put this on Kickstarter. And we had it on Kickstarter in like 6 or 7 weeks. Like it was like bam, bam. And then whatever, we made like 300K or 400K or whatever it was. And like, 3,000 backers or whatever.
It's one of my favorite games ever, man. I love that game.
But I mean,
it is a good game.
I love that
yeah,
game.
it is. I mean, I remember I probably played
That game to death.
400 games of Yokohama. I'm not even joking. I mean, just like demoing it, playing it, showing it to other people, showing it to other prospective partners that wanted to publish it. I must have played that game. I mean, I think I probably now have logged at least 100 games of Champions of Midgard, working for Grey Fox for a year, just showing the game, doing that, which it's fine. I mean, I'll say this: being a publisher really takes the fun out of playing games.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
It
No,
really
it doesn't. No.
So, Lance, do you?
How much are you?
Disagree.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you are still finding the joy in it and you get jazzed about it, then more power to you, Peter. But I'm not out there looking for games and checking out new games and things like that. I am the one that's like, hey, do 100 iterations of this and see if you can.
Well, I will say this: the very first, the game that I made first was What the Food, and I was demoing it.
I love your titles. I just love your titles.
I mean,
What the food? I love it.
Thank you. That one was.
That's good. What the food?
That was a fun little thing.
I love that.
I was at what was a ripoff. Like what was good for the people. Basically, they had next to the hot games, they had stuck a like small demo table section for cheap. Like I seriously, I think the whole con I got it for $200 or something. Wow. And I was next to the loonies, and I look over. I was like, they're demoing Flux next to me. Now I'm demoing, What the Food. And they go, how could you still be playing Flux? Like,
whoa!
And they're like, you have to love the game that you're making because you are going to demo this thing over and over and over. And I was like, oh, no problem. I can play this game forever. And I'm like, no. I've definitely published games where that is not the case. I mean, you publish it and you play it and you realize very quickly after a Gen Con, I do not understand. Like, you start to see it wears thin for sure.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe they were still like as jazzed in the lab coats, just doing Flux.
Well, I'm going to imagine that makes them a good chunk of cash on that. So I'd be pretty perky if I had a green too. I mean,
I feel like if I was doing something like I just can't fake that. Like I would not want to do it. I would do everything in my power not to promote it. But if I'm going to be in there, it better be a damn good game. Lab coats, all that shit, like being pumped all for a whole convention. No, I gotta love that game. I gotta really love that game. Otherwise, I could just stand there and do my job, right? But like, I don't feel like it would die off.
So sort of this is an offshoot. This is a weird breaking games story, but I was demoing Letter Tycoon, and I love Letter Tycoon, and
yes,
I can talk about Letter Tycoon to anybody and try and explain that game, right? Love it. At one point, I think Sherry mistook that for, oh, this is a good salesman. So she brought me to a show called Astra. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of Astra, but it's like a New York Toy Fair smaller version. It's like a It's a definitely business to business type toy fair type show. And she put me there and she put me in Astra and she's like, go sell Letter Tycoon. And I'm like, I do not push games on people. That's not how I ever want to go. If someone came up, I'd tell them how awesome it is for whoever their party was, 2-player, 5-player, you know, like grandma or young player. I could tell it like to anyone. But I wasn't gonna go like grab people and go like, you gotta play this Letter Tycoon. I just don't do that stuff at all. That's not me.
No,
But sometimes when you have your game, you gotta be that person too, which I think probably to your point, Lance, burns you out a little bit as well, which is that you gotta hawk these things sometimes.
Like I said, Lance was one of the few people where I would go to the booth, we would get a mic, I would grab him around the shoulder, and he would explain literally 6 games to me in a row, full detail. I knew I could actually sit down and take turns right after he was talking to me. He's a fucking, man, I was just like, holy shit. You had to have played these games. He doesn't just know how to recite rules. I'm like, this is fucking nuts. So when he says that, and they weren't all light games, because TMG doesn't make all light games. I feel like they made light games towards where we are now, closer to where we are now, but I didn't feel like they just produced a whole bunch of light games. So he was flying through all those Euros, man. I guess maybe he has a more perspective of just playing a shit ton of this, you know.
I decided I didn't want to just destroy the YouTube media creator world with my powers, so I decided to join the dark side and be a publisher.
I'm gonna get off. Good night, everybody.
I bet you are.
Whoa.
I got a birthday tomorrow. I got a 5-year-old tomorrow. He's gonna pick me up.
How about that? How about that?
Well, happy birthday to Little Forrest.
Little Forrest.
Night, everybody.
Little Forrest.
Lights out.
I will say, is it Grant's video? I did another kill closet where I was tweaking and I wasn't sure. It's not in the Grinch costume, but I tried to use a clapper. Oh, I told this earlier, right? Yeah, I tried to use the damn clapper, and it just would every 16th word it kept flickering on. But the end of the video is when I'd say lights out, and I was hoping to be able to say lights out loud enough that it would sync with the clapper and the thing going off. So I think, Lance, I'm working on it. I'm working on the lights out.
I think if you'd still be classic, if you just said lights out.
Yeah. I don't have that kind of tech.
Oh yeah, you do. You just
I need a newer. Is there a newer clapper? Are they updating the clapper?
Lance, what the fuck did you send to me? What is this? What is this? What is this blog opera shit?
Blob opera, baby. Lose yourself in the blob opera. Click on the link.
Hey, you guys are catching me with my weak spot, man. I'm laughing too goddamn.
Somebody went to the trouble of making a blob opera, and you can make your own opera.
It's so funny, man. It's funny.
It is. It's like, and you can click on the button to give them little Santa hats.
Little Santa hats,
and they'll sing you a Christmas carol. It's amazing. It's
kind of amazing. I'm gonna be fucking with that at work tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I've been messing with it. Like you guys have been prattling about games. I've been like, listen. I've been like, hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
This is
I will say this. You know what's weird? It's like Christmas is definitely bah humbuggy to me a lot of time because you get older and it's like you get to see your kids open gifts, which make you happy. But then also in the back of my head, I'm like, where am I gonna put all this shit? But man, and I'm not a super religious dude by any means.
Off the table, gringo.
But like if you get like people like when I go to church and people bust out joy to the world, I'm like, you can't help but feel just something. It's just like it isn't even like it's like all about God and everything. It's just a bunch of people singing a song about being nice, I think is what does it for me. I don't know. Sorry about that.
Lance, this is
spiritually
ridiculous
into this thing.
I think it's so ridiculous. I love it. I'm gonna play that with my son tomorrow. We're gonna have a good time.
I'm gonna be showing that to my kids
tomorrow. I'm gonna play that with my son tomorrow.
But yeah, Christmas carols, man. I don't think anybody can be unhappy singing a Christmas carol.
Well, the thing that's nice about Christmas carols is it doesn't matter if you love them or hate them, you know them, right?
Yes.
So
Here's
very
them.
little
Yes.
things that everybody knows.
Yes, I agree.
Has anybody ever actually gone caroling?
Oh yeah, I've done it a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's
I'm weirdly
it's awesome.
obsessed with Christmas. I don't know if you know that about me.
Yeah, we got somebody at work that literally has Christmas stuff up all year round. She said, she's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I love Christmas. She's like, I just love Christmas stuff. And
All right, Cassandra, you were saying something. What was it?
I was gonna say I don't know half the words to Christmas songs. You were singing that one, and I did not know it.
Well, that's because you're.
Oh, great. And Cassandra, I had a question specifically for you because growing up in the desert is as alien to me as growing up in Antarctica. What triggers the holiday season for you? Like, for me, it's going up the mountains and never mind. Some people get offended by the deer thing, but that's me. It's cold, snow. Yeah. What triggers it for you people out in the desert?
Like what triggers it being
for you
Christmas?
desert folk, you desert folk,
You wandering nomads of the barren
you
plains.
people from the Badlands.
Post-apocalypse.
It's foreign to me.
How
Like,
do you
I know it's
scar
cold in the
people? You
desert at
scar
night at times and stuff like that, but it's just
You searchers for the guzzling.
No, they're the scrappers. Richard, they're the scrappers.
Barry, for me, anytime I come upon fresh water, I feel like it's Christmas.
Okay.
Well,
that could be in LA too. So
it's a season where we have water. That's how we know.
I think you could still give it a similar thing. We would go up the mountains where there was snow and skiing because we were in a desert, but we're in a valley. So if you go 30 minutes up a mountain, you have all of the niceties of snow. You've got a cold weather, snow, there's a ski thing, slopes, a lodge that you can go to. I don't know if anyone actually did it.
It's definitely different though. I mean, I grew up in Chicago and now I'm in Los Angeles. If I walk outside, I might forget. I honestly might forget what.
Yeah, that seems weird to me when I see pine trees, Christmas trees in LA or in the desert or something. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
When I have to start wrapping my palm trees because it's getting too cold outside.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's weird for like you, Peter, because you grew up in an area. I grew up in Los Angeles, so I didn't know anything other than this. So it's not like weird for me that Christmas is warm or whatever. That's always what I have felt.
Well,
like.
yeah, to me, it's like if it's not 70 below at the wind chill, I don't, this, granted, that's all faded. I've been in LA long enough. That's faded, but.
Well, and it's cold. Like the desert is different than like LA
cold,
because we get cold. It's just
I knew that.
it just doesn't have any snow because during the day, you're hitting 50, but once the sun goes down, you're going down.
Freezing,
yeah.
That's off.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like an ass or ignorant. It's just like I said, it's as foreign to me as growing up in Antarctica.
Yeah, but it's a tough one. The only time I ever visited, Florida too was always in the summer, and I recently went there for this January, and I was like, man, it's freezing here. There's no way. It was a shock. But I had never imagined that place that way, and I think it's the same thing. It's like certain places you just have no. I think my son, who's 11, has seen snow once. So it's
I was gonna say I have traveled quite a bit when I was a kid though. But I remember when I went to when I was in Marine Corps, our boot camp, I went in November. So I spent I spent the holidays in California. I had never been to California at that point in my life. So to have it be warm on Christmas was just strange to me. It was very, very strange to me. What was interesting is that of course I had this thick skin for it. So we're outside and he goes,
"Hey, Rado, haha, tried to sneak out secretly."
Damn it.
Yeah, you tried to. You said
I was just in the process of trying the window so I could copy and paste it. And now I'm out. I'm out.
So
Thanks
I
for
was
going
like,
on, Richard.
it was like I remember it was like Christmas. It was like 25 degrees out, and the drill instructors thought like, "Oh God, we're gonna freak these guys out. Let's go out and do 100 push-ups, right?" And he gets out there. He sees me out there just going hard, right? He's like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" Like, "I'm from Wisconsin, sir. You're a fucking animal." he was trying to wear everybody out because they call you Hollywood Marines. And when you live in a certain area, they kind of push you over to California, and then when you live in a certain area, they push you over to Camp Lejeune. And so it's kind of like an out of body experience depending on where you're from. You know, you may be more familiar with this side or with that side, but that was shocking. Like to have a warmer Christmas and not like 1 degrees.
The very first year I came to California, it was like 94 in February. What the hell?
I wasn't born.
I think I was like 13 when I first saw snowfall. I hadn't seen it.
Wow.
Damn millennials. It's always about you, ain't it, Cassandra?
Oh
I know.
God.
He meant the Fahrenheit, not the age.
I just got that.
Oh my God.
94 degrees.
But he did.
The year was close to that. So yeah, you actually were not off on that. Because that was the earthquake as well. That was when the earthquake ripped LA apart, and all the lights went off. And I was like, holy cow, it's really pretty with all the stars above LA.
Something you're never gonna see again.
Yeah.
Never. Well,
you've been in an earthquake before, huh?
Yeah. Not only that, but
I have.
my first earthquake, that was that serious one, that's shaking and going crazy. I was in a dorm room. My roommate had been through them. I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God. He's like, shut up and go back to bed. It's just an earthquake. Meanwhile, we had aftershocks all the next day, 2 days, and you'd have aftershocks in the shower. You'd have aftershocks down an escalator, an elevator, everywhere, just everywhere. You'd be like, okay, all right, it's good, it's fine, it's all good. And after a while, you start to go, it's nothing.
Yeah. You know, the thing is that I just think to myself, like, I was explaining that to my son. I was like, I try to explain these things to, your kid. You're trying to get an idea. We were at the Museum of Science and Industry. We were I was talking about like tsunamis and stuff like that, the impact of a tsunami and what it potentially can do. And like I was explaining, I'm like, I've never been in an earthquake, but Mari, just picture the planet from under you is moving you, and you don't get to decide how it moves. You don't get to decide how you sit on the planet. He's like, I don't understand. I'm like, I don't want you to feel it. I don't want to feel it. Like, I know it may seem normal, but
I was in one I didn't even know. The one happened in D.C. a few years back, and I was in Cape May. Yeah, it cracked the Washington Monument, if I remember right, and they had to repair it. And I felt that I was in Cape May, New Jersey, and I felt it. I thought it was a helicopter. There's a Coast Guard base nearby. I thought it was just a downdraft from a helicopter going by, but it was actually an earthquake. Like, then I seen the neighbor. I was fishing, and I seen the guy behind me, like his windows were shaking and shit like that. And then we were Cape May from DC's probably 120 miles, something like that. And then there was one years ago when I was younger that I rarely remember. It was in Reading, PA, and Philly's about 90 miles from there. And I remember that one vaguely.
You get earthquakes in Vegas from LA.
Yeah. Dude, an earthquake, I've been in so many of them. It's got to be like above a 4.5 for me to like even get up out of my chair.
I know. Now they have that. Yeah.
I mean,
you're gonna get one day. You might want to get the fuck out of California.
I lived through.
It's like a 4.5. I just go for a skateboard ride. It's kind of cool. Yeah. All right, motherfucker. Let's
Northridge. My younger sister was such a deep sleeper. The Northridge earthquake in '94 knocked her out of her bed, and she never woke up. Yeah, I mean, she was like, I was like 10, so she was like 7, something like that.
It was wild to see the freeways ripped apart.
Yeah,
it was like the it felt like the I think it was right after that they built the freeway to go to the airport where they were filming Speed on that freeway that was half finished.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just, it was like that's
When
when they realized, oh crap, none of this stuff is actually going to hold if we have more of these. So they took the entire there's a museum out here called the Getty. They took that and they moved it to this new facility now that it's been in for years, where it is earthquake proof. According to them, they're like, oh no, this cannot go down fascinating.
We'll see.
We'll see, right?
We'll see.
Mother
We'll see
Earth
if that-
has her ways.
We'll see if that shit checks out.
They apparently built it as all of these large stone cubes that can shift and
Oh yeah, the engineering LA does with that earthquake is
But
extraordinary.
that's why you won't see anything made out of brick in California. There's no, it's like I think you associate like all these East Coast cities with these old brick brownstones and stuff like that. We don't have anything like that in LA because it's not earthquake proof.
Everything's on dampers. That amazed me. The damper system, where they physically the buildings shake like skyscrapers in a way. They shake with these springs basically.
I lived in. So then I went to Camp Lejeune, and when I was in North Carolina, they don't have the hurricanes. They kind of have like the after effects where you're in that area. Like by the time it gets there, it's not, but like it's still nuts because it's like 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And I had never experienced this before. So, like I'm from the Midwest, but Chicago can get pretty ugly. If you come around the corner in a Chicago vacuum, like it's like, holy shit, right? It's like you got hit with like a storm blast, or a storm mutant or something like, whoa. Yeah, I remember one time I was walking home and I had my crutches. I was hurt. And I wasn't paying attention to the weather. I never knew. And I'm going. I'm like, holy shit, what is going on? This is picking up. Well, I found out that it was going to be like this crazy day or whatever, and you need to stay inside. I wasn't listening. So I was making my way back and I was like, God, this is getting really bad. So I I got myself up the stairs. And then my buddies come rolling up on the Humvee or whatever, and they're all running in there. They're like, we're going to be inside for a while. Okay. He's like, we got the people from the boom, like the trucks are rolling up. He's like, we're going to be inside for maybe a day or so. And I was like, all right. He's like, why? He's like, the hurricane's coming, aftershock, whatever. I was like, I have no idea. I'm like, right now, I'm like, I don't even have a fuck what you're talking about. Man, we went inside and those windows, let me tell you, I was like, holy shit, the wind. And I had to sleep next to that. I had to sleep next to it. So I was like, God damn it. I got to sleep by the window.
My first year of college, we had a hurricane go through campus in PA, and no one was expecting it because they don't normally get that far. No. And trees through dorm windows. Yeah. And you were just like, oh my God.
No, that destruction, like when I saw.
Where were you, State College?
I was at Lehigh University.
Oh, Lehigh. Yeah, we get them like down further to Delaware Valley, but yeah, you usually don't get up to Lehigh Valley.
Nope.
Wow. Man.
But that was the bad one that got up to like New York and flooded New York.
Oh yeah, that was at that Super Sandy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a couple of them nor'easters too. We had a couple bad ones of them.
I was to say that when I was making dwellings, everyone always assumes the fire is the worst, the fire or the darkness, but the air, man, the air element will kick your ass.
Air.
100%. I
should have put that shit on the fucking table instead of this Praga, man. I got a freaking arts and crafts night right now. This is ridiculous. Arts and crafts. And it's not an IKEA outlet. It's not an IKEA. It's not an IKEA instruction pack right now. Okay, this is ridiculous.
Oh, sorry. Did you say Blob Circus?
Lance has been doing that for 3 hours,
and
he has us muted the whole time. He's doing this for 3 hours.
Not muted so much as just ignored.
All right. I think that you're tackling one of those suckers that I've never seen anyone actually take on.
No, I've actually been like I've just been kind of watching her as we're talking, like from afar, and I'm just like, it's like watching your little niece, like here the adults are just saying the most terrible things, and here's a little niece over there with a little.
What jet did I go to Disney
Look
World?
away, Cass. Look away. Look away.
What jet did I go to Disney World? She insists on getting one
Oh
of
my
the damn
God.
thing. And it
Look
lasts her a
away.
month. She keeps wrapping it and unwrapping it. I'm like, why, Jen? Why?
Oh, I should be getting going. I got to get up and grab donuts and shit for our.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off.
Yeah, for our team. I got to get.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
It's been a
Oh
long
man, did I
boom.
do that? Oh, I don't want to do that. See,
Damn you, Jeremy.
I don't want to do
Oh,
that.
good.
All right.
We were petering.
Next week it's the 23rd, so we'll have it. It'll be the day before Christmas Eve, obviously. So
Are you gonna do that? Oh
We'll
man,
do it.
what are we
We'll
gonna
do
do though? What are we gonna do?
we'll sing Christmas carols.
What are we
We'll
gonna do?
at different places.
We gotta do something. We gotta do something. Send an emails. Figure out something. Let's do something.
I just said we're gonna sing Christmas carols.
No, we're not. We
I
are
need to
not.
send that email.
You better
We're
warm.
all-
You better warm the motherfucking opera blocks.
You got 1 week to learn Christmas carol. Learn the words to Christmas carols, Cassandra.
No.
Why would I need to learn them? That's what Google's for.
Well, fine then. So if I bust out "Hark the Herald Angels Sing," you're gonna need to know all 4 verses.
Google knows all 4 verses for me.
4 verses or 4 verses?
4 verses.
I need you to bring that. I need you to bring that.
Leave her
I
alone.
need you to bring that lollipop every week when you say shit like that. After you say it, just keep eating your lollipop. Don't listen to
I
him.
didn't realize
at
the
all.
fair was in town.
Where's
Hey.
the deep fried Twinkies? Come on now.
Cassandra, we're going to do car bombs and then the Christmas carols.
I didn't know the county fair was open.
I don't think we technically can plan to make it a drunk thing because I think YouTube would get upset.
I'm
but I mean-
Irish, rare, I get drunk, so
I don't think so if you're not monetizing.
You're not
No, I
monetizing. You
don't-
can do whatever you want.
I don't monetize the booms. I probably should. But,
And I
oh
think you
well.
can still get away with it. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah. No, I mean, like, yeah. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna. I got a bottle of wild turkey for my birthday. I was gonna
Call it, scotch it up.
I'm like, we'll be down in Florida. We've got access.
Florida?
because
Florida.
where you are doesn't have alcohol.
No, but down Florida
Florida,
has
they
more
don't.
alcohol.
Florida.
Mm.
You don't have to
That's
go
one
to,
thing I did like about Florida. You could get booze in the supermarkets.
Yeah.
in
Well,
the gas
Same
station.
with Virginia, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't get booze at the gas stations in Philadelphia.
You can't get it in the tri state area here. Delaware, Philly,
We gotta go.
Jersey.
You
Yeah.
have to go
What?
to a store.
Yeah.
That's against the man. That's terrible.
I think
Those are
Same
terrible people. Those are terrible lawmakers.
Same with Maryland.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get hard booze. You can get beer and wine. And
Let me
No.
tell you something. I love being from a state where I can get a drink on every corner. Milwaukee, you get a drink on every corner.
And when
No,
I've been,
and here's the weird thing. We were talking about this the other night on my birthday evening, actually, because we were playing poker late at night online, and like we were talking about it, and I was just like, yeah, I don't even really drink beer anymore. You know, I'll have a beer like
Yeah.
with like a steak or like a burger or something like that, just for the taste. But man, it's just you gotta drink so much to actually. But you know,
Yeah.
whiskey.
well,
Scotch it up, goddammit.
and
Scotch
in
it up.
PA, it's closed on Sunday. You can't buy alcohol on Sundays.
Yeah.
So
That's just like when I was in North Carolina and South Carolina. You just had to do it because you knew that it wasn't going to be open.
That Evan Williams Select bourbon that they have at Costco's, that's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
I had one called Pops, but it's hard to find. It's only made in Pennsylvania, and even in Pennsylvania, it's hard to find. My
I
brother-
asked my mother for a $100 bottle of Whistle Pig bourbon
Yeah.
for Christmas. I'm gonna
Yeah.
see if she comes through for me.
Dude, that's what we did for years. My dad and I, we would just exchange our favorite drinks. He likes cognac, so I'd get him a good cognac. He'd get me a good bottle of scotch, and we drink it together. I miss
That's
those
weird.
times.
You do
No,
know
it's not. Like when you at a certain point, you just at a certain point, you just stop finding. You know, I'm gonna find a gift for you that I really don't really.
Well, what I was
it's
always
like let's
amazed
just get a good drink and
is
drink
that you do
together.
like one of those white elephants, and you think, I'm going to be clever. I'm going to get something cool that'll get stolen. The bottle of alcohol is what goes and gets stolen and taken. And
Yeah. So it's like, and he was like, what drink do you want? I'll bring you the best drink. And we would try something real nice, like something that we very rarely would buy. You know, he would try, like one year he bought me the Johnny Walker Blue, which is a $250 bottle of scotch, you know. and we drank it. And the next year we had $150 one and the $100 one. I think it was this one, and I was like, this actually tastes better. Buy that instead. So then we, it's just kind of a thing. Father, son, whatever. Instead of being like, hey, I got you some socks, some cool ass socks. And I'll be like, fuck that, but I love you.
Socks are awesome.
I still love you consistently, like I have for most of my life, not all of my life. I love you as the pack leader of my heart and my life. Jesus Christ, man, come on, man. Yeah, I don't like Christmas that much. It's all about my son. I just bought an Xbox today from some random dude, so hopefully it works. All for my son. All for my son, man. All for my son.
Well, you're a good dad.
I try, man. I try.
All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the good conversation. Next week.
That you ignored half of.
Well, I didn't ignore half.
It's the Alaboom. He comes
only when you were talking,
to
Cassandra. Only when you.
Dude, I wish I had still shots of you just doing that. Every time somebody says something, she's like, what? You got something for me? It's so good.
You can screen save it.
It's good. It's so good. Every time.
It's going to be on the YouTubes.
Yeah. All right.